It's the anniversary. We're
Yeah.
finally doing EFAP again.
Yep.
Wait, this is year 6 beginning, right? That's how that
This
works?
is the beginning of the year 6 arc.
Man, what crazy adventures will we have? Who knows?
Yep. EFAP number 1 of year 6. We gotta make this a real banger, or else they'll all leave.
Yeah, this is the pilot episode for the brand new reboot run by Disney. So
That's right.
people are worried about it, but
Disney
they shouldn't be. Disney are great.
Disney controls all the seasons of all the television.
Hmm.
That's why it's all so good.
Yay!
That impeccable eye for quality.
So
Well,
when we were premiering Ahsoka episode 1, people were like, "I really want to see what they have to say about episode 4." It's like, yeah, because everyone's saying it's good.
if you think episode 4 of Ahsoka's good, you're retarded.
I mean, it's already been spoken about in a couple of other streams anyway, so it's not like there's some kind of huge reveal. But the main thing is, good old Ray Stevenson. Take him out. Take his performance out anyway. And what exactly is so great about the episode? It's hard to say at that point.
Yeah, it has nonsensical combat, wastes a lot of time. People, like, nobody does anything intelligent. I have no idea what the stakes are. We've introduced amazing things to the amazing capabilities involving the temporal nature of reality. Who knows what will happen?
I
But
can't wait
remember,
to see the
guys,
Star
Filoni will
Whales
save Star Wars.
fix the
Yes.
problems of whatever the hell they're going through.
Yeah. Filoni's gonna save Star Wars, guys. It's gonna be.
He already did.
He's like, oh yeah, it's true. He did. And boy, he did such a good job at doing that. Oh boy.
I think everybody
Wow.
would concede Mando seasons 1, 2, and 3 with Boba Fett and Kenobi being added to Star Wars has helped it dramatically. Most people say, like, when I think of great Star Wars, I think of the OT and I think of all the TV shows. I think definitely not fodder content that is to be forgotten, and most people can't even remember what happened in Mando season 1.
Nope, they can't, but I can, and it was never good.
How could you say that?
Ah,
Random
well.
Film Talk, have you seen all of these wonderful shows?
Hello, and I have seen Mando season 1 and season 2, and then I watched Kenobi through EFAP movies, and I have no interest in watching Ahsoka or Boba Fett. Should I ask how does Ahsoka compare to the others?
I'm gonna say that by the end of this, it might be like the worst.
Jesus.
When we're done, it might actually be the worst.
It's proudly introducing the multiverse, so yes.
Terrifying, yeah. So that's terrifying prospect. It might be the worst thing that they've made.
As in, like, alternate timelines kind of thing.
I don't know. It scares me.
So yeah, from what I've heard, like Ahsoka's gonna view herself on different paths in the world between worlds, and then she's gonna realize that her fate was always to be where she is now, or some bullshit. Ooh, it's funny. There's like fan speculation on what's gonna happen, and every one of the ones I've read, I'm like, oh god, I hope not. Oh god, I hope not. Oh god, I hope.
But I mean, I don't know why there would be any cause to speculate in a way that's going to improve the story, you know?
It's so funny because as much as Star Wars sucks, it's like, at least it doesn't have multiverse stuff. That it's like, wait.
We're
now wait.
We're in the era of multiverse right now.
Yep, and it's doing so well with Marvel stuff. Why not introduce it to Star Wars so we can do everything for Star Wars that it did for Marvel? Hooray!
Isn't it nuts?
That's what people are wanting.
This is probably all the damage that came from stuff like No Way Home. What we're talking about when it came out, it's like wrong lessons being learned. Everyone's like, let's get these multiverses going, everybody. And, you know, a lot of them are still cranking up at the point of everyone being incredibly exhausted of them. It's like, maybe don't. Maybe don't.
Well, the fact that everybody's exhausted of multiverse stuff a couple of years into the trend. Meanwhile, there's probably still a whole bunch of things in production that have multiverse as a major component. As we know, Marvel's locked in for the next 4 years.
There's so many writers that are like, what do you mean they're tired of it already? We've got loads to show them. It's like, oh.
Yeah, they've been so great so far.
They've been amazing. That's why people aren't tired of them at all, because they're so good.
But that's why people are still going to the theater to watch Marvel movies in record numbers.
Man.
I haven't seen the Flash, the new one. Does that have a multiverse? Does that try and do the same thing? Or
Yes,
that's
it
the
does.
one
It's
that's
all-
made all
it
this
does.
discourse volcano,
Yeah, it seems like
basically.
critical
that's the one that
mass.
people think that it killed audience investment in a multiverse?
Well, I guess the audience that was still left that went to watch it, yeah.
I guess so, yeah. Progressively killing it one film at a time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm
pretty
kind of
much.
wondering, like, there's a whole bunch of reasons why theoretically using a multiverse as a storytelling device would be something that you may want to do, because it allows for the cameos and the nostalgia, and it allows for different versions of projects to be ongoing at the same time. Like, you can have the Robert Pattinson Batman. I don't know if that's having a sequel at the same time as however many other Batmen, which means that you have more projects. So theoretically, if more of them are hits than misses, but then that doesn't work when you're spending $300 million on each miss.
So the interesting thing about that as a proposition is that I don't think that that's the motivation for the most part. I don't think Marvel has any interest at all in creating a continuity beyond their mainline MCU. I think everything will always revolve around their MCU, and whatever stuff that they take from the multiverse of like existing properties like Fox and Sony, they'll all try and incorporate it and have it all revolve around their MCU. Like, that's probably what Deadpool 3 is going to do, right? Is integrate, like, the Fox stuff in there, but it all revolves around, like, the mainline Marvel universe, rather than creating alternate continuities that they can, like, fire multiple shots and see what works.
Yeah, I saw a rumor that
Batman is an anomaly, I'd say.
that's supposed to, like, set up the next Avengers film, Deadpool 3, and I was like, how weird is that?
Which is
a
fascinating
Deadpool movie
because-
setting up Avengers.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is that, like, Deadpool is probably, like, more profitable at this point than the majority of MCU projects.
We're about to find out just how profitable, right? Like, in the same way that we are with pretty much everything. Because there'll be fears for all of it. There'll be fears for Batman when he pops out, Part 2, or Batman 2, whatever.
I think so. Especially with potential brand confusion and everything.
Well, let's say it caps out at 700 million. I feel like that's going to be like an amount. It's like, well, you had a good run there, Matt, but we're gonna commit with Brave and Bold Batman now.
When The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises made over $1 billion over 10 years ago, 700 million ain't fantastic. It's not terrible, but it's not amazing either.
I mean, not when you're spending. I mean, how many hundreds of millions of these per film?
Batman was actually cheaper than a lot of these other films. I think the Batman was like 150 million.
Yeah,
which compared to the other ones, it's cheaper.
Peanuts, yeah.
It was. I just looked it up. It's the Batman was 200 million, which is going to be cheaper, but it's still, it's
I
a
thought
lot
it was
of money,
less
obviously.
than that. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
I'm
the
really
next one
worried
will
for
be
Deadpool
cheaper.
3.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm worried for Deadpool 3 as
probably.
well.
I'm hyper worried about Deadpool 3. I mean, it's probably going to have like crazy time travel shit in it.
What did you guys think of Deadpool 2, by the way? Because I rewatched that fairly recently.
So the thing is, I remember really liking it, but I haven't seen it since it came out.
Same.
So.
Okay, fair. Because, I mean, there's obviously time travel shenanigans in that.
One.
But it's condensed to, it's not multiverse. And whether they, because you've got the whole post-credits sequence where he, goes backwards and forwards in time a whole bunch. And it could be that maybe they're going to use that gimmick to open the multiverse. I don't know if they've said that they're not going to do that or anything, but I don't know.
Surprise me. That, like, that's something that they could use. I guess it's more so that I imagine that 3 is going to revolve entirely around it, whereas 2 more so just sets up the scenario.
Yeah, 2 kind of uses it almost like the Terminator does.
Yeah, kind of.
Until you get to the, the post-credit scene.
Yeah.
Deadpool 3 will probably be like hyper self-referential about like time travel. It'll probably have crazy like things happening in it because it's not going to take itself very seriously, which the thing is, all Marvel, like, the fact that the director of the Marvels is like, the thing that will make our movie stand out is that it doesn't take itself very seriously, that it's like a sort of fun movie. I just find that statement really funny.
And you're like, it's gotta be shit then.
Well, just which one wasn't trying to be the funny, goofy, like, movie, Which Marvel movie? I guess Secret Invasion wasn't trying to be that. Maybe that's why they said that, to try and distance themselves from it. Yeah, we're not like Secret Invasion, the one that we all agree sucks.
At least we all did agree. That's
Oh, and on
nice.
that one, that was nice. Yeah.
The whole world was like,
Oh
yeah,
and
okay.
Eternals, that's right. Eternals was also one of the ones that took itself seriously, and nobody liked it either. But I mean, nobody liked Ant-Man.
That's
that
true.
was taking it. That wasn't taking itself too seriously.
Bum, bum,
It's almost
bum,
like
bum.
it's just bad writing.
Almost,
That's it.
yeah.
Dominator.
But anyway, welcome to EFAP episode 251. That is
Wow.
1 out of 50 episode toward the next anniversary. I'm going to keep pointing
We've
that
reached
out
the
as we
second
go.
quarter towards 1,000.
Because years just
I
go
know,
by.
baby.
They go. And yeah, it's still kind of, it feels weird. 6 years, year 6, feels like a chongus number. I think 7 is going to feel like a real big chongus number. And what better way to celebrate the return than to have a guest that has been requested again and again and again. And it's good to finally have you, sir. This is, for everybody who doesn't know, Random Film Talk. Welcome
Hello.
to EFAP, officially, I guess.
Yes.
Hello.
Well, yeah, thank you for inviting me, and I guess thank you to everyone who has asked you to invite me, because I'm still pretty new, relatively, to this whole YouTuber thing. And yeah, well, on Tuesday, like 3 days' time, is going to be 1 year from when I released my first Rings of Power video, which is essentially what caused my channel to grow. So I'm very, very new to this whole thing, and I'm kind of learning as I go.
Well, I think you're doing pretty well for someone who's pretty new to it.
Thank you.
That Rings of Power has given a lot of people potential careers. It's just that good, you know. Everyone couldn't stop talking about how great it was. Yeah, you tackled The Hobbit after that, sort of, right?
Yeah, I'm still in the process of doing it because the way that, I mean, I didn't plan to do this from the start, but the way I've found that structuring videos makes the most sense is to do one on each episode or each film in the case of The Hobbit, and then to do like a final roundup at the end where I cover everything, knowing like perfect information about the whole, you know, I don't need to know what comes next because I've seen the whole thing now.
Yeah.
So that I'm still working on for The Hobbit, and part of what I've done today actually is I was checking out a couple of the fan edits of The Hobbit just to see what differences they make. And there's one that I watched that cuts out 51% of the footage, and it's unironically it's pretty fantastic.
That's what I've heard.
Oh,
about
really?
some of the fan edits. Yeah.
So I'm going to watch a couple more, but because I think that a lot of them are going to chop out different parts, but there is a lot that you can remove without changing how coherent the film is.
Yeah, and you went after Barbie? Why would you do that?
Wow.
Yes, sorry, I'm a bad person
You
for
hate
that.
women.
I was, yeah, I wasn't planning on doing that. Same with Avatar 2. I did an Avatar 2 video, which was nowhere near as long, but I did Avatar 2 and Barbie just because I went to the cinema and saw them and was like, yeah, I probably have enough to say about this to warrant a video. And then my notes just kind of kept getting longer and longer. And I thought, you know what, it might not be Tolkien related, but I'm going to make a video and I'm going to say what I want to say. So, plus I hate women. So there is that.
Ooh,
Yes. That makes it easy.
It does. Yes. It's that's the hidden motive.
What have you got in the pipeline? What are you interested in? What do you think needs to be taken down a peg or perhaps raised up? You got any praises?
So, well, this one might be controversial because I know that you, Mola, have said that you don't like this. Rags and Fringy, I'm not sure. But the first video essay that I did was about 3 years ago when I had like 50 subs or whatever. And that was on Blade Runner 2049.
Yeah.
So I really, really like that film. That is the one video essay, I guess, that I've done that's positive. And
Other
as
than Barbie.
oh, of course. As for what's going to come after the final Hobbit video, I don't know, but I think I have decided that it's going to be positive. So one option is The Lord of the Rings. I could try and approach that in a similar way to how I've done Rings of Power and The Hobbit. Another option is Arcane, because obviously Arcane is going to have
just that, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to have more seasons, which means that theoretically, I really, really, really hope that it maintains the level of quality.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah, but if it doesn't for some reason, then I'm going to have a lot to say about that anyway. And I feel like if there is any chance of me having a lot to say about season 2, I might want to Unless I come up with a better idea, I might want to cover season 1 first. Apart from that, I don't know. So at the moment, my brain is just in full Hobbit mode.
Well, you got exciting prospects ahead, and well, and look at that. Look at you could be doing all those kinds of things, but instead you've been dragged on a 10 billion hour podcast to talk about art fundamentals. Ugh,
Yeah.
horrifying. But at least
That
in
is
the
true,
format
but
of checking out a video, you know, that's exciting. Who knows where it'll take us? But before then, it is worth talking about the vinyl figures. Da-na-na-na.
Absolutely.
Guys, there's only 4 days and 23 hours
You
and 38
need-
minutes and 23 seconds left. Go,
Buy
go,
them
go,
now.
go.
Do it. If you run out of time, they're gone forever. It's a limited time
They'll
run.
explode.
After this, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. All the ones that aren't purchased will explode in the warehouse, killing millions. So you have to make sure that you buy them, because after 4 days go by, they're gone forever. You'll never be able to get your hands on them. They'll get onto the black market. They will be the prices will be exorbitant because they're limited time and unique and amazing and cool and very awesome. So you better buy them now.
Yeah. They come in real neat packages, and they can stand on a shelf, on a desk, on the floor if you really want. I
Yeah.
don't want to judge people too much in terms of what they end up doing with them. You know, it's really up to you.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of private property, I guess.
Yeah. Because here at EFAP we are pro private property.
You can own your own figure.
You can own your own private property in the comfort of your own home today.
Floor
So
gang.
buy now.
Yes,
Seriously,
links
buy now.
in
They will be
description.
gone after 4 days.
Yeah,
you need to
that's
get
something
them.
that's worth emphasizing.
Yes.
If you were thinking about it, if you were holding off for a while, now is the time. If you want to
Need
grab
to
one,
buy them.
because
Yes.
you've got less than 5 days left.
They'll be gone
And
forever.
they're gone.
And everyone else, what's going to happen is you're going to see them behind all of your favorite YouTubers, whether it's, well, not the three of us, right? You'll just see us in person, so it's different. But when you go and you see when you see Drinker, when you see all those guys who have all their super cool stuff behind them, look at us, we're neat, we're awesome, we know what we're talking about, you'll be seeing them there, staring at you, and you'll be asking yourself, fool that I was. Fool
Yeah,
that
because
I
anybody who
was.
has like just a
Fool that I
plain
was, not
background,
bad.
it's like, what are they an expert in? Paint? I don't know. Like that seems to be what are you trying to imply? Gotta fill it with figures, otherwise how's anyone gonna know?
And as we all are going to learn, paint on a wall is the really good art.
Yes,
yeah.
that's gonna be relevant actually. Yeah, damn, I didn't even think about that because I was just sort of memeing, but there it goes. You know what? Art imitates life, or life imitates art, whichever. Both. Fuck it.
Both.
So yes, they are there. Only under 5 days remaining. Womp womp. Ba-da-bum. Today, though, we're going to be checking out a video called... Uh-oh, I accidentally killed my own watch together. Whoops.
That's fine.
Fool.
But
I
something
didn't mean it. I just did it.
I'm sure you didn't mean it, but nevertheless, you
It's
fool.
been
Waller was
done.
too busy buying even more of those incredible vinyl figures
Maybe
because he
I
knows that in
was.
4 days, 5 days, they will be gone forever. He knows that procrastination is not the name of the game. Not
Mhm.
today. Maybe another day it will be, but today, ironically, it is not the name of the day.
There's only 3 people in the watch together. Who's holding out? Hmm?
Well,
I think it was random.
No, I'm in.
Are you now?
Oh, now it's
Hi.
full.
Oh,
All right.
Okay, there it is. All right, he got in. He got in. We're good.
My screen must have been lying to me.
Good.
Yeah,
Rags-
he got in, guys. Don't worry, he was able to get
Rags
in.
pop in last. His little icon popped in. He
Oof.
was lying.
Nope,
Oof.
that's not true. I don't have an icon
That's
you
not
were
true.
lying.
That's impossible.
because of
Well, it's just you're devious.
Lies
you
and
know?
slander.
me.
That's where we are now.
Not me. Look at my face. I'm not deviant. Well, actually, I do have a bit. I picked my especially devious face. But it's just an act. I'm just cheeky.
This is called You're Wrong About Modern Art, and
Okay.
the reason that I was made aware of it was because it's a response, in part, to Moist Critical's controversial opinions on art.
Interesting.
And I was like, I wonder
voice
what his
critical.
controversial opinions on art are,
Yeah.
because he's not one for controversial opinions.
He plays it safe.
So
He's a safe boy.
he said something, and then it pissed off this guy who's like, it's time to learn you about modern art. So before we hit play, we know the meme. Everyone knows the meme. You had art, and then modern art was like this bin on the floor, and it was like, what?
No, literally, it was just a bin on the floor. That's modern art.
Mm-hmm. So it was like, what's this? What's going on? And then someone said, that's bad. And then someone else went, well, what is bad? And then they were like, whoa. And that's where we're at, pretty much.
Yes. Whoa.
So it summarized it real well. I guess you know we could talk more, or we could let this man take it away. It's really up to you guys.
Well, what would you propose we discuss before we start? With a title like "You're Wrong About Modern Art," maybe we should put out our opinions on modern art and what that means to us and what we think about modern art.
We've all, I assume, got a story where we went and saw some modern art and we were embarrassed to be human.
Yes.
That's all happened. I've told mine several times. I believe Fringy has too.
Yeah, just a big canvas that was just red.
I was talking with my father the other day about this, that, and the other thing, and my father is an architect, and he had mentioned to me that one of the things that you have to do as an architect, there's a lot of city codes and ordinances and rules for if you erect a building or if you add an addition to an existing structure, there needs to be a certain amount of work that you put into maintaining the style that is already present within the local area. For instance, there's a lovely town called Deadwood up in, I believe it's South Dakota. I think it's in South Dakota. I went there once, and it's like this old west town. That's where Calamity Jane and Wild Bill Hickok are buried, and it's where he got shot. It's an old west town. It's really cool, but it's modernized, and it's a bit touristy, but it really has that vibe. However, on one of the main streets of Deadwood, which isn't a very big town, there is this ugly, gray box that's just this modern building that is constructed for pure utility and probably pure ugliness. And it sits in the middle of all of these buildings from the 1800s and early 1900s that have this gorgeous brick and rustic signs, and it's marvelous looking town except for this one horrific building. And that to me is what comes to my mind when I think about modern art. Because architecture is a strong part of art, and I really hate, and we all know my opinion on painting bricks, but I really hate this how modern art comes through in the buildings, because buildings are things that we leave for future generations typically. I don't like the idea of saddling those to come after us with these horrific, ugly, minimalist gray and white boxes called buildings. What was the question?
The words modern art don't really like that concept doesn't evoke what the words are supposed to mean anymore. Just art that's new. It's like, no, it evokes the shitty art. Like, oh, okay.
Are you an artist or are you a modern artist?
And then people be like, whoa, you don't like anything from it? And it's like, no, I don't want to be too hyperbolic. Have you guys
tweaks through once in a while?
You guys heard of that one? I wish I had the name of it, but I assume you guys know about
Martin Luther King one?
The robot that is constantly cleaning up its own leaking.
Oh, the blood one.
Yeah.
Yes, I
that
do.
doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, Fring, you'd love it.
I probably would
like him.
It was
sounds of it.
Yeah, it was. Here's an image of it. The construct itself is just a machine that's constantly mopping, or rather, just pushing back all the blood that's coming out of itself, or oil, blood, whatever. And there's so much to draw out of this. You watch it as it's just desperately trying to get the blood back in / oil, and it just keeps coming back out. I think it ran for like a year or something, and yeah, people just watched it and they would think about what this thing evokes. And I understand that, and I appreciate it, and there's work that went into the creation of this thing, and holy moly.
It moves, it's striking. I mean, the blood on the floor, this concept of, is that what we are? We're constantly trying to clean up our own messes. Is life futile? all sorts of things you could draw from it, and that's like, oh, that's interesting, that's neat.
One must imagine the robot happy.
One must imagine the row.
Yeah.
Oh, and we and all that stuff. We watched a Harmful Opinions video Mahler and I did, where he brought up a lot of cool modern art, things of that nature.
Yeah,
so
that's something worth mentioning before this as well. Turns out this video had been responded to by someone called Harmful Opinions. It's going to be one of those, like, a name I've not heard since the before times. He's
Yes.
I think the most well-known thing he did was calling out Candid, I would assume. I'm not actually sure. I don't want to summarize his career
That's what comes to my
incorrectly,
mind for his big thing, I suppose.
but always a lad with very interesting perspectives, and he talks about this video and how he's got some favorite, more what would be called modern artists versus not, and that you know, the value and the blah blah blah, and obviously he had opinions about this video as well. I guess I would say, yeah, I'd recommend it. I recommend the channel. You're not going to find you agree with him on everything, but hopefully you'll find that he's got insightful POVs on a lot of things. I like the way he makes arguments.
I like the cut of his jib.
Yes.
Might it be worthwhile to mention before we start that we have a what I would say is a more broader definition of art than a lot of people have.
Do we?
I think
I think
certainly
that
after
you'll find
watching
that
this
there are
video,
a lot of
but-
people who would say that there are certain movies that aren't art.
Oh, that sort of
or,
perspective.
You know,
Are they being
whereas-
hyperbolic when they say that, or do you think that's for real?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
When someone says, like,
know.
this isn't even art, like, do you think they mean it, or?
Sometimes I do. Yeah. Sometimes I think they do. Sometimes I don't think.
For
Sometimes
example,
I think they would.
Fringy. I think sometimes they do mean it. Yeah.
Someone might say Quantumania is not art, and you're like, why? And it's like, because it was made strictly for money. It has no artistic, like, integrity or merit, and it's the opposite of what we should be striving for in the industry or aspect or skill level of art or something. And you'd be like, okay, but loads of people, like, even if that was true, I'm not sure I buy that as an argument, but loads of people worked really hard on that film. A lot of artists as well. I think it would be impossible to call any one film that if the requirement is as long as one person felt artistic and inspired when they were making something as a part of it. Like,
I guess the point being that the way that I presume you guys would approach it is it's bad art. It isn't that it's not art. It is creative expression. It's
Bad
not
art?
good.
What
well,
do you
yeah,
mean?
and now you've
Oh,
unraveled.
no. Oh, no.
Well, I mean,
The
I
worm
could
can
always
is
just fall
open.
back on
It has been,
bad
and the
art
worms
based
cannot
on
be
my
put back
own-
into the can.
Again, based on my own perceived, like my own perceptions of reality, my own subjective experience of existence.
I do like.
So then, yeah, all right, leave me alone. Yeah.
You know, they sit there with art, not art. You're like, here's the problem with that. You explain it all. You're like, let me present an alternative. Good art, bad art. And you're like, wait, you think that makes things easier? You're like, well, I'd like to think so, yeah. It's like, how
People
do you
don't
have
like it.
good and bad?
People seem to really not like it when we present to them an idea that they believe in. They just don't use those words for it.
Yeah,
because I have a feeling that in this video, and it happens all the time, all the fucking time with people we cover on EFAP, people will say, no, there's not good art and bad art. It's just about X, Y, Z, different interpretation of it. But then they'll say, this movie sucks. This movie's great. This statue's great. This statue's horrible. This music stinks. And they'll always do it. They'll say it all the time, and then they'll say there's no such thing as good and bad art.
Well, the thing is, like, if we want to just, that's fine. I can just change the words to, art I like and art I dislike.
Yeah,
And
that'd be the
that's
one
fine.
that's the most agreed. No one's gonna criticize you for that
Okay,
one.
sure. We'll run with that then. It's not that I would say that something isn't art. I just said I
No,
don't
boring.
Like it. There
We
you
got to do more than that today. We can't just say it's about art we like and art we don't like. Bye, everybody.
Well,
Bye,
yeah,
everyone. Toodaloo.
I mean, I think it's interesting to dive into what Rags just pointed out, why everybody ultimately feels pretty comfortable in one way or another.
The best
expressing
example is
Quality
when
of art beyond their own subjective experience of art.
I believe there was a chap we covered / interacted with a long time ago who said to me in a call that you can't call The Last Jedi bad because there's not really any such thing. Like, it's really down to the individual, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, okay, but what about The Room? And he's like, oh, we all know The Room is bad. Like, I feel like that breaks the entire system.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to.
You can't just say that. Like, fucks everything
I
up.
guess the thing is, to me, is like I don't feel like saying that I think something is good or bad. You know, obviously, the more contentious when you say that you think something's bad, like devalues something as a form of creative expression. I mean, it is creative expression ultimately. I feel like dismissing something as not art can be a little bit more like, "Oh, all right, calm down."
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
It
if you were to
depends on how you
go,
define
sorry, go on, Fringy. Were you?
it. Oh no, that's it.
Sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, like, you could go really extreme with it, and like, what would you guys consider to be something that, under no circumstances, is art? Because I'm kind of the opinion that anything, as long as like the viewer or the person perceiving the art, quote unquote art, if they're able to draw something out of it, then that makes it artistic. So even like nothing, like literally silence. I think someone may have mentioned this before. John Cage, who the composer who wrote a piece of music that is, I think it's called like 4 minutes and 33 seconds, or it's something like that, and it's just silence. Every bar is just a rest. So you get the orchestra up on stage, he counts them in, and then they just do nothing for 4 minutes and 33 seconds. If someone, quote unquote, hears that and is able to draw some kind of meaning out of that, then silence is art.
I believe that the better way to
Wow,
probably
so-
put that is that they experience it, because that is going to create a sense in us. If you turn up to an orchestra and they don't play any music, that's going to create something. However, I do think that most people consider that below the bar for qualification of, like, you know, creating
Yeah,
something.
like if you win an award for that, like fuck off.
Sure, but if the
Um,
point of the piece is to make a commentary on what you just described, then would that not be enough meaning for it to be considered artistic?
I don't know if I would want to cancel it out from being considered artistic. In fact, it's a pretty good hypothetical once you decide that, or if you decide that art has to be intended. It can't be
Well, that's-
accidental.
I would say that
As,
art needs to be either purposeful or sufficiently subconscious, in the sense that
We've-
if you are
We've had this conversation, I
Yeah.
remember before. This might take a while if we decide.
Well, it was like a
One.
year ago. It's time again.
But yeah, I guess to wrap it up, if you are taking a photograph of something that you find meaningful or interesting is an artistic thing. But if you accidentally drop a camera and it just lands and snaps a photo of just whatever it was in front of it, that is not art.
Yeah, so I disagree. If you drop a camera and then take a photo, the second that you recognize something in there that you believe has like some sort of value to you, then I would say
That's
that's
different.
art. Yeah.
I'd say that's different because if you see something and you pull some sort of meaning or something out of it, and you're just an observer watching it, I don't think that makes it art. That just means that you are able to pull
Wait,
something
that-
out of it.
So like you drop a camera and then it snaps like a picture accidentally, and then you look at it and you're like, oh my god, this is like beautiful. No matter, and let's say it's like genuinely like everybody on the planet thinks it's beautiful, but because you didn't mean to do that, it's not art.
It's not art.
Is a
yeah, I
mountain art?
disagree.
No, I do not think that a mountain is art. Unless a mountain was created purposefully by some sufficiently capable agent in order to express themselves, no. But a naturally occurring mountain is not art.
So if you were to believe in God, then that would make the mountain art.
Probably.
I mean, it would have to, right? Because that would be like intention.
The reason why I'm asking is because that's a justification that a lot of religious people will give. The natural beauty of our world could not possibly have been the result of particles smashing into each other at random. Is the argument?
If people make that argument in their mind, I suppose they would consider that art. Yes.
Well,
I wouldn't though.
Out of curiosity, Fringy, what is absolutely not art, as Random Film Talk mentioned earlier?
So I would say that like nature as it exists, like without some sort of perception of it and some input. I don't know if I'd say that like existence itself is art. Like, so I don't know if I would say that a mountain is art in that it exists, because obviously I believe that it just occurred as a process naturally, and that like.
How do you draw the difference between that and the random photo from the dropped camera?
I think that there is some amount of I think that something I would say for that is that there is some amount of even if it's like I'm not sure how I want to square away accidents in terms of art, you know? Like I'm not sure that I want to, because how do we deal with like happy accidents or something?
Well, of course, yeah, an AI generated like hair simulations, or you drop a bunch of balls in a pachinko machine, like and what they end up, maybe they're all paintballs, and where they end up splatting down, does that count as art, or does that too much randomness to now count? I assume it still counts.
I wait, sorry, could you say that last part again?
So, like, you throw a bunch of paintballs into a machine that bounces them around on pins, and then wherever they exit, they splat down onto a piece of paper. Whatever image they create is now yours, right? Even though, like, your artistic imagery, even though there's not much intention between you and the final image.
Oh, I get what you mean.
Well, it's possible to be intentionally random. You can say, I'm going to create a painting by randomly throwing paintbrushes at the wall. Yes, it's going to be random, but the intent was there.
Mm-hmm. I figured that's just an example of how you can create some
Well,
gray
I guess
areas.
that's the thing, right? I mean, would you make the argument by virtue of you even having the camera in your hand that even if you dropped it, that you could, attach some broader intent to
Well,
that?
I think that this hypothetical was to try and highlight zero intent on the creation of the image.
Right. Like how far
Yes,
can you
like
push it
a
before-
literal accident. There was no conscious effort
Yeah.
made in that process. Whereas even like my floor for art is fucking subterranean, but there's that huge chunk at the bottom that's virtually worthless, but technically qualifies. So like a 10-year-old being told by their parents, you need to sweep the kitchen, it's part of your chores. The child sweeping the floor is an act of, in a way, it's an act of their expressing themselves. Technically, is it art? Sure. For the purposes of most discussion, would I call that artistic? No, it's basically worthless unless there's some more conscious process and making the sweeping of the floor some sort of expression of who they are.
And I think that whatever framing you create or limits any kind of boxing in of any of this, the extremes always come up and they're difficult to deal with. It's a tough topic.
And then people get really mad as well about it.
I think people really seem to be unwilling to bite a lot of bullets when it comes to the artistic discussion. And once you just like close your eyes and let it wash over you, and you're like, yeah, sweeping the floor is artistic, whatever.
Yeah, like at that point, the definition kind of loses some of its use, even though technically speaking, I think I would agree that the kid sweeping his kitchen is a form of art. It's just not really a useful definition at that point.
It's kind of funny how most people might resist that right up until the kid, out of boredom, hits two dots and a smile and makes a little face. You're like, oh, well, that's definitely art.
And at that point, somebody would say that's art, yeah.
I mean, I would even say that if the parents come down and they're like, holy shit, you did a really good job, this looks amazing, like you could arguably consider that to be art because of the perception of the parents.
I'm saying that, like, to get it to a point where people can understand it easier is just one stroke in the pile of dust. Someone would be like, that's just dusting, whatever. But as soon as you make a face out of it, they're like, oh, I understand now. You're like, yeah, there you go.
Right, but then it's just how far do you want to push it in terms of what it means as a process. Art as a process or a product.
So like cleaning is not art. What are you on about?
Yeah, so I saw somebody say that like a lamppost isn't art, which I hate to break it to you, but it
absolutely
it
is.
Yeah, you need to check out some more lampposts.
So this is the thing, you gotta, when you're just like, no, that's not art, you need to chill out.
We do this all the time. We gotta expand the minds, because a lot of people, you would say like designing a car. Yes, there's like artistic elements, but it's not. It wouldn't be art. It's for function. It's like, what are you talking about?
Art. A car is obviously and absolutely art.
During a recent trip over to South Carolina, we went up a bit, about an hour's worth, to a North Carolina Transportation Museum where there used to be a Norfolk Southern like railway station, and they had a whole bunch of old cars out there from the 40s, 50s, 60s, and the trains of all eras, and it makes me kind of lament how a lot of cars now just look bland and boring and shit, when cars used to look really cool.
Man, I'm not sure I agree with that. I feel like cars still look really cool.
Some do, but I think that there was a certain aesthetic that cars used to have that was very striking and prominent that I think we, for the most part, lost. I think the vast majority of vehicles now are very bland, non-distinct, and uninteresting.
So it's interesting because you might have, like, there are going to be a lot of cars that are built not a lot of cars, but there are cars that are built for for practicality overall. Land speed record, Formula One cars, all that kind of thing. You don't, apart from like the color that you put on it, there isn't really any thought given to what it may look like, because all you care about is whether it can do the thing that you're building it to do.
Well,
And
most cars
Formula
have
One
a lot
cars
of
look awesome.
thought. Most cars you see on the road, a lot of thought is put into their aesthetic, but I feel like the aesthetic that is agreed upon and decided upon in focused towards making is not an aesthetic that is anything nearly as interesting or striking or pleasant as what we used to have.
Would you say that's reflected in buildings as well?
Yes, I think in a way it is. I think with interiors of buildings as well. My parents watch HGTV shows, and so sometimes when I'm over there, I kind of watch them. And a lot of these shows have very, very cookie cutter kinds of concepts for the interiors of buildings. Things are very structured and organized and flat. A lot of grays, blacks, and whites. A lot of boxes, straight lines. Very kind of sterile kind of looks. And I think that's often reflected in the way that we design a lot of buildings now as well. I think we see that reflected in the painting of brick and
the biggest horror is when they like add on a modern thing to an older thing, like it's like an infected thing that's poking out of it.
Yes, an addition that's modern. Yeah, and a lot of places will literally not allow you to do that. If you had, I know once my parents did an addition for a courthouse, and the courthouse was like from the, I think, 40s or something. So it was brick and it had columns and it looked really nice. And then, yeah, exactly like that. McDonald's looked like too clean and sterile. Too many buildings look like penitentiaries and sanitariums. Yeah. They don't look like places where human beings with hopes and dreams and expressions and creativity live. They're just dull and boring and bland, and they're so copy paste.
But it's art
yeah,
still, or no?
It's art. Yep.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah, which pushes. I mean, if we, it depends on how much time you guys want to spend on talking about what would qualify as that. When
I don't know. It's
the more difficult.
Not too much, because this is a 43-minute video.
Well, the difficult follow-up question is, what would make it good or bad, and is that even possible?
Yeah.
That is a question that I don't think can be answered in any short amount of time. Like,
no.
Even if you would just if it eject storytelling like for a minute, and if you're just talking like McDonald's, the image of the McDonald's that they put in, like, why is one better than the other? I feel like you could talk about that all day.
Yeah,
well, you could, because I don't even like dislike the way that McDonald's looks now. I think it's fine to decent even.
I think it looks. If it wasn't a McDonald's and it was like maybe a bank or an insurance office, I'd be like, okay, but I don't know. I feel like we've lost something.
I would happily concede it evokes oppression to an extent.
Oppression, yeah, unity at all costs. This is the building I imagine that the Nazi headquarters.
The McDonald's in Germany,
1940. Yeah. I just see the big red swastikas draped over the front and the sides.
I would love it if like more banks and like estate agents and everything looked like the before photo for McDonald's. That would make them, make it more fun, more approachable.
Insurance is fun.
Yeah, and they have a little playground outside.
Yeah, there's no reason why we can't tangent when we're into the video. Why don't we start her up, see what this artwork has to offer us, eh?
I would love to do that.
Very well. I'm going to hit the play button now.
And I will listen and interrupt intermittently.
I like the banana duct tape wall.
Oh, well, that's not a good start.
Oh, no, the banana duct tape wall is shit.
But is it art?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
But it's
I'm happy to concede that. But yeah, I would be like, this is...
I think it's super lame.
I do not find it appealing.
Well, I mean, this then gets into how much people value like perceived hard work when it comes to art, which I would say most people value a lot.
God, this one's complicated, because if we were all doing a presentation in, like, let's say college or whatever, and you know, everyone's working really hard. Some guy comes in late and drunk. He's been partying. He hasn't done any work, and he's got a banana. And he's like, "Fuck!" And he puts it on the wall. And goes, "There we are." And then like the
Look
teacher's
at me,
like,
I'm Rembrandt.
This is incredible." The guy's like, "Yeah, awesome."
So I know we're only 3 seconds into the video, so
Good start.
the what I was going to ask, I hope this won't take too long, and maybe it's something that this guy's going to cover. But the banana on the wall has intent. If you remove the intent, and we're just talking, you know, someone has dropped the banana peel on the ground, and then the other people in the art exhibit, like, you know, they think it's a piece of art, but it no longer has the intent. Does that affect whether or not you guys would consider it to be artistic?
I think, well, I don't think that art and artistic are necessarily the same. People can, if someone dropped the banana and in the hoity-toity fancy modern art exhibition, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, it means so much. I can't believe, oh my gosh, wow, this is so unsafe for go-karting. And then everyone's staring at it and they're thinking it's amazing. The banana would not be art, but that doesn't mean people are by no means excluded from being able to draw out whatever, you know, meanings and things that they want to from something, in the same way that I've been moved to tears by landscapes. I don't consider the landscapes, like actually being out there, the mountains and stuff, I don't consider that art, but it is powerful and striking and moving, and it makes me think about things and my place in the world, and so
But
there is a
obviously,
difference there.
you would agree that it becomes art with intentional framing, like if you painted it.
Yes, with intentional framing, I agree, it becomes art, yes.
Or if you were to take a photo of the landscape?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've mentioned it before. I shall again. That one of my most memorable and favorite moments of all time in life was moving through many rooms in a big old gallery exhibition-y thing. Plenty of awesome things, plenty of things that made me think. And between two rooms, a little room, fire extinguisher in the corner, 5 people watching it, looking at it, very curious, thinking about it. And I was looking at it for a little bit, and then I was like, I don't think that's I think that's just a fire extinguisher. I think that is actually just a fire extinguisher in the floor, like in the corner, that's meant there for safety. And that one's probably one of the most interesting because it was placed there for the intention of safety, not for art.
But then it became perceived as art. Is that?
Yeah. What do you reckon on that one, Rags? How you feeling?
I mean, do you think a fire extinguisher is, like, maybe that might be a good place to start? Is a fire extinguisher art?
Yes.
It has artistic qualities, if that...
Wow, so I think people would.
I mean, the lettering, right? At least.
I think probably technically yes, but but barely.
Old-fashioned red fire extinguisher.
Yeah, I would say that.
Looks like, and that's an interesting aesthetic. I think people would have to admit that there's
I'd say technically yes. As far as it exists as art in regards to being in a gallery, I'm wondering if I consider the purely utility-based placement of an object in a building for safety code as being art. I don't think so, but possibly. I'd say by default, no, but it could be.
So, like, I see some people disagree, and at that point, it feels like you would have to seriously, like, unpack what we... Like, because the idea of its utility, not art. There's like a car is utility, but everybody would agree that like a car is art, right? Or maybe they don't. That's the thing.
I would hope that they would. That should be pretty clear that a lot of work goes into making the ugly ass cars of today.
And not even if we're talking about like the most beautiful cars. If you're just talking about like a Honda Civic or something, it's like there's obviously a design, like a thought process behind the way that it looks.
Makes you think like that people need to know that when the thing was created, let's say the fire extinguisher in this case, there was a guy who was like, oh, I love the way that this is placed, and I got to put this here so that I want it to be eye-catching, but I also don't want it to be off-putting, and this needs to be here. Oh, this is, you know, like a guy who's clearly into it and enjoying it and considers it an art-making form, and then it all prints out and completes, and they have the fire extinguisher. Would then people be like, okay, yeah, okay, fine. But seeing it in its, you know, in and of itself, knowing that it's meant to just put out fires for safety, it's not like anything. It's not the same as a canvas that has a painting on it, and it's like, I know, but I mean, arguably there are pieces of it that certainly were when it was created. So yeah, a lot of people are trying to go with
I wouldn't hang a car in my living room, but like a car is still art. Whether or not I would hang it on my wall doesn't. Like,
yeah, there's plenty of artistic works that I would not hang in my living room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Many.
That's not a. It's not a very compelling argument.
The banana
Like a
and tape
banana.
shit just seems to me like it's almost the realization of hypothetical.
Sure. Yeah.
Which
That's
in a
why
way
it's
is a
a
good
good one
thing,
to start with.
like in and of itself for that. And someone could be like, Sue, is it not making you, is provoking thoughts and feelings in you? Because if I've already concluded it's art, now someone could try and fight me on whether or not I think it's worthwhile or good art.
Sure, which is a different conversation completely.
Yeah.
But it feels like those conversations are often blurred, that by virtue of you saying that it is art, that it has some implied, like, transcendental value that can never be, like, you know, or that it puts it on the same level as, I don't know, like a Baroque painting or something, or like an Impressionist painting, which, I don't know.
And yeah,
I don't know why it
there's
would
an
be
inherent thing in people, I think, that
yeah.
be like, you don't deserve to be respected in the same way, banana. I
But,
was
I
like,
mean,
okay,
that
fine,
depends on how
jeez.
much respect you put on art simply for existing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it. That's pretty cool art. And then when that guy came up and,
Tell me why.
and ate the banana,
Coward.
that's even more art. I used to hate
Wow.
I mean,
It's even more art? How is it even more art?
Hmm.
I guess
I mean?
he's saying that you had the art and now you have another moment that is another art. I don't know. Is
I
eating
guess,
things
like, you
art?
say that eating it like performance art or something.
I guess it can be. That's
I
another one, isn't
assume
it?
you guys know of the Banksy shredding his picture after it got sold at an auction or something. The banana
I'm not
guy
familiar
eating.
with that.
Okay, the banana guy just reminded me. I don't know how this factors into the art discussion because I'm not sure I would. Well, yeah, I don't know if I would call it art, but so obviously a Banksy painting is art. It's as clear-cut
Sure.
an example of art as possible. It gets sold at an auction for a lot of money. I can't remember how much. And then, once the hammer is struck and a deal is made, then the frame starts making a noise and it starts shredding the painting because he had rigged the frame to shred the painting as soon as it got sold.
Did they
So
know
the act
that?
of it was the person who bought it did not know that, and there was some obviously
legal
there were
issues?
there were legal issues there definitely, but I don't know enough about it to say what they were. The reason why I mention that is because it's similar to the guy eating the banana in that it raises the question of, is the destruction of something that is artistic art?
I mean, I guess it depends on whether we want to say it's like performance, and everybody would agree that performance is art when it comes to like a theater play or, acting
Yeah, you
on
can
stage
express
or
yourself
playing
destructively.
music.
Yes.
I mean, yeah. So I think the instinctive reaction would be no, of course not. But then I don't know, like.
And try and separate, for anybody thinking about this, we're not talking about justifying the action. That's a whole different conversation. Like,
No, that's a different conversation for sure. Yeah.
You guys are spiraling out of control. It's super easy to follow. You're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it.
You
Strap
mentioned the
in.
banana, but like
Calm
people
down.
who make these kind of videos and they say things like that. You're just a coward if you say something like that and you don't tell me why. It's like, why is a banana cool? Because you're wrong. It's shit.
That's what
But,
the
like,
whole
tell me why
video's
you think
about,
that it's
Rags.
cool.
Yeah,
So
maybe
that's the
he'll
thing,
explain
like,
it. Maybe
Do
that
it.
was his
Yeah.
hook. Maybe he's
We
going to
just
explain it.
started.
Do
We
it, you
just
coward.
started.
He's hooked me.
You don't know if he's a coward yet. We don't know that.
Modern art. I used to think it was too simple, too easy. It's not like the Mona Lisa.
I've
That's
mentioned it
art.
before.
I thought it was
the one for me was went to an art gallery and it had a whole bunch of different, like, it had, older paintings, newer paintings, and everything, like different genres, and then it was just like a big red canvas, and I really didn't like it. Bugged me when I saw that there, especially knowing that they paid a lot of money for it. It was like,
Yeah,
man,
that's-
that feels like bullshit.
Yeah,
That
it's a
just feels
scam.
like bullshit.
Things like that will
You got all
be
these paintings.
raised in
that
this
took,
video
like-
as well.
Again, I think a lot of it does. I think a lot of people do feel like, man, that one took like a lot of hard work, and that one it feels like it didn't, and that's bullshit.
Yeah, and that's
it's
one of the
just-
easiest ways for people
it's very-
to understand a sort of like kinship in being like, yeah, that thing's bad, and they'd both be like, because of how shit it is, because of how much effort it didn't take, because how much talent it didn't take, right? But yeah, like it's super easy to agree on. But then, because like the thing for me wasn't just seeing, because it was a giant square or rectangle, or whatever, and it was a big red splat. It was enormous. The one thing I found impressive about it was how huge it was, but the thing that really cinched it was the teachers were staring at it, and I remember asking them, like, what's the dealio? And they were struggling to explain anything. They were like,
I think It's
You know,
interesting when that's the case, right? It feels like you're grasping. Because I remember there were a lot of conversations that because I was part of a school trip, and the kind of things that the person who was taking us on the guide was like saying, I just got the distinct feeling of like, man, I feel like you're reaching. I feel like you
Yeah.
just made all of this up. I feel
Well,
like
and what's
I
the
can't
difference?
actually
And
draw this from the creation.
if someone were to argue that like our interpretations and viewpoints of a thing are what almost defines whether or not it could be considered art, at least from that person, what if they're lying? What if they're making it up? What if they don't even know that they're making it up? As in, like they're adding a bunch of their own shit onto it. Like, does that devalue the art
Well,
itself?
I think it's something that Rag said is like somebody can look at something and absolutely extract a lot of meaning from it and value from it, and they can even extract value from it that was not intended or that wasn't even there. But like whether or not that makes it art, the fact that you extracted something from it, it depends. Is it based on the viewer? Or is it based on the creator? As like a definition?
I think for something, pretty much anything can be artistic if it's from the subject's perspective, but that's not something that's not actually a part of that thing. It requires a subject. Whereas I think that something being art is intrinsic to that object in the creation process.
But
So they
would
can
that be the
exist
case if
separately.
there was like no? I remember we had this conversation when we talked about this like a year ago, but let's say, I don't know, you just take a painting, like Mona Lisa or whatever, and then everybody doesn't exist anymore. Is that still art?
Yes.
You talking about the lack
What
of
do you think?
context, knowledge,
Yes. If
viewer?
all agents in the cosmos disappeared, all the things that we consider art would still be art. That wouldn't go away. The ability to
Well,
appreciate those things would not exist. It wouldn't be capable. It'd be like color and things of that nature. But those
do you
things would
think of
remain
that?
art in my
curious.
opinion.
I'd be happy to settle on it's not like whether or not it is art is not determined on whether or not someone can see it or experience
It
it.
would be based on the like intention in the first place, basically.
Yeah, and knowing as well that we can't always know what the intention was, the creation was. For example, if we found out, I think we did this as well in the future, if Mona Lisa was actually constructed because a bunch of paint randomly fell onto like a page in the future and they sent it back in time just to see what people would think about it, and they said, oh, it was made by this guy. Yeah, definitely that guy.
Like it
Well, I guess
also.
oh, sorry, go for it.
Sorry, I was going to say it also can't necessarily be dependent on people being around to perceive it, because like if people just went extinct, things that are art are going to continue to be art, even though there's no one there to view them.
Yeah, which is hence there seems to be a line between like what we call the experience of the viewer and what it means to the object for the viewer to have that experience. Because of course, I think a lot of people, even non-religious people, might think like the landscapes that make you feel a lot. Like I think they have a natural inclination to say it's art when I think it can, because what I want to avoid. I want to avoid making it so that it's everything. I want to, you don't want to have that.
You want to make the categories useful to
Yeah.
some extent, and if it gets broadened out to everything, then it's like, okay, cool, awesome. Like that's very productive.
I'd have to be argued down from everything, because my gut is telling me that if you can find meaning in something, I'm trying to be careful with my words. If you can find meaning in something, or if artistic intent was put into something, if either of those qualities are present within a thing, then I'd be comfortable calling it art.
Either of them or both of them?
I would say one of them is necessary.
Because now I'm thinking of let's say that there's a painting, and I don't know, the wizard says, I don't know if someone made this, but there's a more than 0% chance that somebody didn't make this, that this painting, that you get the distinct impression that somebody created it. Yeah, it could have just happened randomly. Like, what?
Like,
how do we feel about that? Like, I don't know. Again, you just take some painting, and then the wizard says there is a greater than 0% chance that this occurred naturally.
Are you trying to highlight the issue of like, if I adore, let's just take any of my favorite art of all time, and then you turn out, it wasn't created by an intentional author or anything, it's random, it came together randomly. What does that do for you and your, because I would argue like that changes nothing about what I draw out of it myself. But then, would it be considered art? Maybe not.
Unless I was mistaken, yeah.
Because I think we could all agree that you can draw, like, because I don't know, how do we feel about nature as art? Is that a yes or a no?
We already covered it, didn't we?
No.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but random. What do you make of like art?
You said
like
yes
nature.
to.
I would have to be argued down from yes, because
Okay, I see.
I think yes, even if there is no, like, I'm not religious, so we're not going to like throw that into overcomplicate things. But if it is just a completely natural thing, like the example of the random number generator that came up with the Mona Lisa or whatever it was, that doesn't change the fact that if I see artistic merit in it, then it is art.
So it'd be way more based. So
Meanwhile,
in your more
if
based on
So-
your
if Soma
your
were
perception of it.
randomly created, I would happily say that that I don't have as much of an emotional attachment to labeling it art, but it wouldn't change how
Okay.
much I draw out of it for me, like, and the meaning I get out of it. In the same way that it wouldn't, seeing a mountain, like Rags mentioned, like it might make you ponder about your position in the universe. That doesn't. If someone said, "Yeah, but it's not art," it's like, okay.
Yeah,
I think the
something
meaning is
being
the
art
important
and
bit.
being able to take artistic like things out of it. I think those are two
Yeah, I don't.
completely different things that are actually in no way reliant on one another.
Mhm.
Well, so this would be the. It seems like we've hit bedrock. Then it's the one side of this would be it's the creation, the context of the creation that decides whether or not it's art. The other argument would be it's what it does for a subject. That's what decides whether or not it's art. And at that point, random
Right.
film talk. I'm curious if someone spent 1,000,000 years and all of the talent in every way, shape, and form to construct the most beautiful, piece ever in existence, so to speak, and someone walks up to it and says, I feel the same way about this as I do just a bit of rocks I see on the floor when I'm walking by. Like, and if I feel nothing, basically. I assume that doesn't reduce the art, like the artness of the piece itself.
I feel like that's almost a different question because, um, from my perspective, something being art or not is binary. Something being good or bad is not. It's a sliding scale. I don't think that there's a sliding scale on whether or not something is art because it's a yes or a no.
In that case, it would be yes.
I would say, in that example, the perfect piece of art and the pebble on the road. If the guy walks past and says, "I feel the same about both," then I mean, I would say, yeah, they're both art. There's just there's a massive disparity in the quality, which is an argument that you could then make.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to go that direction. I was trying to.
Oh, okay.
Maybe the pebble confuses it. I'm trying to say he feels nothing. He's completely apathetic about this piece. Absolutely nothing comes to him from it.
So I would say that this is where we're getting into the two different definitions, and
Yeah.
that's why I feel that one, not necessarily both, one of the definitions needs to adhere to at least one. Because if I write a book that's really, really, really good, but I don't show anyone, and then I die, that doesn't change the fact that my book that no one will ever see was art because I created it with, I guess, artistic intent. I was able to get something out of it, and now that I'm dead, or now that the book is gone, or whatever, that doesn't change the fact that it is or was art.
I think
Would
that's
be-
probably very common as a perspective that those two things can make it qualify. But now I'm settled on the intentionality of the creation aspect. I do find that more convincing and more easy to box things in and separate things out, and that I would defend that something I find meaningful doesn't have to be considered art necessarily. Like I can separate those things out, but that I could also find that people be like, how do you separate those things out? Which would lead us further and further, but we can carry on if that's all right.
Yeah, let's do it.
That guy
Certainly.
came up.
I had another thought.
Okay.
So is a garden art?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
the garden-
absolutely.
So let's say we're trying to we're restoring a forest, and then one
What do you
guy
mean?
delivers.
Oh,
You-
restore. You said restoring,
saying-
and then I was like, that confused me. Instead of
Restoring,
restoring,
restoring.
to store it somewhere else, like it
we're
needed
gonna
to be
fix up-
moved or something.
We're gonna fix up a forest by planting some trees. So a guy plants a bunch of trees in a neat little row next to the road, and then arranges them that way backward. Is that art?
I think are you getting at the pachinko example I already gave? It's just adding levels and levels and levels of less and less
Of
control.
randomness. Yeah, because it was. Yeah, I guess so. Because it was gonna. Wow, but again, just for clarity, do you think that's art?
Yeah.
and then we push it to the furthest extreme. He's just flying in a helicopter and just throws them out randomly. Just throws them out, tosses them out. Like
Jackson Pollock
that's-
is an artist.
oh, uh-oh. Well, I mean,
That's
yeah,
not controversial.
yeah.
You're the controversial one right now, Frankie, okay? Trying to imply
He's-
that tossing seeds into a garden wouldn't count as expression.
The
Well, no,
argument you could make there is that he's making the intention of creating randomized art.
So that would be my argument. Yeah, I
if
think
he
that
was-
one counts. I think it counts.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This might go into like I'm not going to be able to determine it. Potentially yes, potentially no. I think it depends on how he goes about doing that.
What? So
but
like if he throws them out
potentially.
gracefully versus just tosses them out like a lunatic.
I mean,
But hey,
kind of. Yeah, like I think
reckon?
there's some element to be said about how he makes it, because technically it's not random. But is he doing this and like with any intention of doing something, or is it really just I just throw him out there? Like in no way is that like him expressing how he does it. It's not really like a conscious effort in any
how do we
sense.
gauge the strength of intent?
I don't know. That's why I don't think that this is one that I could ever answer.
Because in terms of, I
Technically,
feel like
one of them is
intent
true, but I
can't
don't
be
know
a
which one it
binary
is.
either, right? Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Like it's just that I feels like there can be stronger and lesser amounts of of intent. Somebody could view it as
Absolutely.
like way more utility, but still have some tiny amount of consideration for how it's going to look versus somebody who is very, very, very thoughtful about how it's going to look. But yeah, anyway, moving on.
There's plenty of jobs that people do that they do so often and it have become so habitual that they're basically on complete autopilot. Like sometimes if you drive to work, you just like suddenly realize you've arrived and parked into a parking spot and you're at work and you can't remember like anything about the trip. You're just there. You are on such autopilot mode. It's so habitual for you. You don't even remember the conscious act of doing the thing, even though obviously driving to work takes conscious effort. So like that would be an interesting element of, it just goes to show how our brains kind of work and that kind of thing.
Sorry, I've just seen two comments. Much like cleaning, gardening is not art. Okay,
It definitely
dude.
is. I mean, what are those Japanese tree things? Bonsais, right?
Well, it's
Those
just
are
a
yeah.
garden. I mean, hell, like boil it down to just a garden in front of somebody's house that they put a lot of time into making beautiful. That's obviously creative expression, and you would have to concede as well some amount of hard work and talent.
Sometimes I wonder, it's like, do you need to see the example of the person who grows a bunch of green flowers and then a dot yellow and a smile in yellow and then you got a little face? Oh, look at that.
Right beneath it, Jackson Pollock isn't an artist.
He is. Fuck off.
Oh, he is. He is. Yeah, he is.
I know what you're appealing to. You don't like his art, but it's art.
It's
Yeah.
fair that you don't like it though. It's okay.
I'm gatekeeping that shit. He's absolutely an artist, and there's such a thing
He's
as
obviously
thinking
an
that
artist.
art is bad. I'm more than fine with you saying that. You can go ahead, but saying he's not an artist is
He
retarded.
He is not.
He is not. Your comments are art.
Up and ate the banana. That's even more art. I used to hate modern art. I used to think it was too simple, too easy.
The admission here
It's
being
not like
something's gonna be more art than others.
I
Which
assume
I
that
hope
was like a
we'll get into.
passing joke comment.
I hope that's not what he
'Cause-
means.
yeah, because it makes you wonder. I would also
That-
just say quickly as well, the whole like, I used to think like you guys. I used to think modern art was silly, and it's like,
Yeah.
Did you?
okay.
Did you know?
Yeah, you were never one of us.
But I teared up. I discovered the truth.
Oh, I used to be an atheist. It's like, oh, that's not true.
Oh my god.
Now people say that all the fucking time.
They're like,
What,
I
that-
found
that somebody
gourd.
felt like I used to be an atheist and then became religious, you mean?
I hear they say all those videos and stuff. Back when I was an atheist, and then they say something that's like fucking batshit insane. I'm like, oh, okay. Sure.
the Mona Lisa. That's art. I thought it was less valuable than something more realistic because it didn't take as much skill. I
Wait,
used
did
to
he
think
call it the Mona Lisa?
Could be his
It
accent,
sounded
but
like he
yes.
said Mona Lisa, yeah.
Mona Lisa?
Yeah, I guess it's an accent thing. In fact, I've probably said that before. It's just I noticed. It's like, oh my god.
That movie's ruined that fucking picture for me.
Yeah.
I think about it burning and the film being like, this is amazing and she is so cool for burning.
Oh yeah, yeah. That. Oh, why'd you remind me of that? That was
Oh.
like That made me
Memory
really
hold,
upset.
but now here we are. Yeah.
That was really upsetting. I did not like that at all.
Um,
Glass onion.
yeah, he's presenting the like this this is a common perspective, I would argue.
It was too
The-
simple, too easy. It's not like the Mona
Yep.
Lisa. That's art. I thought it was less.
too simple and too
Yeah.
easy, lacks talent, lacks time, lacks effort. That it truly be considered
Which,
strong.
While I
I-
agree it lacks a lot of those things, I don't think that doesn't make it art.
Well,
Art
I
can
guess
be
that's-
easy and simple and that sort of thing.
Well, it's the point the Maul is making is that intuitively it just feels like it's bullshit, you know. Like this one took
Yeah, I
hard
think-
work. This painting was made in the 15th century that would have taken like 5 years to construct using like much cruder instruments than we have now versus like
People intend to
something
insult
that-
things when they say they're not art. That's the goal.
Yes, pretty much.
And
Like,
It reminds
especially
me of our React
artists.
discussion.
People don't
You
like
think it
calling
has
Ryan
to-
Johnson an artist. They're like, he's not. And it's like, no, he is.
he obviously is. I just think he sucks.
Yeah, it does remind us of our React discussion where there is this element in our brains that's like, man, you just took that and he worked hard on it and you're making all this money off of it. And like, I don't know, there's something about that that makes me go, that's not.
Well, I think it's just that a lot of people value the sense of like fairness and the idea that like something that you whipped up in an afternoon can be put on the same level as something that somebody worked on for years that has like clear and obvious talent behind it. There's something about that doesn't feel right intuitively.
I feel like he's potentially conflating the idea of how valuable something is as art with the question as to whether or not something is art in the first place.
Yeah, because throwing in the word valuable in there, that definitely shakes everything
Valuable.
up. It's like, whoa, hang on. Because valuable to
We're not
who?
there yet.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Less
And then
valuable.
like if we were talking about intrinsic value, the value like monetarily or how each individual God damn it knows how each individual person values it. That's like a whole different fucking conversation. We gotta figure out what art is first before we can talk about that.
Yeah.
And ate the banana. That's even more art. I used to hate modern art. I used to think it was too simple, too easy. It's not like the Mona Lisa. That's art. I thought it was less valuable than something more.
Yeah, I don't even buy that this is a perspective he has, because modern art as a
Yeah.
whole, there's plenty of incredible works in modern art. Like, you'll find them.
What does modern
Yeah,
art even
there are
mean?
plenty of
It's like,
disgustingly hideous sculptures that must have taken months to make.
There's that.
so-
well,
so,
yeah.
I think,
yeah. I was going to say that there are still things that we would all be very impressed by and do take like a lot of work as well. They're out there.
Yeah. Well, I think it's I don't know if it was either you, Mola, or Rags who said it that modern art. It's like that's not a great title for it because when people say modern art, they don't mean art that was recently created. They mean
Yeah,
something
yeah.
else.
Well, and it's certainly bad for this video, because if he's mainly saying, well, modern art, I mean the art that I think is, and then all the descriptors he just describes as modern art. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, just, well, that was pointless. If you just mean the ones that you thought were shit. You know what I mean? Like, in a video about modern art, we had this problem with Philosophy Tube and others, where it's just like, this is the one where you really need to be careful with the words you use.
Yes.
More realistic because it didn't take as much skill. I used to think that until I actually went to an art museum and I learned about the stuff I was looking at. I
Damn,
learned
that was the opposite for me. I learned about modern
Yep.
art by going to a museum.
The
and I
opposite
didn't
for me
like
as well.
yeah, that's the
the big realization that it wasn't, and so this is super interesting too, because that red splotch one I was talking about, where I was asking different people and nobody was drawing anything out of it. If someone says to me then, oh yeah, but you didn't read the history of it, I'd be like, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
But I need all of this third-party material to get it. You know.
Yeah, like there is an element of how much. What is to be said about a piece of art that exists only as a way to convey an idea, maybe, or a story that in no way actually requires the expression itself? If I'm supposed to look at a block on the ground and it's like, well, this represents that's, so it's really not even about the block. At what point I'm like,
Yeah, well,
why'd you make the block?
Well, I think that's I mean, a lot of our discussions, right, about like movies and TV shows and video games. Well, a lot of it, all of it.
Oh yeah, with themes.
We're trying to draw things from what actually exists in the story that we can point to clearly. And usually it's it's pretty obvious, right? What's the intent is a lot of the time, but like the idea that you can like derive a whole bunch of things that exist like completely and utterly independent of the original creation kind of makes you wonder like, why am I even here like consuming this?
Yeah,
If everything I draw from it doesn't exist from this thing that I'm looking at.
That red
we
blotch.
talked about this with themes, yeah.
If the plaque of its history was basically just the entire story of Lord of the Rings, and the red blotch is supposed to represent the Eye of Sauron, I'd be like, okay, that, I mean...
I mean, you
like,
say that, but like, I don't know if I believe you.
Well, and if someone was to try and argue, like, all of that meaning that I just got out of reading that history or / context...
Well, I feel like, the
like
history reading would be the art.
Yeah, of
Well,
course.
not the art. It would be the better thing.
the thing that I drew all of the great meaning
the thing
from.
that you drew the meaning from, yeah, rather than the other thing.
And so, like, the fact that he said what changed his mind so much was discovering the context for the creation of, like, these things and seeing them in a gallery, which, by the way, what a self-report. Like, I came to this conclusion well after going to galleries. Like, why were you so proudly ripping into art when you hadn't seen any of it, like, in person? All of the stuff that he's been... And I wonder, too,
Well, I mean,
like, what does it mean that none of it survives being taken a photo of and seen on, like, Google Images or shared online? All of it dies when it hits that point? Really?
That's kind of fascinating, isn't it?
Because the robot
I mean,
example, I only showed a picture of it, and...
and I still... Well, and I mean, of course, if, you know, a theater play, like, if you record that, and then I watch that, you know, it's not like I lose everything from that experience.
Yeah.
If I watch a recording of a play, rather than seeing it in person, or, you know, like a recording of a concert rather than seeing it in person.
Exactly.
Or an orchestra, exactly.
There's a difference. But
there's obviously
still
a difference.
definitely, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a good example actually, because obviously the acoustics of like the room that you're in and being in that is going to be different than like, you know, like how it's recorded, anything post-processing or anything, even just the quality of the microphone. It changes the experience, but I mean, there's still, you know, like how much do you lose compared to the idea that you lose everything by like looking at a picture of a piece of modern art rather than going to see it in the gallery.
I'll give you an example.
It's moving or something.
I'll give you an America moment example on this trip I made recently. A lot of us went out there, and there were about 10 or so of us, and we're all pretty big gun guys. And a lot of us brought firearms with us, and we went to a range outdoors. And at the end, we'd been out there for hours, but at the end, before we packed up and left, 10 of us got in a row. We all loaded up our guns, our ARs and AKs and Garands and all the stuff that had been brought. And we just unloaded everything at the same time. One final little foof, you know, before we left. And the concussive force and the dust and the noise was like legitimately an intense experience that I've never felt before. But how many times in video games and in movies have you seen a bunch of people shooting and it just has like no effect on you whatsoever? But actually being there with all those guns to the left and the right and you going and the heat of it all and the casings hitting the ground and the noise, it was legitimately intense and incredible.
And how do you feel about that as art?
Oh, it was glorious.
Wow.
So just quickly
Context,
before you
the
hit play,
context.
there's something that he said that I wanted to hear him say it twice because I wasn't sure if I misheard him. I don't like that he's equating difficulty with the artness of something.
True.
Well,
Because, like, as an example, making a film that involves dogs or children or just animals in general, not that children are animals, I guess, but you know what I mean.
Animals are worse, yeah.
That's really hard to do, especially I'm thinking of the 101 Dalmatians live action. Loads and loads of dogs, most of them puppies. Getting them to do what you want is going to be really, really hard, which makes it impressive, but it doesn't make it more art than, let's say, the exact same film that just used visual effects for all of the dogs.
I think he's presenting that perspective as the wrong one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's saying he learned from having that perspective. That was wrong.
Yeah.
By going to a gallery.
Something more
He
realistic.
was saying, like, you know, the Mona Lisa being art is because of, like, more effort and talent put into the other one's simple and, you know, lame.
Because it didn't take as much skill. I used to think that until I actually went to an art museum and I learned about the stuff I was looking at. I learned the contexts, the purpose,
you idiots.
the skill behind.
Interesting.
Hmm.
You learned about it.
Makes me wonder, yeah, the background of it, the lore of it is the deciding factor then, which is very, very strange. As a You know,
it can
'cause,
affect your perception. It can affect your enjoyment.
Absolutely, it can affect
Again,
those
it's
things.
if he's going to fall back on whether that makes it art or not, I just don't see how he can make that
So-
argument. If he is going
so
to
the
make that
thing-
argument.
The thing that's awkward for me is that when he says that, my impression is, so they convinced you. Like,
Well,
you
you know, you have two Jackson Pollock paintings. One he made as an expression of his rage toward his marriage or something, and the desperation of trying to make ends meet through blah blah blah. And it's supposed to talk about the calamity that is the universe coming down on him or something. And the other one, he was like, I was bored and I just splattered some shit. I'm guessing he would his perspective now that it used to be that he'd think of them as the same, but now if he heard those contexts behind both of them, one of them would become super art and the other one would be like meh.
I guess it's really interesting because if you presented them and they look like basically identical to me, if you explain this, like, well, that one he was just fucking around, but that one that meant a lot. It'd be like, okay, like it doesn't really change anything about how I feel about it, you know. Like I still don't really value it all that much.
And by the way, the same goes the other direction, right? You see something you think is incredible, then someone says he made that like out of boredom. He was half asleep when he made it. I'd be like, I don't care.
Like, okay, it's still valuable to me. Yeah.
And this goes
I think I
again-
would sort of, by default, generally value, like all things being equal, the one that took more effort, and I guess to do, I think in a way seems a bit more valuable. But
I always appreciate
not many
aspects of that, like
necessarily.
stuff behind the
like-
scenes, filmmaking stuff when they talk about like efforts that you didn't even know about. They were like, oh, they had to overcome this incredibly difficult thing. It can make the scene more meaningful when you watch it again in future. But of course,
Definitely.
I try not to let it's almost the death of the author, like tangential thing of you know, someone saying like, actually, did you know how shit this was in terms of creation? This happened, and you're just like, well, it is what it is now. For example, mistreatment of actors. Like, this scene's incredible, but did you know that they were like whipped to get them to do this? You're like, oh well, that's unfortunate and bad and wrong and illegal, but it's a really fucking good scene.
It is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes the thing is the thing. The backstory and the info can give you a different appreciation for it, and in a way can help you value it differently. But not necessarily. But sometimes,
making these pieces. And it started to make sense. And since then, I feel like I've only benefited from having more of an open-minded
Super Mario
perspective.
Galaxy
about-
music.
Why not?
It sounds like the the ones where you're in outer space, basically zero gravity, and then you grab onto the different like grappling points to get Mario across. That's what the music sounds like. Yeah, I think so.
That's beautiful.
How was that?
Yeah, no, Super Mario Galaxy soundtrack. God, I fucking love it. It's so good.
You made it sound excellent just now.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's not bad,
I mean, guys, chat. That was art. Okay, it was.
Indefensible. What's interesting there is he just said that that process, he would describe it as having more of an open mind. I wonder in isolation if it really is or not, going from you treat a piece as is, as presented, or you adhere to whatever you're told about the piece's history. Which is the more open mind, would you say?
Wait, sorry?
So
Could you say that
he's
again?
described himself as having upgraded. He's got more of an open mind
yes.
now that, and I understand his logic is that he went from, the piece is what it is to me versus the piece is what it is to me. But also, I'm interested in hearing what people have to say about its creation / the creators, blah blah blah. But one could argue easily the opposite, which is that he's being told what to think and feel about it.
So the awkward thing for me is like, I don't know. I feel pretty cynical about sort of like it. Sometimes I get the impression that the way that some people would talk about modern art is essentially kind of like man, look
Like
at how
a way
enlightened
for
and
them to-
knowledgeable and I am.
Yeah.
I can distinguish myself from the plebs because of my greater appreciation for art. Sometimes I get that impression. It's kind of like it's almost like a cope to try and make yourself feel like more special.
You know what
Form
reminds
of
me of
elitism.
is Chris Stuckman continuously watching Blade Runner until he had the correct opinion.
Yeah. That one is
That is not-
fascinating, right?
That
Because
was,
it's like you're a film guy, you're meant to like Blade Runner, you didn't, and you had to keep watching it and watching it and watching it until you could make yourself hold the perspective you were meant to have.
That's not indicative of an open mind to me. It's one that's desperate to follow the trends.
Well, I think
Inform,
I don't know if I'd describe it as like open or closed mind. It's just like a weird way to approach art. It feels like less pure, doesn't it? It's like too mired in how you'll be perceived, or like how the way that you're supposed to think, the perspectives you're supposed to have. It's like Peter, right? When they're all yelling at him because he said he didn't care for the Godfather. You know, that's Peter's got the perspective he's not supposed to have, and then
Yeah.
and you know, then they gun for him over it, even though all he said is he didn't
think,
care for it.
The open mind aspect is being open to the new information, but that does not define, like, you know, quality now. Like, that's the next step of deciding whether or not you believe that additional information changes anything. Was it stuff you missed? Was it stuff you miscontextualized or misunderstood? Or do you just think what they just said is kind of bullshit? It's kind of made up. It's kind of a lie, or something that doesn't relate to the thing, or doesn't change the thing.
It almost feels like there's something there that's worth, you know, considering and listening to, right? That there's like something calling out from deep within your soul of like,
Well, and there's also a purity of being like, I don't care how the thing was made. I don't care what the author says the meaning of it is. I'm going to appreciate it as is.
Again, I think it is, you know, it's kind of the reason why death of the author is an interesting concept beyond the concept itself, is the idea that like it is intuitive in a sense, but then it's almost like some people kind of get taught out of valuing that it's like, well, no, there always has to be, you always have to have like the intent. That's this. I'm trying to organize this thought in real time. It feels like somebody could be convinced out of like feeling that death of the author is true, and that like intention is something that has to be like inextricable from their analysis of it. Like they have to. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going with this thought.
Okay.
Do you think the death of the author is like intuitive? Do you think that that's something that people like, whether or not they've heard of the concept, is something that they apply?
When you gather a huge, take for example The Grey. If someone watched that movie and got an invigorating sense of sort of you know, wanting to live and experience meaning and move on and change their life, and someone said, you know, no, that's not what that movie's about. It's just an action film about guys escaping wolves. Like the director and writer told them that, I would hope that they'd be like, I don't care if you think that. That's not what the movie's about. And that to me is death of the author, right? Like, to stand in the way of the intention if the thing itself matches enough that you can draw whatever you drew out of it. And I think that a lot of people would experience that and understand it very well if they had those kinds of potent experiences. Because that's a very strange hypothetical. That would probably never happen, right? It's not going to be such a blatant interpretation of a thing that the author is like, nope, not intentional whatsoever. But it has happened. It is out there.
Like, I think I would probably say that what the author or the writer has to say about a particular piece of art is likely or possibly going to change your perception. But that doesn't, as you said, it doesn't change what the piece of art actually is.
Yeah, and I think the intuitive position is that the author decides what the meaning is.
I guess but I guess where I'm going with that thought is like, how common do you think that it is that somebody would like go and try and find out what the author? How often do you think it is that somebody watches a movie and then tries to go and find out exactly like what the creator of that film or the creators of that film were like going for? How many people would
don't believe that happens much at all. However, if I showed my dad like some movie and then I said, this movie was about communism, by the way, he'd be like, oh yeah? And I go, yeah, the director said. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah.
Right.
He wouldn't go like, I don't think so, because blah, blah, blah. He'd be like, sure, you know, he would know best. He's the guy who made it.
That it's not common that somebody will, even if somebody holds a perspective that like what the creator says essentially determines what it's about, that even if somebody believes that, it doesn't mean that they're likely to go and find that out every time they go watch a film or read a book. And it's like, well, now I need to know what the creator said to like form the complete perception of this creation.
I mean, I always appreciate additional information from different contexts. Even any random person being like, my take on this thing was this. And I'm like, that sounds insane. Let's hear it. Like, you know, that's always fun.
It's like, I guess my question is ultimately, how often do you think a normie is looking at behind the scenes stuff?
Not much at all.
It'll depend partly, I think, on what, if we're talking films, what the film is. Because if the film, if it's your regular, you know, whatever is out, you know, Marvel in cinemas, Star Wars or Marvel, most of the time, basically, you know, those films are designed so that when you watch them, you should hopefully be able to understand them. Is I think the goal. Whereas if you had a quote unquote normie watch something that was a little bit more abstract and it didn't hold your hand quite as much, and they watched it and they were like, I don't know how to feel about that. I'm going to go and do some research and do some reading, and then it clicks or doesn't click, and then they then have a greater understanding of their opinion of the film based on additional information. Like one example, have any of you guys seen the film Mother, Darren Aronofsky?
No, not yet.
No.
Okay, I'll completely avoid spoilers, but let's just say that the film, if you don't know what the allegory of the film is going into it, which I did not, and if you don't kind of get it while you're watching it, then the film is almost going to seem like incoherent nonsense. And for some reason, it just didn't click with me when I saw it, and I watched it and was like, well, I feel like there was a point to that, but I can't work out what that was. Did a little bit of reading, and it was a very coherent, might not be the right word, but a strong allegory for something in particular. And it was like, okay, that explains everything. My opinion of this film has now gone up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean that can happen, right, when you get information. But I mean, it almost feels like it wouldn't be appealing specifically to the fact that you like that it was, you know, the author's. It'd be like it makes it all coalesce. It makes something click, right, in your own
Yes.
assessment of the film. It's like, this is new information that helps you. Kind of in the same way that, like, you know, watching more films can make it easier to understand and appreciate, or, you know, grow to dislike other films. It's just new experiences changes how you go into something.
Yeah, the equivalent with the Lord of the Rings lore on that blotch of red, it would be more so like a paragraph's worth, and it's a really well drawn image, but you couldn't quite make out what, like, maybe there's flames, and then there's some chains, there's some demon creatures. You're just like, is this hell? I don't know. Then the paragraph is like, no, this is a representation of heaven from the viewpoint of someone who, you know, hates the idea of conformity / pleasure or something. You read all that and you're like, okay. And then you look back at the image and you're like, oh, because that's the, okay, now, yeah, I get it all. As opposed to the red blotch, where you look back at it and you're like, what? I don't, you know, that additional context has done absolutely nothing. In fact, I think you're just cheating. Like, you're adding a bunch of stuff that's not actually there. But that's just, you know, that's going to be down to the individual again, probably.
About art.
Wow. I guess he was having a bad day that day.
Yeah, modern art can be weird and frustrating and confusing, but rather than embracing and trying to understand those feelings and why you feel them, so many people choose to let that frustration trick them into thinking the art is at fault.
It's not. How is it being tricked?
Tricked is an interesting word to use here, isn't it?
What exactly? Can we wind it back 5 seconds? I think I need to hear that again.
All he's saying is that people take modern art to be weird and strange, and they don't quite understand it, and that they'll be tricked into their position as opposed to genuinely thinking that it is strange and weird.
Well, yeah. So this is kind of funny, right? It's being spoken like the way he's saying it is meant to be like a more of a you know, it's okay, but like what's just been said there is pretty hilarious.
Well, is the art ever at fault? Ever?
No, never. Maybe. I don't. Well, maybe.
Maybe.
That's not true.
I don't
It's
know
like a defense mechanism for nuance. Before we get into it, though, this video is sponsored by Raycon.
Defense mechanism for nuance.
I don't understand that.
Oh, no.
Does it mean
Nothing
that-
really. No.
Now. It's summertime. Now. And the song of the summer is already here. It's Pineapple Upside
it?
Down by Queef Jerky.
Pineapple upside down, yeah, in the toilet, I make a brown, yeah, in
What the fuck?
Okay,
Oh, that's so. While technically that's art, it's what we call really shitty art. So,
make some motion to the sound, yeah.
I'm in.
My God.
I don't want to be rude, but when we were talking about how difficult something is mattering,
my,
You know what's funny?
My perspective on art is changing as we speak.
It's multi-layered.
he's convincing me.
Because not only does the thing itself seem, no offense, shit. It's totally art, though. I'm not going to take that away from you.
Yeah, it's
The
art,
way
it's
you
art.
incorporated it into this piece of art, being the video, was pretty bad, my dude. We just went from like a very fundamental and important statement to time for my Raycon ad. It's summer's music time. Blah, 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 blah. This is like, what the fuck? Like, I was not ready for this
Song
roller
of-
coaster. Okay.
Yeah, we already
Pacing.
have a song for the summer, and it's Kokomo by the Beach Boys.
There you
So
go.
we no longer need your cake toilet song. Thank you very much.
in that. And if you want to hear the new song, you're going to need premium audio. And thanks to Raycon,
Well,
I'm
you're not
giving
going
I
to
want
need
no
it.
audio.
you need to be
I
able to
don't
hear
need
Pineapple
it,
Upside
but-
Down.
You
with.
need it, Frank. You need premium audio.
Okay, I need Raycon quality to listen to this wonderful song.
They're
that
one
I
of the
never
more
wanna hear.
like seemingly reliable sponsorships, right? They're
Oh,
like,
yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're just making headphones, right? So
Yeah.
they're probably pretty
Raycon.
chill.
You have to. Raycon's wireless earbuds start at just half the price of other premium audio brands, but you get all the same kind of juicy sound quality in there. They have
Sweet.
noise isolation, 32-hour battery life. You already
Whoa.
know. We already know all this. Listen, Mike
oh, okay, we already knew. Just move on. No need for the ad.
Tyson, Snoop Dogg, Ray J, Ethan
Oh,
is
I've just
online.
noticed.
What
So
do we-
he's got Garfield, he's got an Among Us guy, he's got Totodile, and he's got is that Sonic holding like an Xbox 360 controller?
PS5, isn't it?
It's
Yeah, it's a PlayStation
Or is
controller
that
of
the
some kind.
PlayStation? Oh right. Oh yeah. Both of the analog sticks are at the bottom there.
got
Ah,
two Among
okay,
Us.
interesting.
That is
Yeah.
not something I expected you to make the mistake of, Frankie. I'm surprised.
I think it's because the text is like over it right now, and I'm just trying
It
to.
is, yeah.
Oh yeah. That's a PS4 controller, right?
Well, it's one of them. Obviously, being red, I can't
Yeah.
quite tell.
Yeah, that's a PS4. I think that's not the DualSense. I think that's a DualShock 4. Oh, and he's got Spider-Man. He's got another Among Us down there.
Is Among Us art? I wonder what he thinks.
Yeah. Well, video
Absolutely.
games are
That's-
art.
that's-
I mean,
that's
as has
high
been
art.
settled, Roger Ebert was totally wrong when he
What?
said video games are art.
You're taking him
That
out of
was an absurd
context.
thing- That was an absurd thing to say, but
He's
you
not
know.
the only one who said it. I'm pretty sure Amazed Atheist said it back in the day that video games don't count.
Yeah,
All right, a lot of
people say
people
that.
can be wrong, as we've discovered.
That's so
annoying.
fucking nuts,
That's really
though. Like, why would
When
you?
did
Yeah.
he say that?
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly when it was, but
Oh, I think it was in the 2000s. It wasn't like even if you said it in the 80s, you'd still be wrong. Super Mario Brothers is art, but
Dude,
like I think
Pong,
it was
like
even more
it's
recent
art.
than that.
Why would you even suggest otherwise?
Well,
Yeah.
I can
Like,
understand
Pong is
someone
art.
saying that Pong is not art. I don't agree, but I can understand that.
I don't
just-
think I can understand like a film guy saying that. I don't think I can understand a guy
Anyone who's
job
familiar
is,
with
like,
art as a
Yeah,
concept
these are the
should not be
people
saying
who
that.
should never say that. Yeah,
Yeah.
you expect better from these people.
I guess so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, maybe not amazing atheists, but you expect better.
Someone said that's
Whatever.
actually TJ's least worst take.
Probably.
we all have in common. We love Raycon. There's so many different colors to choose from,
Raycon,
different fits, different
yeah.
patterns, different styles.
Yay.
You're definitely going to find the pair that's made for you. You will. Raycon even has a
Whoa.
30-day return policy, so if for
Oh,
whatever reason you
amazing.
don't love the earbuds,
Yeah.
you can send them right back, and they won't ask
That
you
was
any
cinematic,
questions.
that
They're not
shot, by the
allowed.
way.
I listen to music every day. I can't stop. My new song just sounds so good, and I like using Raycons
I mean,
because
I'm
it's just a
glad
quick
that
and
you're
easy
proud
way
of
to get
your-
that juicy
Yeah,
premium
okay.
sound quality without breaking the bank. If you click the link in the description, you can get 15% off your Raycon purchase,
Whoa.
or go to buyraycon.com.
Is there anything
Wow.
wrong with
That's
just
so many
like buying
percents.
like relatively cheaper? Like how much different is the sound quality in terms of
All
the
right.
in-ear earphones?
I don't
Oh,
know.
no.
I can't speak to in-ear stuff, but it's weird. I'm referencing a lot. But on my trip, a friend of mine, Dion, he brought some headphones, and they were like $900 headphones.
Jeez.
And he wanted me to listen to them. He said, "Listen to these," and they were fucking incredible to the point where I'm like legitimately considering buying some.
Ooh.
So, I guess it's one of those things where maybe it's like
Hmm.
monitors, I suppose, and FPS and stuff like that. Sometimes you just kind of have to experience it to know. But with sound, I guess in-ear stuff is getting so good that
I
know
guess
there's going to be
so.
a big difference.
Because like I understand over-ear headphones, that makes a lot more sense to me in terms of like a massive difference in terms of the way that
Yeah.
they sound, like a $20 over-ear versus like a $400, $500.
I guess it's
one.
inevitable.
Yeah,
technology
lots
and
of time and everything.
how we're able to cram so much into little, spaces, the head, in-ear stuff. If we've probably come a long way since the first ones. I know growing up as a kid, I had some, and they were fine, but yeah, I bet modern ones are really good.
I mean,
I'm not
yeah,
an in-ear guy.
I have a hard time describing anything like that is wireless as anything approaching like audiophile level of quality. And I'm currently using a wireless headset, but I don't use this when I'm doing any audio work
What is,
because. Go on, sorry.
What is your favorite audio file? Because I think it's like MP3 for me is a classic. I really enjoy that one. I know
Well-
there's some others, but I'm just not that really into
WAV,
the
come
hobby
on.
to know much of the difference.
So
WNKV is very good. That's right.
this is the thing, is on something like I don't know Raycons because I don't own any, but like I have wireless earbuds that look similar to that. And on those, you basically can't tell the difference between like different bit rates and different file types and all that kind of thing. Whereas if you're wearing like the really nice $900 headphones that you mentioned, you'll absolutely be able to tell the difference between an MP3 and like a lossless audio file format. And that's one of the things that like mastering engineers kind of lament now, is that they're, you spend however much money on all of the gear to write and record a song, you get it mixed, you get it mastered, and then it gets played on like $50 earbuds. So what was the fucking
Yeah.
point?
I guess,
There is
you
even
know,
the
the same
like the. You go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's probably the same, right? For in terms of films, and then someone puts it on their like shitty, like badly color corrected TV.
Watching Oppenheimer on
kind
your
of-
mobile phone,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
the way it was intended, with what's it called, Subway Surfers on the bottom of it.
I use a program to download the audio from YouTube videos, and depending on the program or the site that you use, you will absolutely be able to hear the difference depending on the song. Some songs, just the way that they sound and the wave formats and stuff that they use, just if they're in low quality, you will hear some I don't even know, call it ratchety rumbling or whatever it is. So
Yeah,
well, such
a
is
lot of
life.
that is going to be due to the compression that YouTube puts on audio, which again is an issue for mastering engineers when they try to get something sounding as good as possible on really nice speakers, and then it gets crunched to hell and back when it gets uploaded to YouTube.
There's
Like
some way to get like different qualities though, out of YouTube videos. Some sites will only.
Well, do you
I use.
you get
well, I
better
use-
quality with premium right now?
you
yeah,
do.
I use 4K 4K YouTube to MP3, and they had a sale, and there's a company that makes a bunch of them. They make the 4K video downloader, and I have the premium for them, and there is an actual difference whenever I download the audio from a YouTube video. It literally does sound better. It uses like a higher thing to get the audio from it, so there's
Yes.
a difference.
Yeah, there definitely is, but the cap on it is going to be whatever YouTube can handle, which is not going to be lossless. I don't know what it is, but like in the case of,
It won't be like what you download from iTunes or something. You'll be
yes,
You'll be downloading like probably about the best you can because they're selling to you from like a premium store.
yeah, and like on 99% of speakers or headphones or Raycons or whatever, no one is going to know the difference. Like you will only really notice the difference between that kind of thing if you're on high-end equipment,
Yes, and
or if you have unbelievably good ears.
yeah, I think yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's important too. Knowing kind of like you got to be able to know the difference because a lot of people could know the difference, but until you actually like sit down
Yeah,
and try
learn the
different
difference.
things, yeah, it actually really is. Yeah, learning the difference. I mean, frame rate's the same way as I mentioned earlier. Years and years ago when I was just on an Xbox 360, I didn't even know what frame rate was. It's something you have to learn.
You didn't know, but you knew when you played
Yeah,
certain games.
BioShock. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
BioShock
Call of
had the
Duty.
60 FPS mode, and I was like, what's happening? Because you could turn it off and on. You're like, you want the quality mode or the smooth mode? And I'm like, the smooth mode is so fucking amazing. I don't even know why it is. It's just like better. It's smoother. I couldn't put a name to it, but
I would
yeah.
say it's something that probably contributed to Call of Duty's success on consoles was that it was 60 FPS when a lot of other first-person shooters were 30.
Yep,
It's like you
Battlefield
didn't know,
Bad Company
but they
2 was
knew.
30.
Yeah.
Battlefield 3 was about 17. So yeah,
Not bad, not bad.
not bad.
By the way, having partially brought it up, if ever you unfortunately get drawn into some shorts ever, or those kinds of formats, sometimes you'll see how maybe like a manufactured like food is made, or whatever products on a mass scale, and it's like fascinating how the machines are all set to work and what it can do. Sometimes you'll see someone woodworking, someone working with like locks or any particular field that they're in. And then I just got uniquely sad that there was a podcast clip in the top left, top right was one of the manufacturing things for like jelly or whatever the fuck. And then bottom left was Subway Surfers and bottom right was someone chopping wood. And I was like, good God. Like the top left was the content, quote unquote. The rest of the visuals were just there to keep you there. And that is uniquely
Okay.
just like not
You've
only is
become
it stealing
so-
all that other stuff, but it's like this is popular. It had like millions of views, and I was like, oh my god.
Are you that lacking in attention span that you have to have 4 things happening on the screen at one time?
Have you seen those memes where it's like the cinema and it has Oppenheimer, and then it does have like Subway Surfers on the left and someone like playing a game on the right? It's,
Someone's chair reacting to it.
yeah, it's just like, good god, I hope this is a trend that dies quickly. Like it doesn't actually have a foothold in culture at all. Because
Again, for 15% off your Raycon purchase. Thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring the video. Please check out Raycon. It does really help the channel. And that's it. Of course, there's a political component, right? All art is inherently political.
What?
Yeah, definitely.
That
So-
came out of nowhere.
I think the only way to make this true devalues the concept so much that it's not even worth mentioning at that point.
Yeah, pretty much.
that's why I'm
Like,
happy to say no. I would prefer an argument, but like when we can develop into it. But just like I just hate hearing that so much. All
Yeah,
art,
he's just saying it's exactly. All art's just political.
It's just all art is political,
is
and then you just sit
inherently.
there and you're like, okay, so like I don't know, you just draw a tree like on a piece of paper.
the
you
tree
just draw a
existing and
tree.
represents freedom in a society.
Yeah,
There's blah 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 blah
okay,
blah blah.
yeah, all right, yeah.
If we keep
all right.
chopping them down, then you wouldn't know what a tree is.
Yeah.
Or something.
Hey, just a planet in space on its lonesome, just out there.
I
just sitting
do.
there.
Well, like,
You know?
yeah, because if someone said like a stroke of literally a pencil line, and then they're like, "Yeah, where was that pencil from? Who made it?" And you're like, "I didn't. That's not my art. This the pencil line." Like, oh yeah. Well, where's the lead coming?
yeah,
Do you know how
what
lead
if
was
it-
putting
what if-
pencils back?
yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I'm
Like,
not talking about that.
okay,
This is a
yeah.
fucking line.
Yeah, okay,
But
yeah,
I feel like that's what
fun
they-
memes, good memes. Yeah.
That's the meme I despise and always have done. And is that, you know, it goes both ways, right? The cartoon version of that on the other side is that there are no politics.
I love when games weren't political, and it's Modern Warfare 2, Metal Gear Solid, BioShock.
Well, that's
and...
the only time when when this started rising to prominence. This whole, I mean, it always existed, but it really started to pick up steam and these online political spaces was because there was a lot of games that came out with very down your throat, overt, shitty political messages, and a lot of people were
Yeah,
like,
that's the
"Can you please keep the
truth.
politics out of my games?"
Well, yeah, what
And that's
people meant
what they
was
mean.
they didn't
Yeah.
like shittily conveyed, over, heavy-handed lecturing,
Preaching
like
versus presentation.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yes,
it's
yeah.
not that they don't like politics. It's just that, and at that point, it's like, how good faith do we want to be? Are we even interested in understanding what the other person is
Well,
saying?
and
or
by
are
the
we just
way,
looking for guns?
just to we can be the even more progressive people here. If someone plays BioShock and adores it and talks about everything they learned about whatever particular thing, and then you say, what do you think it has to say about objectivism? And then they go, huh? I didn't notice
What is
anything
that?
about
I've
that.
never heard of that.
Yeah, and I
concept
didn't.
ever.
And you're like, okay, what do you think it has to say? And you're just like, nope, didn't notice any of that. I was just thinking about how what it has to say about society and how it can crumble, just in general, any society.
Mhm.
And does that
then,
make them
well,
wrong?
That's inherently political. Yeah, they're playing games wrong. You fuck.
And
I'm not saying that you're playing games wrong, but you're playing games wrong.
that's the thing.
Why did you say that?
Because he thought he was
but
right.
For movies. Yes, of course.
I feel like there's an extremist bad take in all directions for this topic, but the one that gets misrepresented all the time is the one that says, like, good God, I hate having the moment where the character grabs the camera and explains to me their thoughts and feelings from the writer as to what the problems with the world are and how to correct them. And then someone else goes like, yeah, all art is that. Like, no, it's not.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, can we appreciate that it's obviously not all that?
Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
the politics? Wait, I was about to say
Don't
what's
do
the
it.
politics of Mario, and then
Don't
I
do it.
realized, oh yeah, right, yeah.
The Mushroom
No.
Kingdom is a monarchy.
Yeah,
and the blah, 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 blah,
that's
blah.
right. Yeah,
No.
and then the gender dynamics between Mario and Peach, and all right.
What's
And
the
I mean,
politics of
yeah.
the banana?
Represents the
What is the
industries of
politics of the
fruit
banana?
trades.
Yeah, that's right. It's exactly. And the
Yeah,
exploitation
the banana
of
republics. That's right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. See,
Soul
isn't
and the
this great
influence of
conversation?
capitalists, yeah.
Well,
Isn't
yeah,
this
'cause-
wonderful way to talk about art?
Okay, because everything that you just said is about bananas, not that banana.
Yeah.
So it's like you're not
That banana
drawing
is a
any kind of
monster, man.
political messaging out of the piece of art itself.
Well,
You're drawing it out of what you think it is.
You wonder if they think all art is political is valid. Is all art is sociological valid? Is all art technological valid? Is all art philosophical? Is that valid? And if so, then it really does dampen everything, doesn't it? It's just like everything is everything. Why are we doing this? Stop. Categorize it with meaning instead of just throwing everything on there and feeling... Because there's always a sense of superiority that tends to be delivered with that line. It's all political, you silly idiot.
Yeah, exactly. You Philistine, you plebeian, you simpleton.
I'm really curious what direction he's going to take this in, because I can't
So many
begin to
directions.
guess.
Either in its influences, messages, or implications. 101, guys.
Either in its messages, influences, or implications, it's gonna be political. So,
Awesome. Cool.
What are the
Okay, so
implications of the banana?
What I don't know. What about just like I don't know. What about like an elephant making a painting or something? You know.
it's political. Who owns the elephant? Who allowed him the tools? Who
yeah,
kept him where he is?
yeah,
This is what I mean. If you're gonna
Let me
expand
talk to
it
you about
that far,
Republicans.
like if he actually legitimately argued, like the child who made the finger painting does belong to a capitalist society, you just be like, so what? You know, like you take that context, then yeah, just everything is everything. Like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Stuff. Art critique is really just opinion, but a lot of people let right-wing propaganda cloud their judgment of modern art.
What? The
Gonna need a reference on that.
Well, whenever this comes up, immediately switch out the keyword and see if the sentence still lines up. And it's like, right-wing propaganda makes people think particular things about art. It's like, yeah, but it couldn't possibly happen with left-wing propaganda, could it? Like, that wouldn't happen. Nope.
Well, why? Unless this is why I don't know where he's going with it. Because if he were to just be, I guess, apolitical and say all art is inherently political to some degree, and it's influenced by the right and the left or whatever, then that's an argument that I could potentially be convinced on. Like, I don't think I agree, but just straight up saying
It wouldn't
the
even be
right are
right or
trying to
left.
trick
It's
you.
just anything. Anyone can
Yeah.
sort of convince you that an artwork means a particular thing with their own sort of rhetoric. That's more than possible, yeah. Like, but, you know, that's the thing about videos. When they say, like, this person... you know, a good example would be Kag in Quantumania when he said that don't trust Janet because she changes her mind. It's like, everybody does. What do you mean?
Its influences, messages, or implications. 101, guys, this is baby stuff. Art critique is really just opinion, but a lot of people let right-wing propaganda cloud their judgment of modern art, whether they realize it or not. All because it helps them feel better in not wanting to engage with it. In an ideal...
They allow right-wing propaganda to essentially cloud their judgment on a thing because it makes them feel better about having not to engage with it. That's a theory.
I've got nothing. Sorry.
I mean, I just disagree, so like, I have to go further.
conservative world, art is interpreted for people through a YouTube video full of lying, misinformation, emotional manipulation.
So this is one of the most fascinating fucking statements he could have made, considering if you were to summarize what he's done so far, it is to say, people interpret art in a particular way. They are wrong. I used to do it too. I do it right now. And the right way that I do it is to be told what the message behind the piece is. And he just know all of that, and then listen to how he summarizes the bad videos.
In not wanting to engage with it. In an ideal conservative world, art is interpreted for people through a YouTube video full of lying, misinformation, emotional manipulation, false...
Do you get it? Like,
That's fascinating, isn't it?
that's exactly what he's done in the first 2.5
Yeah.
minutes. I wouldn't
also-
necessarily say he's lying, but he's definitely told us how to interpret art. And he said that's the conservative
I mean,
dream
he's
world.
told you that the original the way that he thought about it right before that that his perspective being on it based on it's simple, it didn't take much hard work. It's like that's somebody's perspective. That is like an approach that they're taking to it that you've said is now completely and utterly.
That's why I brought up the whole open mind thing, because I don't know that he has increased his worldview in a beneficial way by going from I take the art piece and I think, I take the art piece and I think, all the way over to I take the art piece, I go find out how it was made, and then I absorb that as the truth and move on. Like,
And that's the correct way to do it. And now I know.
Well,
and then he decries that process when it's right wing.
Yeah, I was going to say, what if he listens to, I don't know, like if he's watched, I don't know, Jurassic Park or something, and then he listens to, I guess, a filthy right-winger talk about the film, and he actually listens to what they have to say despite thinking that it's all misinformation because they're a right winger or whatever. And then he comes away being like, actually, those were some good points. But wait a minute, they're a right winger, so they can't be? Like, is that what he's doing?
I guess it would be. I assume he's not saying all right wingers. I don't know though. You never know. With
I
these
think he
videos.
said that. I
Oh,
think he
dear.
actually said that.
Not wanting to engage with it. In an ideal conservative world, art is interpreted for people through a YouTube video full of
It's so untrue. Yeah, because you're right. An ideal conservative world. So like, this would be the conservative perspective, the world perfected. The amount of conservatives that fight each other over what a piece of art means. The idea that they're all hoping to be like the Borg when it comes to understanding art. I don't think so. And by the way, I'll give this benefit of the doubt to all like political persuasions. Everybody has their thoughts and feelings on art. I don't think anyone is like, I gotta go to my political party to understand what I'm supposed to think about the art. What I will say is that there are plenty of pieces of art that get used as a calling, what should I say, like a beacon in one direction or the other. So, for example, like something that is a heavily political film in some way, shape, or form. One side might claim it as sort of like, we should support this because it's blah blah blah, and then the other side might be like, we should fucking hate that because it represents blah blah blah. Like that happens. But then you get films like fucking Dead Reckoning, for example. It's just like, who likes and who doesn't like Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1? It's like, who knows? It might be anybody, it might be not anybody. People disagreeing all over the place and agreeing all over the place. It could be anything. The idea that the right wing put out a fucking thing about like how you should feel about it, I just don't buy it. I think that's
I don't
silly.
even understand what that means though. Like, what is it like the right wing art like channel or something that for every new thing that comes out is like, here is the correct opinion on, like, what is that? I don't understand what that dynamic looks like.
But something of a meme I've noticed is that with political pundits especially, and this could include people like Ben Shapiro, Destiny, whoever else, a lot of their biggest fans will be like, please don't talk about media. Like
yeah.
It hurts me when you talk about media.
Yeah.
About media, people get mad.
It's not like they go, yes, my political thought leader, tell me how to feel about the media. No, it's the opposite. They're like, shut the fuck up, stop talking about it. It's horrible.
Yeah.
I really don't like the idea that like a film can be used as a political litmus test where like the hive mind of whatever persuasion you think you are or whatever has decided that you're going to like it or not. Because what that then does is it also means that if someone who is of that political persuasion or someone who just doesn't care, if they then say, I liked this film or I don't like this film, in the back of your mind, if you think the way this guy potentially seems to, he's going to be like, oh, well, you're one of them. Like he's justifying why you think this way without actually listening to what you're saying.
Yeah, and you know what's sad as well is if this section was applied broadly, like all political sects do this, they'd be like, I can guess, like I don't agree with the point, but I can at least see it. But it's like, no, the right wing do it. It's like, okay.
Yeah, how to put your cards on the table.
That's what I mean. It's just like, that's, yeah, okay.
All right. Yep.
Lying,
They sure do. You're smart.
Information, emotional manipulation, false comparisons, but this happens every day. PragerU has made at least a dozen videos fooling your old grandpa about
They're fooling people.
Fooling people.
I
don't actually have arguments.
Don't really have any opinions on PragerU. Don't watch them at all. But hey, we'll see. We'll treat what they say in the clips that he gives in the same way we treat what he says.
Is PragerU who we've been getting our orders from? Because I haven't got the.
I don't know if we're right wing, are we? Who knows?
Well, we probably are. I don't know. I don't know who PragerU is.
Exactly. Yeah, I got you. Me too. I don't know who they are. I have never heard of them before. Who are they? I don't know. They're
don't quite
pay me.
memeable.
We don't have secret moon bases that NASA runs where we go to all of our meetings. No.
Do I actually
a think tank, right?
Yeah, it's like a conservative think tank channel kind of thing, organization. It's like
they
really
make
wiry kind of thing.
They make shit tons of videos about all kinds of topics that have right. It's safe to call them right wing, right?
Oh yes, they're right wing. They're conservative right wing. Yeah.
Modern art. All of them are completely nonsense and wrong.
Completely nonsense and
all
wrong.
Of them?
All
of them?
Everyone.
That's probably not true.
Why is it that I hear the same boring, shallow, fragile talking points from people?
Fragile?
From you? Or from other people?
People who should be way more in touch with culture. Listen, yeah, I know his face is in the thumbnail, and yeah, this video is kind of about Charlie. But listen, it's not personal. I'm trying to compare content that...
Wait, so are we actually watching anything?
So he is... he is scatterbrained, and this is a badly fucking structured video. But what he just said to us was, "I'm gonna cover PragerU's perspective on art because it's backward and crap, and I shouldn't be hearing what they have to say repeated also by someone like Moist Critical."
Oh, okay. So he's attaching. Why? Okay. Why do that though?
Well, and he described the points as fragile as well, which is.
Or is the implication that like Moist Critical has fallen victim to the propaganda?
Yeah, because he brought up earlier this right-wing propaganda that'll cloud your judgment on art. You can't let that happen.
He's being brainwashed.
Yeah, it can't be at all that everyone has opinions and they all share them and that other people are convinced by them or not.
Okay.
Can't be that.
But
Can't be that that's exactly what this video is trying to do.
Yeah. All right, wow, so this is going to be a fun video, isn't it? All right, let's
You
just quickly...
If there was a lack of self-awareness competition for EFAP covered videos, I mean, I was about to say this one would win. It's like, well, I'm not going to make any claims.
Should have nothing in common. Fascist propaganda and gamer streamer should not be saying the same things.
Why?
Why not?
What if they're right?
Yeah, what if it's an innocuous statement that's just true?
But what if a gamer streamer is just a fascist? That's his political opinion.
Yeah, you could be a gamer fascist.
That's true,
You could be a streamer. You could stream and be like, yeah, I'm a fascist. Here's what I think.
I just, if PragerU were like, you should have a healthy diet. Like, well, can't be saying that anymore.
Hitler thought the same thing.
Wow.
The difference is PragerU's content is...
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we need to know what Moist Critical said, or is the video going to tell us? Because I have no idea.
He's going to give us PragerU first, and then he'll go for Critical.
Okay.
Realistically should have nothing in common. Fascist propaganda and gamer streamer should not be saying the same things. The difference is PragerU's content is motivated and has an agenda. Charlie is just being a useful idiot for that agenda.
So I don't think that's applicable because Charlie's just expressing how he feels about art. He's not.
Yeah, he probably doesn't know anything about PragerU.
He developed on his own though. That's probably what he's gonna say. He
I feel
like this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but useful idiot requires at least somewhat of like, I'm like, you will love our team because it's going to help you do blah blah blah, and the person's like, it will, and you're like, yes, it will, 100%. When it won't, but they're like, okay, cool, I'll spread your ideology because I think it's true because it helps me in this way, and then someone else is like, you fool, you useful idiot, it doesn't help you at all. You think it does.
Okay, right.
Meanwhile, someone advocating for a position they hold for unique reasons that benefits someone else's position, I don't think that should be considered them as a useful idiot for that other, group. That's just there's a crossover at that point. And the thing is, it almost implies like, well, I say implies, it says that Charlie does not understand that, he doesn't even believe in his own position, it doesn't benefit him at all, and that he's just a useful idiot for PragerU. I think he would laugh his ass off if he heard that.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, Charlie's perspective is basically just that he's not impressed by a lot of shitty modern art. That's it.
Which is the correct opinion.
It's a normal person's opinion.
Is that a political opinion?
That's the effectiveness of the propaganda.
I would argue it's one of the more common opinions ever. Like, just that you see a splat on the wall and you go, well, that's shit.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it is actually literal shit, because that's the artist's intention. They wanted to throw their shit at the wall to make a point.
And like when you hear that, you're just like, come on.
You're fucking with me now. Someone else is going to tape a banana to the wall, and then it's like, oh, there they go. And you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, there it is.
I'm glad you said that, Mola, because earlier on, someone sent me an image, which I put in the chat, and he says that this is an artist called Piero Manzoni, who took a shit in a can, sealed it, spray painted it gold, and sold it at auction for $300,000 plus.
Yeah, and so you just hear that, and you're like,
art
okay.
scams.
Okay.
I bought my $300,000 can of shit today.
How much is your shit? I bet you just flush that away. Not me.
Yeah,
That's
this
gold.
goes on the mantle.
Yeah.
Peace and
gold.
I know it's not on purpose. Charlie doesn't watch PragerU for his art analysis content. He probably didn't even get the talking points from them. But
guarantee you, Charlie doesn't watch PragerU.
There you go. Well,
Yeah,
that's
probably not,
no, but you see, that's his point. He doesn't watch them, and he didn't get them from there. But that's
not
the propaganda seeping through.
How does so it's not from them, but it is their right-wing propaganda.
I imagine what his argument would be is that basically, like, the think tank puts the thought out there, the thought then seeps through other channels and arrives. So even if you haven't seen PragerU, whatever it was that they put out has found its way like to seep through to like the consciousness of the public.
I was about to
I
ask,
imagine
does he not
argument.
think a left-winger could come up with the position that modern art can suck? And then he would probably be like, the second you have that position, you're no longer right-wing. It's like,
I mean, he might
left-wing,
think
sorry.
that would be really stupid if he thought that, but he might.
They're still saying the same thing. Charlie's just an average guy with an average brain in his head. Florida average, but
An average brain in his head,
Oh,
cool.
he's
So,
stupid.
like, put out
Okay.
the notion
It's
already that
just-
he's not very intelligent.
Yeah, it's just that it's like, all right,
Not like me.
fucking
I'm really
intellectual
smart.
over
Yeah,
here. Tell us what you think.
Exactly. Yeah, like,
I'm sure.
I mean, holy shit.
This guy's
Chill
big
out.
brain, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
how similar normal average guy language can be to
That's right.
politically
See, yeah, this is what I mean,
Normal
man.
average guy
guy
language.
not like me, the sophisticated art analysis man.
Which all he's
Also,
told us so far is that he's been told what to think about art, and that changed his life.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's,
Yeah, so
Yeah.
far he's communicating in regular, everyday, words.
but do you get what I mean, though? The whole
Oh,
criticism he
it's
has of
hilarious,
PragerU is exactly what he said changed his life about art. Being told
It's-
what to
it's-
think.
There's so much subtext here. The subtext is I'm much smarter than the average plebeian.
What I would
And the-
need to know is what exactly did Most Critical say that this guy thinks was taken from PragerU?
I guess we're gonna get.
Which I guess
yeah,
we'll get
well,
there, but-
I'll say we'll get there. It's going to be a while before we
But I
get
guess
to see the actual
The
quotes.
funny part is, my guess is it's going to be that the quotes are vaguely similar, but that we will rule out any possibility that he could have arrived at a similar conclusion independently.
I'm-
But that's not possible.
As far as I'm concerned, it's a normal perspective to say that that pile of shit is shit. It's just there's not like why are we treating this like it's a political thing is insane.
motivated propaganda. Content that we all
Then again, everything is political, so
know is dishonest. Listen, it's nothing personal. It's nothing against Charlie. I've met him before. He's very nice. I just don't
But he's
know
just
why
not
he's like
stupid.
this.
He's not smart, right?
don't know why he's like this. Why do people look at a pile of
He just-
cheese and just not go like this is incredible art once I read the plaque?
He just gave your normal, a pretty normal and probably pretty accurate perspective on art that most people would hold.
Yeah, but it's right wing.
Oh, okay. Well,
Well, I think
They
that's
got
something
him.
that he probably needs to understand first and foremost is the average person isn't sitting down having these massive philosophical
No.
conversations about what
yeah.
is an art. The average
They're
person
living
ain't
lives
sitting
and going
down
to their
thinking
jobs.
art, having a conversation like, so is a mountain art? Like, I think if you just had that conversation with like somebody who's just leading their life and consumes art in between like general like family activities and work and things like that, they'd just be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah,
Like,
they
why
wouldn't.
even ask that question? They just wouldn't be that interested in the conversation. It's like because it's just like like I understand what art is, right? I go watch a movie, I see a painting, I play a video game or whatever. Like the average person isn't having these sorts of conversations to figure out what is and isn't art, like definitionally, and whether or not that applies consistently to the guy eating the banana off the wall.
Exactly. And then the idea that that average person, sees the banana on the wall and says, "How is that art?" And then this guy is like, "Oh, are you right wing? Have you fallen for the propaganda?"
Yeah, like as opposed to
What do
just
you mean you don't know? Isn't
Did
it obvious?
PragerU get to you?
They're just like, "What do you mean? What?"
Okay,
the
first
fuck you
things
talking
first.
about?
Why is Modern Art So Bad by PragerU from 8 years ago? Like a
Oh,
painting.
look, the
We're
Mona
laying
Lisa
down the-
next to a bunch of splotches on the wall.
I mean, it's a fair question too.
I like how
ask.
that's basically what people think of instantly with modern art is like just
Random splotches.
random splotches or like a toilet in the middle of a room.
Yep.
I wonder why they think that.
the foundation of what I'm going to be talking about. And
All right.
since this video is made to target fatherless teenagers,
Fatherless teenage. Okay.
But-
I'm sure that.
Okay.
Okay.
What can you say
Sorry,
about that?
moving on.
Oh, you're saying that fatherlessness is a problem then, right?
What do I do
don't-
with
I
that?
don't know
If
what to
fatherless
do with it.
teenagers are
Okay,
gonna really find this
I'm watching
video about
PragerU
how shit the
be
banana tape is
indoctrinated.
gonna be, like, what?
Yeah.
It's
Banana
just
Robert
tape.
Florczak
fuck you for
is
not
here
having a
to
dad.
Yeah.
help us all think.
From Leonardo to Rembrandt to Bierstadt, produced works that inspired, uplifted, and deepened us.
They're putting the
And
text
they
on
did
the
this by
screen.
demanding of themselves the highest standards of excellence, improving upon the work of each previous generation of masters, and continuing to aspire to the highest quality attainable.
Conservatives are so
All right. Now, if you went to an art school or you took these guidelines as what you should do for your craft and you took them to heart, you would probably make some insanely good art.
So this is the thing.
I mean,
If we were
standards of
told
excellence,
to tear into this
improving
as best
upon
we
the work
can,
of
I believe we could. We talk about definitions. We talk about where he's drawing a lot of this from. But this is some standard like advice that is,
Yeah.
improve upon the work. Is like, well, yeah, sure.
Basically, have a high standard
Yeah,
and
sure.
work
each
hard.
previous
I guess
generation
if
of
you
masters.
wanted to do like the big old stretch, it would be that maybe it's narrowing in too much on one way, which would be iteration rather than like massive sweeping. You know what I mean? Like if you wanted to read that into it, but the problem is I feel like we're not going to get the full context of the video, so I don't actually know what this guy's broad point is.
Yeah, nor are we going to be able to ask him, for example, like, you seem to have, as you just mentioned, like working from previous generations and eras, but what about like experimentation, combinations, and
Exactly.
outright just crazy
Yeah.
shit that you just want to see if you can create a new standard, new format sort of thing.
Yeah, like would you?
And
Yeah, exactly. Like how does he feel about I guess deviations from the? How does he feel about impressionist art, for instance, or like abstract art and whatnot?
Continuing to aspire to the highest quality attainable.
Because aspiring to the highest quality attainable is all well and good, but of course we'd need
One
to
and
know
three are basically the same thing.
demanding the highest standards of excellence and aspiring to the highest quality attainable.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they're basically the
kind of.
same thing.
Which kind of
Well, the
in a
interesting
way,
difference to
sort
me-
of, like includes the second.
I wonder if aspiring to it is like the painter themselves, and then demanding the highest standards of excellence is like in review. And so if it's not, then you get
Maybe. Yeah, like
'cause-
the process that you essentially go through to become better is that you have an expectation of yourself. But then again, the problem is, what do we mean by quality? What do we
Well, and
actually
what I was
mean
gonna say
by
is
that?
the reason why I was gonna pause it they're the same is because I'm okay with number 3. I'm not as much okay with number 1 because like aspire to greatness, sure. Demand the highest standard. It's like
I
well,
assume- is that
the
their
thing
way of
is that
saying like be very like intense on yourself? I guess.
Well, I guess the thing is, when you start, you're probably not going to be very good, and you need to be
Yeah,
comfortable
and
with
that's
not being
okay.
very good for a long time until you
well,
become
hence
good.
aspire
Yeah.
is the word I like.
Aspire is better. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
aspire is
Well-
better because it's more of the long game.
Also, if you're relatively new at whatever the art form is, you may not even understand what the highest quality attainable is.
Exactly.
Yeah, when you
exactly.
draw that shitty horse and then you draw the fire horse, 10 years later, you get to look back on your
Well,
shitty
it's just-
horse and be like, there you go.
Yeah, Dunning-Kruger, right? It takes some time to actually like even understand. Like
What you
can
don't
start out
understand,
really
yeah.
confident. Yeah, and then eventually it's like you don't know what you don't know, and then you know what you don't know. Like the longer that you go, it's like the more of an understand. And then of course it depends on like the process, right? You could get locked into a particularly rigid way of thinking about your craft, or you could be put into like a more open-ended.
Also, the
sort of,
heading here is
perspective on your
methods of
craft.
the masters, so that does seem to make a little bit more sense in terms of this is under the context
sure.
of previous, very good in their fields people. Like these 3
I
match
mean,
that
yeah.
more than they do art in general, necessarily.
Sure.
Is
Conservatives are so artistically and creatively bankrupt that their understanding of art.
Jeez.
And you got these
Calm
images in the background that'll look at this bankrupt
they
creativity.
I mean, that's a beautiful painting.
It is.
These are gorgeous.
wait, hold on. So
If
what
you say so,
happens? What happens if I write a really cool song and then I guess transition and become a conservative? Is the song no longer good?
Yes.
yeah,
You know, tests like that would be so much fun when
Well, you
Because that happens all the time.
My impression would be that this guy probably rarely, if ever, can divorce the art from like some broader societal context.
I need to
or
know the politics of the
continued
person.
progression. Exactly. I get the impression that he probably is beyond the point of being able to look at something
yeah.
in his vacuum as best as possible.
the first thing he would ask is, well, what are their politics? Who is this person? Before
Well,
I
yeah,
have
so
any
for
opinions
instance,
on anything they
I could
do, I gotta
easily
look up their
imagine-
YouTube, look up their Twitter.
I could imagine that with this painting, it would be like, well, the painting may look nice and all, but you need to understand that in the context in which it was painted, like 19th century trends on, like the you know what I mean? Like, it would be, I feel like, I imagine that he would struggle to just talk about it for what it is.
I'm also slightly confused as to why he would have this perspective, because if he believes that all art is inherently political, but then he's going to say that all conservative art is, what exactly did he say? It was bad or something like that? It was there.
I think he said,
creatively
like,
bankrupt.
conservative-
Right.
Did
So
he
that
say that about the art or about the interpretation of the art?
Let's have a look.
each previous generation of masters and continuing to aspire to the highest quality attainable.
Conservatives are so artistically and creatively bankrupt.
Jeez.
Oh, okay,
Artistically and creatively.
Okay, I see. Like broadly.
Because
Just
that,
done
can't,
so.
like, just can't. You can't create.
I
That
mean,
to me
why,
suggests-
why think like that? Why be like that?
I would actually say, yeah,
Because
that
you're
doesn't make
indoctrinated
sense. You can't
into-
like you might be able to creatively bankrupt,
Well-
meaning what? They can't create, they won't create, or that they.
But I mean, how does this mean that like any art that was made before the 20th century, considering that the vast majority of the artists of those times would be considered pretty conservative compared to like the average person of today, would that be applied retroactively? Like that all of those people, by comparison, are like creatively. Do you know what I mean? Like that,
Yeah,
anybody
like-
who created something in the past would be creatively bankrupt because their perspectives are probably more conservative than the average person of today.
Yeah, I mean, you think Leonardo da
Or is it
Vinci,
all-
like, what do you think his opinions were, like, politically
Well,
and socially?
it's
Is like
just-
probably like a lot of other people, which was probably by our standards not that great.
Dude, when fucking, you know, Og was painting on the cave, it's like, yeah, but what's your opinions
That's
on
right.
immigration, Og? It's like, why?
Oh, that is really funny. What is the politics of Og's painting on the wall?
What is Og's position on dragging women into the cave by their hair? Me for it.
like, would it be fair to maybe assume of this guy that he potentially wants to know the politics of the artist so that he is not then caught out thinking that conservative art is good based on the fact that he thinks all art is political?
I don't want to be that cynical. I get the it's just that I wouldn't rule that out. Like,
'Cause
that's all I'd say.
That explanation fits. It's just it doesn't necessarily catch all.
I just get the impression that, like, I'm super getting the impression now that it is, like, this is a way that he can separate himself from the crowd. Look at my wonderful, like, enlightened perspectives on art and how developed they are compared to the pleb.
We're not far in, but it feels like the cartoon he's describing, he is just the other side of it.
I mean, pretty much.
Kind
It seems
of,
that
yeah.
way. But maybe it'll become more developed and less of a caricature as we progress.
Yeah.
That their understanding of art hits a hard limit at, if it's not pretty, I don't want to see it. This old stuff, it's pretty and it took a long time. So
Generally,
I mean,
though,
it's better.
Why'd you say it like that?
I was going to
It's
say,
pretty
like,
and it took a long time.
I would
Like,
prefer to
that
see
sounded a
pretty
bit
things.
dismissive.
but like, do you really
Why
think
can't he say-
all the right-wing perspective on these paintings would be is that it's pretty and it took a while to make? That's all they've got, really?
I mean, can we be a little bit more like good faith?
Slightly
you know?
more generous, yeah.
I find it amusing that he keeps leaning on the idea that it's hard to make being a conservative perspective, because that is kind of suggesting that trying your best is a conservative value.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. They accidentally sort of backfire with this. He's sequestering hard work to the conservatives. It's like, why? Why are you doing that?
Why would you surrender that ground?
So strange.
Time.
We'll
So
yeah, we'll have to see. It depends on where he goes.
Let's say, yeah.
that means it's better. They pretend like they don't think exactly like that, but they do.
But something
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well,
Okay, cool.
This-
well,
this
you
guy-
convinced me.
I don't know, man. I don't feel like you can say stuff like that after making fun of Charlie, you know? So I might consider it to be a bit ironic. But,
I was actually going to say, this video can't have done that great for Charlie fans so far, but we'll see.
I mean,
Charlie's an idiot,
yeah.
but I'm smart. I'm big smart. I went to a gallery once.
I went to the
Now I know
gallery and
art.
it blew open
Yeah.
my mind. The implication of that statement, by the way, if we were to roll back, we don't need to, was that nobody else who has the perspective has done that. He was like, and then I went to a gallery and looked at the art, you know? Like, the implication is,
Mhm.
if you have the perspective that modern art is shit, you haven't been to a gallery. And hence why
Which,
I
of
believe
course,
that
in the
both me
case
and
of
Fringy,
Muller and I,
yeah,
Going
immediately
there was
like,
what made us. I didn't know what modern art
Well, I
was
didn't-
until I went to a gallery. You know.
I could be wrong here, but hey, chat, let me know. Has everyone been to at least one like art museum / gallery in their life? A lot of them are free.
You figure, right?
A lot of them are free because
a
they're,
lot of-
you already fucking paid for it.
Yeah.
So there you go.
The thing is, for me, it was like school trips was the initial exposure. It's just like,
Yep.
yeah, for a school trip you go.
Arts
and,
Yeah,
and
and-
school will do it a
theaters,
lot. Yeah,
galleries.
yeah. So
and everybody's saying yes, except for a couple of people.
Yeah, you
A
should.
couple
You know,
of
just
people, most-
go
You
see it.
yeah, fucking go with a
absolutely should
friend,
do it.
and you'll find something. Definitely,
Yeah.
in every one of
It's
them.
just you'll find a lot of stuff, and of course it's cool to see, you know, from differing sort of genres and differing techniques and everything.
Mediums,
Like there's a good amount of
cultures.
variety. Yeah, exactly.
I would have
And
loved to
you
have
can
seen
sort
that
of get-
robot in person, mopping up
I
its
would have
own
loved to
oil.
see that robot too. I'm so glad that you introduced me to that because that's like a really fascinating one for me. I find that one super interesting.
It's particularly cool because this is an aspect of art we didn't even necessarily talk about, but the video I remember seeing of it originally was there's so many people just surrounding the piece and staring at it and thinking, and it's like that alone is super interesting. Just looking at everyone's reactions to it, you know. What do you think they're thinking about, that sort of stuff?
Happened on the way to the 20th century. The profound, the inspiring, and the beautiful were replaced by the new, the different, and the ugly.
Well,
Nah, they weren't
replaced.
Replaced?
Or-
No, I wouldn't say
I don't know.
replaced. I mean,
Yeah, like
There's
certain
existence for all of it.
attitudes-
I mean, it's
attitudes
more
changed over
prevalent,
time.
sure, but I don't know if I like the use of the word replaced.
Yeah, or necessarily ugly. Things change over time.
Yeah, ugly.
Attitudes
ugly's
change.
Yeah, do we want
Yeah,
to
do we wanna
unravel the
unpack-
fucking concept of ugly art? It's like, oof.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's like,
beauty
yeah,
and ugliness.
Yeah, I wouldn't call an impressionist painting. I mean, like ugly compared to the Pieta or something, but they're just like, yeah,
They're
I think
different.
it's a bit reductive.
They're just different.
Yeah.
First and foremost, is they're different. If you want to, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, it feels like there's almost at least two stages of ugly. Like, ugly in terms of, good God, that was a pathetic attempt to make this. Like, that I can see how you made it and it looks crap. Versus you painted something incredibly well that is ugly. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
But that's just two.
Like,
There's
you
way
painted
more
an
than
ugly
that.
thing beautifully, yeah.
Style's ugly. I mean, that's mad. Not only is that completely subjective, but the other two are synonyms in this context. Robert, what are we doing? But
New and different?
New and different aren't synonyms.
New and different are not synonyms at
No,
all.
they describe this. No, I was no different because why would
You can have two things that are old that are different from each other.
and you can have a new thing that's similar.
You can have
Well,
two
the new
things that
Ant-Man
are new
is
that
new.
aren't different.
Exactly.
true.
You can. Yeah. No, it's just wrong. Like,
He might be
completely.
right in that there may be context in which you can use you could switch one out for the other and it doesn't change the meaning
sure,
too much. But yeah, he's wrong to say that they are just strictly synonyms.
Yes, that is wrong. Yeah.
And he said it so smugly too. Like,
Well, he's really smart. He's not like that idiot Charlie with his Florida brain. This guy's a
Fucking-
really smart dude.
fucking
So
Charlie.
maybe you should shut your fucking mouth and listen to him talk about art because he's really smart guy. As you know, as you can tell, this is a really smart guy. He really knows what he's
Mhm.
talking about.
also, he's talking about impressionism. Ugly? Yeah? Ugly? There's a
Wait, did
reason.
he
Wait,
say that
whoa,
about
wait, whoa, whoa.
Is he talking about impressionism?
Wait, hold
I
on.
don't-
Not only that, but he
Did he
just
say
said
that?
ugly. Yeah, they're just like, wait.
Wait,
what?
so you wait,
No, I think he's memeing, right? He's saying like you're actually saying that
But if he's
impressionism
already-
is ugly, really?
Okay, I'm super lost because didn't he just say the opening fucking point he made
Can
was that
we
it's
just-
subjective?
Can we? Yes, but you know, let's rewind here.
Completely
Rewind
subjective.
time.
But the other two.
Were replaced by the new, the different, and the ugly.
Nah, new art style's ugly. I mean, that's mad. Not only is that completely subjective, but
He's
the
saying
other
that
two
ugly is
are
subjective,
synonyms
I
in this
think.
context. Robert,
Sorry.
He's saying ugly. He's saying that is subjective about him saying it was ugly, right?
Yeah,
When
that's
he's
what I
speaking about
said.
something at the beginning of. Yeah. Okay.
So why would you even?
Oh, right.
If
I
your
get this,
point
like,
is
not only
it's subjective.
ugly is subjective, but also are you saying this is ugly? Really? It's like, wait, hold on.
Yeah, because it would just be like if you've just already blown open the doors that anyone can find anything ugly or beautiful, then what's the point in saying like, yeah, but this isn't ugly though?
Yeah,
it's
because
like
then
what?
Because then you would have to accept that he could look at that and say it is
Absolutely,
ugly, and
yeah.
you'd have no argument. You would have no means of fighting him on that.
That's the direction I would take it. Is that he clearly finds a lot of this ugly, and that's whatever. Yeah, fine.
But, I mean, did he even say this about Impressionist art? He
I
said
don't
the
know.
20th century, 19th century was like when Impressionism started to become more prevalent.
Because we haven't even gotten to whether or not what he just said is representative of what the other guy said is even true. Like this is a video with layers.
what are we doing? But also, he's talking about impressionism. Ugly?
Oh,
Yeah?
okay. Okay, is he? I don't know. You didn't show me.
Ugly? There's a reason they aren't using any actual examples.
Today, the silly, the pointless, and the purely offensive are held up as the best of modern art.
I guess this last one is supposed to be Warhol, I guess. People.
I imagine you're not supposed to look
I-
that deeply into it.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but that's that's the joy of art. You could, if that's how deep you want to look into it. Though I think we should be a bit charitable. I
The
mean,
thing is,
Warhol's fun memes and all, but you know, it's fine. Yeah.
Well, he's
still
also saying
good.
purely offensive, as if that's all it is. Like something art can be offensive as well as being something else. If it is just offensive, you know, he's loading the statement.
Today, the silly,
so if you look at
pointless,
this,
and the
I think that the art direction of this video isn't necessarily 100% connected with the person who wrote it, and what I mean by that is that when they say three aspects or three dominant aspects of art creation these days is to be silly, to be pointless, and to be purely offensive, the representation of those three things, it was up to the person who, you know, does the artwork for this video. I don't think
Yeah, I imagine they didn't talk to each other.
Yeah, I don't think the writer was trying to say that Andy Warhol does purely offensive works. I don't think we're supposed to interpret it that way.
Though, I will say, it is the video raises an interesting point, which is, does this video have any examples specifically? Because that would be good if it did.
I think it
an
does.
example of what it's talking about. Okay.
And,
I mean-
and what I will say, by the way, is that matching your visual in that way is still a plus to the video, especially for like understanding your point better. So if they had chosen a well-known style for purely offensive from an artist they believe to be purely offensive, that would be, you know, good.
I'm kind of trying to think, like, from the perspective of what you guys have told me about PragerU, what would they deem to be a work of art that is silly, pointless, and purely offensive? Because I'm kind of thinking
I have no idea.
Family
sure.
Guy, but then like I don't
Maybe.
think that is true of Family Guy. I just think that maybe that's a perspective that people like that might have. Maybe.
I have no
I could
idea
see them
what
saying
that
that about, like, if they saw a scene, you know, the one where they all throw up from the Epcat.
Yeah,
Like, I could see the
Yes.
conservative guy being like, "This is silly, pointless, and offensive purely."
It's shock
Yeah.
comedy, basically.
purely offensive are held up as the best of modern art.
I guess this last one is supposed to be Warhol. I guess people typically like those. They
Maybe.
can't use real examples
They're
because
alright, yeah.
people relate
Fine.
and connect to modern art. But in order to manipulate the viewer more,
But it's his point that people typically like it. So
I don't think
what?
it would surprise conservative man to be told that there are people who like modern art and connect with it. You'd be like, okay,
Yeah, especially Warhol's a famous pop artist, so like
Yeah.
that won't
I'm gonna
yeah,
surprise him.
that won't surprise him. Yeah.
And I mean, we're all on board with the idea that people can connect with anything, nothing even. We can connect
True,
with the
yeah, okay.
absence of things.
efficiently they have to use blank straw men to apply all their talking points.
Okay, but what?
Not you though.
We've heard the guy talk for like 10 seconds. It's like, you know, could you at least let him play a little longer to see what the context of everything is?
You're telling me you can't think of one example. The only examples that they do use in this video are of like extremely graphic modern art. Like
I thought you said there were no examples, and then you say that there are these examples.
Oh yeah.
What is that in the bottom right? Is that a guy doing?
That's a dude taking a. Oh, that's a Slav squatting. That's a Slav
Media
squat.
something and metal. I don't know if. Oh, I guess like it's how it was made. Yeah, because the top left one, he said it's made with cow dung. I
Oh,
assume
that
that's
looks-
part of what they think is offensive, possibly. I don't know. This is the thing. This obviously the video he's responding to has now been butchered. I'm particularly annoyed that he said there were no examples, and then he shows this screenshot. It's like,
Yeah, that's not a very Florida brain take right there.
bad example. That's a bad example. You're talking about like Warhol, and then you're talking about like the pissing woman statue.
well, to you,
That's
I thought you were saying
different
like
examples.
someone could find these equally offensive or artistically meritable, because it's all subjective anyway in terms of how ugly or beautiful you find them. Because it seems like he's drawing the distinction now, doesn't it? You can't be saying that these two are of equal standing in terms of how beautiful they are.
It depends on the political meaning behind them, I guess.
Do
I
you
don't
have
know
a
if those are
Dr. Robotnik like little sticker on his microphone there?
Yeah, he does.
Mhm.
I didn't mention it earlier, but I could have.
I just noticed.
Exactly comparable.
Michelangelo carved his David out of a rock.
Okay.
The Los Angeles County Museum of Art just offers us a rock. A rock. All 340 tons of it. That's how far standards have fallen.
Again, more deceptive language, more lying by omission.
So everything you just said, I assume, is true.
I assume it's
It's going to be pretty hard to,
Right.
because from what he just said, unless the rock, no matter, it doesn't matter what the fact that he said there is a rock, is that wrong? I mean,
Well, I mean, Michelangelo did carve like, and if this one
Made
is
out of
just
a
a
rock,
rock,
yeah.
if it is just a rock sitting
No,
on
yeah,
a,
'cause
like a thing,
It's like titanically less impressive. Yeah,
and if
I
it's
mean,
like,
of course it is.
you don't know though that the guy who put the rock there went through, you know, a civil war in his original country, and you're just like, blah, 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 blah. Is it a rock? Yeah, but the rock was taken from his original. He's like, was it a rock? Why are you saying? It's like he's immediately talking about how the guy is like lying, deceptive language. Look what he's done. The propagandist.
Which is weird to almost like hype up how incredible Michelangelo's accomplishment was to say he carved it from a rock. It was just a rock before, but now look at what he's made out of it. That's a credit to the artist, if anything else. I guess it can be used in a dismissive way, but I imagine that for the most
But
part,
I imagine
like,
that's
wow.
his point, right? Is like, oh, Michelangelo, yeah, you know, carving it out of
Look
a
what he did
rock,
with a
hyping
rock.
that up, hyping that one up while just saying that the other one, is it a rock? Is it a rock that's just sitting there? That's what I want to know.
If it's a
Is it
rock
a
that's
rock?
just sitting there, it's gonna be it's gonna be a little bit further down from the fucking David.
Well, that's the thing. That's the comparison, clearly. So if you're going to say, like, he's being deceptive because he hasn't explained what... I'm guessing, by the way, because you remember the intro to this video is that he went to galleries to understand the histories behind the thing, and so he's going to explain the history behind the rock, and then it's going to be like, you see, there's a lot more to this than you might think. And unless he's going to be talking about the construction, or that it was chiseled in that particular way through a lot of time and effort, don't think my opinion is going to change that much. But let's see. And again, going from the additional context he's going to give us, listening to the PragerU guy again, do you feel that he was deceptive? All right, so listen to him, and then listen to the additional context.
Carved his David out of a rock. The Los Angeles County Museum of Art just offers us a rock. A rock. All 340 tons of it.
Like you walk.
That's how far standards have
It's like a
fallen.
path.
Again, more deceptive language,
to a
more
rock.
lying by omission. We all know Michelangelo and his classic rock, but weird that he left the artist out of the second one, right? That's just the LA County Museum of Arts' rock. It's actually called Levitated Mass, if you even care. It's by Michael Heiser.
Not
I've seen it
really
in
that
person,
much.
and it's really cool. What Robert
Well, it's not
Florczak leaves out
levitating.
of this video is the actual experience of
Oh, you just
this
walk under
sculpture.
it.
It's not just a rock that you look at
I
like
mean-
other sculptures.
mean,
it's a sculpture that you walk
okay.
under.
All right.
Standing directly beneath
Okay.
tens of thousands of pounds
Okay.
of rock,
You could-
older than
okay.
anything around it, suspended just enough by these small
Yep.
brackets.
So this is the thing. Do you feel that PragerU man was deceptive?
He was. It is just a rock. I guess you could walk under it, and that's not typically how you engage with boulders. Normally, you don't see them from below, so
I would say you have to be pretty fucking harsh to say that that PragerU man left out incredibly important context. I would argue instead that he's clearly
Two
not
different-
phased at all by the you can walk underneath it and read about what it means part of the art. He's more phased by the construction.
I think the clear read of it is that it's not that he's trying to mislead you; it's that his true perceived,
Yeah.
like his true perception of it is it's just a rock, like sitting there. Not that he's lying to you.
Yeah, his phrasing of it as it's just a rock, like that that's not deceptive. That's him structuring a sentence to make clear that his opinion is that it is just a rock, which is in contrast to the statue.
Yeah, to help illustrate, after this whole explanation, PragerU man's response would be, so it's just a rock.
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
And then this guy would be like, wow, you're still deceiving people. And it's like,
Well,
mm.
I think we can probably assume that PragerU guy knew that you could walk under it, right? Like, I don't know if this is some famous
Totally
rock. I
like
guess it
that.
must be.
Well, yeah, and I think it's more interesting to us. He's like, he left the artist's name out of it. It's like, why do you think he did that? He doesn't see this as like a thing that was created by an artist necessarily. It's just a rock that was moved from one place to another. Which, yeah, we were talking about artistic expression, what it means to qualify as art. We would probably say this absolutely does qualify, but man, you know,
This is odd. I
It's
mean,
just-
it's-
in terms of
We're now
like,
into
the way that it's even arranged and like all of the structures surrounding it that are supporting it. Yeah, sure, I'd say that.
yeah, no, I do think it qualifies,
it's
but you
hard,
can
yeah.
understand why someone would say this versus David.
Just a rock. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? You think about like David and the fact that it was carved from stone and how long it would have taken.
Yeah.
And how and the process behind it versus putting a rock on a thing above you, suspending it. It's just like intuitively, it just seems like it's lesser.
It kind of, to me, seems like the difference between, let's say, watching The Lord of the Rings and watching 12 hours of footage from your Ring doorbell. Like maybe some pretty interesting stuff happens in front of your house, but it's not structured, it's not intentional, and I would completely understand someone saying that it isn't art. But then I could also understand someone saying that it is. So like the difference is that the PragerU guy is saying, or he hasn't said, but he's implying that the rock is not a piece of art, or at least if it is a piece of art, it's not on the same level as the statue. What this guy seems to be saying is that PragerU guy is lying or is being deceitful or manipulative or whatever. He doesn't think that his opinion is genuine, seemingly.
Yeah, because people are mentioning the guy who made it is prominent, and it's like, yeah, the point isn't I think you should credit the artist no matter what. I'm saying that the fact that he's not, the implication of his statement is that it's Michelangelo's David is like a expert, amazing thing that he crafted from rock versus a rock. Like you get, it's for the effect of trying to illustrate what's gone wrong. But of course, this is not the defense I would give of it. I would probably argue that these are completely different mediums with completely different intentions.
Totally different. They're not meant to like compete with each other.
Yeah.
Would it be?
You want to take the greatest, you want to take the greatest of each. Probably would be a better comparison. You know,
would it be fair? Sorry, Regs. Would it be fair to say that like the comparison that he's making between the rock and the statue would be like if, for example, PragerU guy didn't like Jackson Pollock because it's just like random spatterings of paint, or like that's what he perceives it as, and he would have compared, like, say, the Mona Lisa was, painted, and he gives a bunch of information about it, and these days we just get it's just random spatterings of paint. And it's like, come on, that was Jackson Pollock, or it is Jackson Pollock, right? That's his name.
Yeah, no, that
and it's like he's famous, but okay, by omitting the name, you're kind of making the point that I don't care who did it. It's just a spattering of paint, or in this case, it's just a rock, which is his perspective.
Yeah, the way you might phrase that is that we had like incredibly perfectly crafted painting versus just paint.
Yes.
Yeah, because that is the point that the PragerU man's trying to make. This is why I don't see it as deceptive. He's more trying to insult this work.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with him, but what he's saying, it makes sense.
Well, because he said something about we've our standards have like declined, and I guess what he's trying to imply with that is that people will see this and be like, "Woohoo! This is amazing, great," in the same way that they may have with Michelangelo's David. And he's like, "How is it that how are these getting the same reaction? That's insane." That is obviously his perspective.
Yeah.
Which is a whole conversation on its own. But my response wouldn't be, "Bro, you left out that you can walk underneath it, and that you didn't mention who made it, and that it's supposed to represent blah blah blah." It's just like, yeah, but that's really not hitting the substance of what he thinks.
It's almost like it would have the opposite effect by saying you didn't even mention you could walk under it. It's like,
yeah, it's like, okay,
yeah, it's all right. Is that
a key part of the experience?
That's it, isn't it?
Like,
that's the thing.
I suppose so.
Like the better argument would have been to like explain what's around it, or the way that it's arranged. Like to just describe that it isn't just a rock, like it's part of a bigger thing, a bigger structure. That might have been.
Yeah, maybe it's part of like a big like landscape garden.
Well, I mean, in the imagery, he involved the fact that there was a pathway. You could see it. Rags even said.
Oh, sure. That I guess when I saw that, I had no idea what that meant. Like, I didn't find now the image makes sense to me, having seen it. But at the time, I was like, why is there like a concrete pathway like leading to the rock? Is it like a concrete path that narrows to the rock sitting there? It wasn't super clear to me because I've never heard of this before.
Yeah, neither have I.
That is art. It's easy to dismiss the sculpture.
But to be fair, PragerU man didn't say it wasn't art, right? He said it was shit.
Well, he's saying it's modern art.
He implied that it's bad.
Yeah, which, I mean, I feel like that's much more defensible than it's not art.
When you've never seen it in person, most physical art, especially sculpture, was never meant to be looked at on a fucking screen. It's like watching the theater.
Well, sure, but you would have to agree that if I saw like a picture of David, that I would get more from that, even if I can't see it in person, than a picture of this rock.
It was nuts as well.
Like in terms of the experience of perceiving it.
We had like a hyper 8K, 4D scan or whatever of David from every last inch, and then you could go into VR and move around it fully, zoom into any part you want, and even go from like top down, right? Places that you likely wouldn't be able to in the original presentation of it. Does that then mean that the experience in that VR is like, because the implication here was that it's superior to see it as it's intended. I think you just have to be careful with the language there, right? As intended versus better or worse, because you don't want to say
that's right.
Because I think we're all happy to concede seeing a pyramid in person versus on Google Images, right? It's like,
Sure.
well,
It's gotta be different, yeah.
yeah, absolutely. But seeing it on VR instead of Google Images, like, well, that's probably this is a significant upgrade.
Probably
and then,
pretty
but what, like that example with David is like, if you got that experience where you could look at anything and into a fine detail that you probably can't even do in real life, like how close you can get to it. Maybe you can zoom into the fucking molecules. Like that's the thing that offers in the VR experience. Is like, does that mean it's a better experience now? Does it mean it's a different experience? Does the artistic quality go to someone else? I don't know. It's just that the implication, of course, is that we recognize what this is. Until we go and walk underneath it ourselves, we shouldn't be allowed to comment on the quality of the experience, I suppose. And it's like, okay, fine, but we can still talk about the fact that it's a rock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, do you, because I don't quite know where I stand on this, do you think that the effort that you have to go through in order to experience a piece of art, like going to the cinema, for example, rather than streaming it on Netflix, or climbing Everest versus viewing a picture of the top or something, that I don't want to say that makes it more art because of what I said earlier, and I'm trying to get it straight in my head, but I feel like that would definitely have the potential to make it more meaningful.
Well, I mean, you could change it to a more common one. Playing a video game on a different difficulty is going to ultimately create a different experience in your mind. And if you play it on, I don't know, easy mode versus you accomplish it on very, very hard mode, that will create like a different sort of feeling about the art that you've consumed. The experience,
that's true, yeah.
like affects the potency for sure of how you value it, and it can change your opinion on it in a way that's more, I guess, quantifiable, like that you can point to more rigid metrics for it. How does a game play on easy versus very hard difficulty? So, I mean, the way that you experience it is a part of it for sure. Like the medium, especially if we're talking about like a picture of this rock compared to seeing the rock, or a video of the rock compared to a picture of the rock,
Yeah, like being, as this video just showed, being underneath that rock and being like, holy shit, this thing's big, it's heavy, and maybe, thinking about, I mean, I probably wouldn't think this because I'd find it fucking boring, but there's a whole bunch of stuff you could be thinking about while standing underneath this gigantic 300-ton rock or whatever it is, that you don't get from just looking at the video. But that isn't a comparable experience to looking at Michelangelo's David. At least I wouldn't say so. They're complete. It's like, listening to a song versus looking at a painting. They're completely different, essentially.
And things get complicated with, like, if you just finalized your divorce and then you go and see this thing versus you just had the birth of your child and you go and see this thing. Like, that's going to factor in enormously.
Age.
Yeah.
How old were you when you saw something? What life experiences did you have when you saw it the first time versus the second time versus the third time?
Recording of half of a movie. You didn't really see it, did you? Is Levitating Mass everyone's favorite sculpture? No, it's not even mine. But if someone told me their favorite statue was Michelangelo's David, then it probably means that they don't really know about any other ones. Levitating
What? David's
I
really
mean,
fucking good, my dude.
Well, it's also very famous. Like, hyper
very
famous.
Yeah.
I guess that's his point, but I would make that point in reverse. I'd be like, well, the reason it gets mentioned is because it's famous. Like, a lot of...
Yeah, fame often feeds into itself.
Well, he could have said Mona Lisa, same.
Well, it's just the reason why it's a lot of people's favorite is because more people get exposed to it than other, sculptures.
Well, I mean, that was just pretentious. We can move on.
Yeah,
Mass is built to stand exactly
your favorite thing is this? Wow, you're lame.
Wow, I bet you've never even seen another statue.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite statue was Michelangelo's David, then it probably means that they don't really know about any other ones. Levitating Mass is built to stand exactly like that for thousands of years. That's longer than David's statue is going to be around, so if that's not cool...
That's not true.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, sure.
That's also a stupid argument.
What does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, I guess I was just focused on the accuracy of the statement, but like also, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? It's going to last longer?
There's no way that he's going to apply the same argument to some piece of modern art that's designed to deteriorate rapidly.
Well, the fucking robot that is designed to run out of energy, it did, and it's been packed away now. Done.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't even know why you brought this up.
What a What a dumb thing to say.
And I
Like,
imagine
this-
that somebody would, I imagine the easy retort someone would make is, yeah, so do the pyramids, but I can see how the pyramids took a lot more work than the rock.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To you, let's see who has more statues in 3,000 years.
Whatever their intentions,
What does that have to
Okay,
do
but
with
like, what does that have to do with anything?
the
Well, it's 'cause-
amount of statues you have?
You could just be
determines how
memeing.
artistic-
I don't know if he actually
I
thinks
guess
that the
so,
integrity
yeah.
of the
Alright.
art itself has
Oh,
any
yeah.
relevance to how.
Sure, but like, why would?
Well, that's
yeah,
the
but I
problem
mean,
with these
the proof
videos that are
he
terrible.
brought
You
it
can't
up.
tell oftentimes.
Yeah, the structure of this is shit. But all right, let's keep going.
modernists sowed the seeds of aesthetic relativism, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder mentality.
Ah, yes, the art expert here.
Oh,
to
so
tell
is he
us that-
saying that the beginning of the end was impressionism?
Probably.
Okay, all right. Well,
But that's an
you know,
interesting thought if he considers it the beginning of the end, not the end. You know, as
Right,
in like there's
that he
merit.
would imply that impressionism is still chill, but it sowed the
Yeah.
seeds of the destruction.
But I don't know because I haven't seen the
Intentions.
video.
The new modernists sowed the seeds of aesthetic relativism, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder mentality.
Ah, yes, the art expert here to tell us that art can be
Well, I mean, he is
scientifically
an art
measured
guy,
and
right?
is objective.
Wasn't he?
Yeah. He doesn't seem to be any less of a. He certainly seems to be more of an art. I don't know. You're shit.
Well, I don't know, but
so-
I remember that when he popped up on screen, it said that he was an artist. So
Yeah, I'm not sure what his credentials are.
Yeah, I don't know who he is exactly, but I feel like what he just said isn't something you can disagree with. Like, just hear me out. What is in this clip? Can you disagree with what he says?
For their intentions, the new modernists sowed the seeds of aesthetic relativism, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder mentality.
well, yeah, like, is he saying something that's wrong, or do you not like the implication, which
Yeah, I
is
think
where he's
he's-
going with it?
He's like responding to the idea that the guy just said this is bad, but like you got to wait for him to say that. Because for now he just said that they introduced this idea, which the interest to me is that I want to know if he thinks that it's okay to introduce the idea, but that it's run amok, you know? And is that his
Maybe.
perspective?
Yeah,
Maybe. Yeah, there's something to think about. But like, instead he's bitten his head off straight away.
Yes, the art expert here to tell us that art can be scientifically measured and is objective. It just needs to look like real life, and the more
You could do that. That is the
what
scale
he's-
you can use.
Is that what he
That's-
said?
That's not what he said. Damn it.
That isn't what he
Also,
said,
that's
but
not
that
what
is
he
also a
said.
scale you
Didn't
can use,
say
though.
that, yeah.
You can use that. It is a standard that you can check
if you
objectively.
make it clear that your scale is essentially true to life, then you can
Well-
create some kind of grading system for how true to life something is, I suppose.
Yeah, but he's just conflated being able to objectively qualify art with how realistic it is.
Yeah,
right?
I guess he's done that because he's ran away with, again, because Impressionism is like
Oh my
deviating
God.
from an attempt to create something. What?
Okay. Fringy, what do you think about the Mona Lisa? What do you think? What do you think about
I think it's cool. It's not like my favorite painting, but I think it's cool, and I
Yeah, I
respect
think it's pretty
it.
cool. Well, I want you
Yeah.
to think about how you feel about the Mona Lisa, what it makes you think about, how skillful you consider it, maybe its legacy and art history, its value to civilization. And I want you to
I mean,
compare it with
yeah.
this that Zigzor just made.
Ooh.
It's
So
amazing.
I don't want to over exaggerate, but I feel like this is a strict improvement.
Friggy,
I
I
mean,
think you
I
need
think-
to update you.
I think this is pretty cool. I think this might be the profile picture for the stream. Hold on, I'll sort that out in a second. That is
Actually-
really cool.
Did they work
I
on
like
this
that.
since the beginning of this stream? Like they
Yeah.
He said,
What- 'cause-
listening to the stream now, art is fun. Here's some art for you, Rags.
Oh,
I
so
call
art
it
is
the
fun.
Fringy. He says, I
made
call it
this
the
in a few
Fringy
hours?
Lisa.
You made this in a few hours. That's really cool, man.
I don't
See,
know.
I mean, regardless of how long it took you to make it, this is very cool, and I like it a lot, and it's making me smile, especially
Perfection.
the goofy grin.
It doesn't have
that's great.
teeth.
doesn't need
Yeah,
teeth.
that's why I like
They're
it so
behind the
much.
lips.
I
Yeah,
like
they're
it.
behind the lips there.
I like it. I like the addition of the little Shrek ears as well. That's a
It
fun
says
touch.
took a bit more than an hour to do, which is insanely
And I mean, of course,
impressive. that you
aside
could
from the
do it.
memeing as well, like the actual painting is really like cool. Like, it's really impressive.
The shading
especially
on the
given time
breasts
that you
is
made it.
just
The shading's
wonderful.
nice.
Yes.
Yeah, the shading on
Breast shading's
the boobies
important,
is
yeah.
real nice, and on the helmet, the
Helmet.
I guess the head. Well, the helmet is merged into the. I mean, it's got
dome.
mask and
Okay.
helmet, mask and
Right.
helmet and head. Because it's like it's a new
Okay.
creature, it's a new being. All right, let's make that the profile pitch.
Oh, that's really good. That's
Yoda
really
I think
good.
that's yeah, that's really cool.
That's incredible.
The friggy Lisa.
You are bald.
You are
Yeah, no,
bald.
I am.
You are
and that's-
balding.
Bald.
Like
Alright,
real
let's,
life, it looks the better it is. This guy has the brain of a fish.
Today, everybody loves the
You didn't even let him
Hey,
make a
don't
point.
be
He just
mean to fish.
declared like a what I see as a relatively undeniable statement, and then you just went fucking mad at him. Let him
Don't
make
be
bad
mean to
points.
fish.
Let it play
Let
the
him-
clips.
yes. Allow him to make those bad points. Yeah.
And the more like real life it looks, the better it is. This guy has the brain of a fish.
Today, everybody loves the Impressionists. And as with most revolutions, the first generation or so produced work of genuine.
Yeah, there you go. Right, so he does like Impressionism and think it's cool, and he thinks it's run amok afterward.
So
Okay. Because I was about to get really mad if he was going to say that Impressionism sucks. That would have been super lame. But it sounds like that's not even his point.
yeah, if I can, I just want to hear him again.
Guy has the brain of a fish.
Today, everybody loves the Impressionists. And as with most revolutions, the first generation or so produced work of genuine merit.
So I feel like that's not
what
what
is
he
your
told us.
problem?
He said.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, why would you make the argument that he's saying that there's like some objective metric for judging beauty based on realism when he admits that Impressionism, which is not realistic, has a lot of value and that there's a lot of great pieces of Impressionist art?
Yeah, genuine merit. That's a
Yeah.
compliment.
I mean, I would be... yeah, like, I don't even know what to do with that. It's like, it feels like you totally misinterpreted it. Like, wow.
Monet, Renoir, and Degas.
He's even giving examples. What?
He's even giving you examples, yeah.
Uh,
Still main-
I like that one, the Water Lily Pond. That one's... I like Impressionist paintings of water. They always look really, really cool.
Very
Contained
lovely.
elements of disciplined design and execution.
So much like a
sorry,
disappointed
right, sorry.
father, Robert Florczak says that Impressionism is it's all right, I guess.
That's a
sounded
really
like
not.
it's more than
You
all
showed
right.
us the clip, and that was your summary.
Yeah.
He was like,
Yes,
it
some
started out
reviews are
real
usually
strong, and then iteration as it's broken apart, and then you say he says that it's all right, I guess.
If you're going to
what
lie
is-
about him, you could at least cut out the bit where he says.
Don't show...
Yeah, don't make it
Don't
hard
show
on
the part
yourself
where he
by
says that
playing
they
the
made
thing right
great
before
stuff.
you lie.
Holy
Jeez.
shit.
That's bad.
I'll give it a pass because it still looks like the boring paintings I like.
What the?
Boring
What are
paint-
you
the
talking
Boring
about?
paintings
Sorry,
you like. Oh, yeah,
first
because
of
a
all-
banana taped to the wall is so fucking exciting.
Why do this? Why would you say that? Boring.
Why
What
go
the
so
fuck?
antagonistic?
Where do we even want to begin with trying to unpack that? Ah, yes, the boring paintings. Yeah.
Ugh.
But with each new generation, standards declined until there were
I
no
don't know that
standards.
this graph is particularly accurate.
I don't know what the
I don't know
fuck
if it's-
his
I
data
don't-
is, but of
They
course.
measured. It's
Data
standards.
for standards.
But this follows
standards.
his point that's been made in the video that just art standards have fallen over time. That's the big
Oh,
point he's trying to make.
Like the standard. I mean, you can.
Well, I'm
say
saying
that,
that
I
we don't
suppose,
necessarily agree with him, but like,
Yeah.
what this
because what I
guy
was gonna-
is responding
it's
to
almost
seems
like
to always
the-
be like tangential points he's not even making.
I guess because the reason why I find this awkward is it's like the implication when there's like still so much I guess what you would call more conventional traditional art being made today. You know what I mean? Like it almost seems like people can get too fixed. It's like modern art, the prevailing form of art that is being made right now, and it's like I mean, there's a lot of just like regular, normal, conventional,
Incredible
art
art, yeah.
still being made.
By the way, I don't know what happened in the 1940s, but it all went wrong.
It all went wrong in the 19.
This was Hitler's
By
doing.
the 1960s, it was over.
Is that when the
Yeah,
rock
it's the 40s
got
to the
put there?
60s was the absolute
This is
destruction
what
of
the
And then
art.
again,
Yeah, that's when they put the rock there, and then it.
Yeah.
now we're going to find out what does Wikipedia say modern art is? Because I'm pretty sure that modern art at this point isn't even modern anymore, like as a category. It's
Yeah,
been replaced by new
I
stuff.
feel like.
Well, people
yeah,
are
I
talking about
feel like it's-
postmodern. Is
Right,
a lot of takes up a lot of like
'cause,
discussion as well. Yeah.
Good old Wikipedia says it's stuff that was made from the 1860s to the 1970s. So at this point, modern art drawn to its latest date isn't even that modern anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I don't feel like that's what people think of when they think of modern art. They think of the toilet in the middle of the in the middle of the
Yeah, which I think a lot more people would describe as postmodern instead of modern.
All that was
Right.
left was personal expression.
I don't really have anything to say other than this is just a fake.
So that's
graph
kind of
that-
an interesting. Well, I mean, of course, it's a fake
Yeah.
graph, but the interesting thing is, I think that that's kind of like a big part of the discussion is how much, in terms of determining whether art is based on creative expression versus like how good you are at realizing something. Talent, essentially. Is art expression plus talent, or is art just expression? Which I guess his point would
I wasn't
be that
getting
now
the
we've just
sense
got-
that he was talking about whether or not it is art, is whether or not it's good.
Yeah, sure. That in terms of determining metrics for good or bad anymore, that doesn't exist. The only thing that exists and matters is the fact that it is creative expression,
Yeah.
which is kind of like an interesting conversation to have because I really don't want to devalue the importance of like actually
Craft.
being really talented. Yeah, the craft. I mean, the craft seems like it's got to be hyper important because the craft is ultimately determining the experience that you. Like, what does it mean? What is a film without the craft of filmmaking, right? And, like,
room.
what does it mean for a? Yeah. Well, no, I mean, it does have like, you know, it's got people standing in the camera that are framed
Oh, I see what
decently
you mean.
occasionally. What I mean is that it's like the craft. It's like the expression. It's there has to be some amount of craft, like invariably, otherwise it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like, what does it mean to express without some amount of craft? Craft is like the thing that makes it, like, tangible. It makes it the thing that exists rather than just an idea in your head. And it feels like if that's the case, then there always has to be a conversation about the way that it's realized. Like, that can't be removed completely from the conversation.
So
Even
just
if,
saying that craft is always present, but the degree to
I
which
don't know I don't know what it means for there to be a piece of art that doesn't have any craft at all, even if it is like the most basic, even, you know, the guy dropping the camera, right? The craft of even holding it in the first place and then dropping it and then it
Well, the example I
takes a
guess is the
picture.
mountain. It's just nature did it.
Well, yeah, like what is the craft other than, I guess, you looking at it? But even then, you looking at it is not like something that you can translate to other people. Like it feels like the art has to exist in some way, shape, or form, independent of you as the creators, like, you know, subjective experience of reality, I suppose. Do you get what I mean? Like it has to exist in some way that's legible to somebody else, and that like that is the craft. It has to be. And then at that point, you can start talking about like the quality of the craft in terms of, you know, if your objective is to create a very realistic painting, then you can measure how well you succeeded or failed based on, you know.
Well, the easiest one to
craft
just go with for helping people understand it would be life drawing. It's just like
Yeah, life drawing's an easy one. The objective of life drawing is to create something that is true to life. If you
Yeah.
don't do that, you have failed.
Yeah, and if someone
at life
said
drawing.
how accurate to life doesn't determine how good it is, like, well, it does in the context of creating a life
In the
drawing.
context of life drawing, yeah, and in exactly in the context of whatever it is that you're going for.
Well, and even still, someone could be like, nope, not even then, because humans don't have full perception of the universe or whatever. And it's like, well, it's from a
I mean,
human's perception with a human
Like,
standard.
that's the thing. We can get past that. Yes.
Well, and that's
of
the thing.
course, it's always from the human
It almost comes back to the
perspective, yeah.
subjective, objective stuff. It's just like, why blow it up to borders that we have no ability to actually breach yet?
Well, it's just not very helpful, is it?
No.
I want to have a conversation about it, and like, I'm a human. I can't divorce myself.
I'm
from
a
my
human, you're a
perception
human,
of
we have human
reality.
tools, and we're analyzing a human perception, so it's all human.
And then, of course, you know, how much stock we want to put in the fact that there are sort of generalities in terms of the things that people consider to be beautiful and the things that people consider to be ugly. You know, I mean, that exists. That definitely exists in terms of broad trends of what people like and dislike. Yeah.
Means nothing. Oh, God forbid art be reflective of an artist's personality and life experience.
Yeah, well,
Well, I
that's not,
imagine
that's not at all what
I
he
imagine
said.
that,
You're
yeah.
saying the sole
How-
focus
I
is
don't
on
even-
expression.
How could he even say that this guy believes that? I mean, landscape painting in some way, even if you're trying to make it realistic, would have to reflect the artist's like interest and passion for like nature itself.
It was very easy
How-
to understand.
how
He
could you
basically
even
said like
believe?
there was a high standard for craft while expressing yourself, and it's moved into simply expressing yourself. And then this guy is like, "Oh, God forbid an artist expresses themselves." And it's like, you're just not addressing him like at all.
Yeah, you're really not engaging with this video that you chose
We
to
really
engage
believe
with.
that he doesn't like. It feels like we're taking the piss, right? You have to accept that the guy who made this video believes that like the purpose of art to some extent is personal creative expression.
No, he's an evil
What does it even
conservative
mean
who
to
just
have the
wants
passion?
to
What does it
be
even mean
told
to
what
have
to
the
think.
passion or the idea to create something if you don't
Remember,
have,
you said they're creatively
the know?
bankrupt.
Ah, yes, of course. Yep.
Creatively and
emotions. I
something
would
else.
hate that.
Expressively.
This sort of gives the game away for Robert. What he's telling us is that art
You've given the
for
game
him
away multiple times.
Yeah. Yes.
Was it
but for
30 seconds
yourself.
in?
Yeah,
that
he
put
gave
his
it all
cards on the
away after
table?
like a minute.
is basically another way to look at pretty pictures of people in mountains, which is great. Look at
What a way to summarize that shit,
Oh,
man.
dang
Yeah.
that. Fuck
It's-
off.
mm.
People in mountains, like, oh yeah, cool. What a
All it
reductive
is.
perspective on like landscape painting. Oh yeah, people in
Oh
mountains.
yeah,
so
but
this
he
is what I
called the-
mean.
He called the boulder a rock.
Oh yeah, that's right. He called the boulder a rock, but you called
Unacceptable.
these beautiful landscapes. It's like, oh yeah, just people in mountains. What the fuck, man?
Yeah,
I'm
and
still
you know,
waiting for
even-
him to take this.
Why I don't understand why you can't defend modern art without like fucking tearing down, you know.
Well,
these
and
more
attacking
traditional-
points the guy didn't even make. Like, come on,
Yeah,
do better.
exactly. Yeah.
Look at all the
Do
pretty
better,
people
Senator.
in mountains you want. But to imply that modern art is inferior because it doesn't meet the extremely restrictive guidelines that Robert specifically and arbitrarily has.
He didn't necessarily give us what the standards were exactly.
Or
he
at the very
was.
least, if he did, I haven't seen them.
Yeah, we
which
haven't been
you just
shown that
mentioned.
yet. He
I
was
think I'm missing
appealing.
that part of the video.
He was appealing to like we've moved from having for aspiring to any standard at all, and we just go nuts. That seems to be his
It
point of
seems
view.
like his argument is that we have devalued the craft to the point that it's like irrelevant to the conversation about art.
I mean,
That's not like a crazy perspective to
No, it's
have.
normal. I think.
A very normal thing.
pretentious. So because this PragerU video
Wait,
is
sorry,
formatted
pretentious? Can we rewind? What did he say there?
like the extremely restrictive guidelines that Robert specifically and arbitrarily has, I mean, that's pretentious.
It
So
was,
because
you just said that, oh yeah, look at the pretty paintings of the pretty people in the mountains. Like, come on.
Yeah, come on, man. This video is hyper
Come
pretentious.
on.
You said like people who like Michelangelo's David, they haven't even seen statues.
I kind of dislike that there's almost this implication that you couldn't earnestly enjoy landscape paintings. You know what I mean? It's almost like the implication is, well, you're pretty boring, you don't have very interesting taste in art, or like, yeah, you fell victim to the propaganda. It couldn't be that you just genuinely like landscape paintings.
Well, again, is he not becoming the caricature he wrote for the other side? You're standing there looking at this thing, this banana, and you're like, and then he's like, you've been tricked. You've been tricked. I'm telling you that you need to understand you've been tricked. It's like, feels like you're trying to trick me, man. Like, is this what I actually believe?
Yeah.
I also find it quite funny. I don't know if you guys know the South Park episode where Stan is being pretentious for some reason. I can't remember exactly.
Oh,
And he
damn.
keeps doing this little laugh after he says he's explaining something, and he just kind of goes, "Oh," every time he says something and he's talking down to Kyle. This guy just did that after he said the word pretentious. He gave a little sarcastic laugh.
Hmm.
I can't remember that one, but I remember that it was when it was with the hybrid cars, where it was that they were becoming so smug, they were always talking with their eyes closed. It's like, well, I just care so much about the Earth, Good for you. Thanks.
this PragerU video is formatted like a middle school persuasive essay,
I wouldn't know because you chopped it to hell and back.
I mean, so
We're
like,
not doing much better though. If we're gonna be
bro,
fair.
your structure is really bad. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but like the structure of this video is really fucking jarring.
is the counter argument paragraph. In this segment, Robert says that art can be objectively measured by looking at it.
The great art historian Jacob Rosenberg
Okay.
wrote that
Wait.
quality in art is not merely a matter of personal opinion, but to a high degree objectively traceable.
Well, what was he referring to when he said that?
Yeah.
Also-
That
The
quote
problem
on its
is-
own. I mean, maybe he's saying outright the quote cannot be true, but the problem is, like, again, life drawing is the easy one to go to. You draw the arm of a person, and then your fucking teacher is like, you haven't got the shading right, the anatomy is just off, but like, there's a dip there you haven't done, stuff like that. It's like, you can call that objectively traceable.
I guess the interesting thing is the fact that the quote even says to a high degree concedes that it's not totality. It's
Yeah.
not to a total degree. It isn't absolutely everything. It isn't the be all and end all.
Drax arm. Yes, you could have objectively traced how accurate that Drax arm is to Drax. Okay,
It's true. You could have.
Oh god, that Drax arm, my god.
beautiful.
I mean, that's an interesting one, right? When it comes to like a lot of the time, the objective of visual effects is to achieve photorealism.
Oh, by the
goal is
way,
to make
someone has highlighted this, and it is worth pointing out. There's the ... Anything could be between that and objectively anything. Who knows?
but
True,
that's-
yes.
And you could argue it's on the behalf of the video from PragerU, but surely it's on the responsibility of the response video to find out what the actual quote is about.
Yeah, because now I'm curious what the quote is in full.
But the idea of a universal standard of quality in art is now usually met with strong resistance, if not open ridicule. How can art be objectively measured? I'm challenged. In responding, I simply point to the artistic results produced by universal standards compared to what is produced by relativism.
His
Universal
first example.
standards.
Yeah, that's still
Universal
pretty
standards
vague.
versus-
I'm not sure I like that argument.
And well, to be fair, if you create something, two things exist, and the whole world loves one while half the world loves the other, which one's better? It's like clearly the first one. It's like, I don't know about that. Just because.
Yeah.
We use that metric because by that metric, Transformers is better than Shawshank.
Yeah, which I don't. Yeah.
Which I think is a shitty standard. But yeah.
So, yeah. I would disagree with this.
Example is Birth of Venus.
Well, what? Okay, what
Right,
just happened?
sorry,
We're going
right.
back. Hang on.
I
What?
simply point
What's
to the
wrong with Birth of
artistic
Venus?
results produced by universal
she's not.
standards compared to what is produced by relativism.
His first example is Birth of Venus. Which
Why'd you sound
I don't
like
One
know.
of the
that?
most
I
famous
don't know.
paintings of all time.
Also,
Which I
why?
don't know.
I thought you didn't give examples, sir. You...
He only gives silly examples.
God, it's so annoying. Also, I guess if we let it play, yeah, he's about to give his reasoning for why the Birth of Venus is not good. Apparently,
Right, so is
Jeez.
when the guy in the PragerU video says universal standards, because it sounds like the argument he's making is, what are the results that you get from universal standards for like art versus relativism? Does he mean by universal standards basically you get better results when, I don't know, we form some kind of consensus on what we consider to be good or bad?
But those just happen like naturally. Those are just sort of like emergent
I
things
guess
that occur.
I
in
imagine
a
that's what he would
civilization.
appeal to, right? He would appeal to those emergent. No, okay, yeah, I don't know.
yeah, I'm unclear
I
on
don't
exactly what PragerU man thinks, but I
Yeah.
want to know what he thinks about Birth of Venus.
The Venus, which I don't know about that one. I don't get it. Waves don't even look like that. What is this
Well,
supposed
sure, but
to
like,
be? The Birth
I
of
mean,
Venus is a masterwork.
But who are you
Don't get me
arguing
wrong.
with?
And it is a huge painting. But it is not the piece that Robert wants to bring out when we're talking about artistic objectivity. Compositionally, little crowded. Very
again,
flat. The anatomy is
Composition.
stiff.
Wait. Composition.
Oh my goodness!
There's four
I mean,
people.
I guess I can respect the confidence with which to do this, but like,
Yeah,
okay.
it's. Oh,
It takes-
this is
it takes a certain amount of
Of
confidence to just
bravery, yeah.
flippantly
Crowded
criticize
and
Birth of
flat.
Venus. That's not how waves work. It's crowded and flat. It's like, okay, my dude. All right. If you
I
say
agree with
so.
Free. I respect the confidence.
Yeah.
It takes some balls. We'll have to again see where he goes with it. But again, he's equating objective quality with realism.
Yeah, this is
Well,
the
I
problem. I
think
don't know what
that-
PragerU man thinks exactly, so it's
Well,
hard to
the
parody
fact that-
him when I don't know what he thinks.
That's the problem, though. The fact that PragerU man likes impressionism to some extent means that his metric can't just be realism. It can't just be that.
Yeah, like
he's
it,
a
Like
little bit more
impressionism
complicated.
isn't realistic. It isn't realistic. So like, it has to be something different. Yeah.
Get me wrong, and it is a huge painting. But it is not the piece that Robert wants to bring out when we're talking about artistic objectivity. Compositionally, little crowded, very flat.
First,
The
I
anatomy
mean,
is
that's kind of
stiff
interesting that
and-
he would even like. What do you mean? What does it? Are you saying that it is like objectively? What does that mean?
what if it's supposed to be crowded?
Position is bad. You
I'm
know
very.
what I mean? Like,
I don't know what it's.
already,
Yeah,
like a big mistake. Like, why would you say that?
and dull, just like the colors, which is a product of its time, but
Dull,
it
just
is
like
Man.
the
still-
colors.
damn, dude. All
What
right.
what does it mean for the colors to be objectively dull? What does that mean, my man? Like, what does that mean?
That's kind of like saying, like, I'm not a fan of the Beatles. Really, I just don't none of their music does anything for me, but that's kind of like saying that X Beatles song is bad because the audio quality, because of the gear that they had to work with back then, is not up
And that
to today's standards.
doesn't
Therefore,
that
it's
raise an interesting question though already about like how do we value it based on the tools that people had at the time?
And also, a lot of that stuff just is aged since then.
I mean,
Things
it has
typically will
aged,
not get
that's right.
brighter
Yeah.
since then. But yeah, if
Right.
you look at channels that do like recreation or recreations or restorations of art, they're actually very vibrant and bright oftentimes.
Oh,
We
well,
just
it's
see
the,
them after many hundreds of years, so they seem that way.
That's the meme with old, Greek and Roman statues, is often perceiving them as, that they were always made white, when it's like a lot of them had color. It's just that the color is worn away. And then
Yeah,
it like
I mean,
changes the
ancient
perception of the
Egypt
art.
and yeah,
Yeah,
well,
Rome was
stat-
colorful, like
absolutely. People
Greece was
liked color.
colorful. Yeah,
Medieval
they weren't
peasants, they wore
they
like
weren't all white.
colors.
But isn't that an interesting thing in terms of like art evolution, right? Because like obviously there's a lot of Greek influence in like American, like national architecture, right? Like the the White House, the Capitol building, and all those things. And that like a lot of it is derived from sort of like what it was perceived as being when it wasn't quite that way in terms of color or lack thereof. That's kind of interesting to me.
I
it
thought color
seems
was
kind of. Sorry, go on, Molly.
color was invented after World War One, right?
That's true actually. Yeah.
Just with
yeah.
with a bit of history there. Yeah.
This seems
he
to
mean-
me kind of like
Oh, sorry.
it seems kind of like if you were to criticize the Statue of Liberty for being too green. Because it wasn't
really
green.
awkward. Because I just saw someone in chat say, is he saying it's like dull because it's not as vivid? The problem is that, again, are we saying that vivid is better? Like, what is the implication? Is the implication that it's worse? But like dull, that's a very loose word, It's and like the idea that you can attach quality to whether it is like more vivid, more saturated versus more washed out or more dull. It's like, all right, let's pump the brakes here, to say that the painting is dull and that would be like a bad example to bring up because that's not very objectively good is like bizarre. That's a fucking weird thing to say.
The way it is. But I, unlike Robert, can find value and appreciate art that I think is really boring.
I'm like Robert.
Okay, you can find value in fucking anything. That doesn't change anything necessarily. That doesn't. It's like he's saying if Robert looked at that painting and then came away being like, wow, the craft that went into that, and then looked at someone else like his kid's painting that he just splattered something like his hand when he was 6 months old onto a page, and he's like, wow, Robert, you must think that that's worthless because it took so little. This is what I mean. It's like, you need to treat these people as human beings. You can't just look at them as cartoons.
Yeah.
Do you really think Robert would never say that there could be value to a piece of artwork beyond its craft?
The easy meme is, oh look, hey dad, I drew this picture, and then the parent like looks and it's like, oh well, I love this, right, because of the sentimental value, because it was their child that made it.
That's my whole point with
like
the
some stick figures.
paint hand on a piece of paper, especially a 6-month-old who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah,
You're like,
yeah.
look, they made a handprint. Someone could be like, I can make a handprint. Why the fuck do you care? It's like, it's my fucking baby.
Exactly. Yeah, like and the idea that this guy would be like, whatever, the composition, look at this, it's awful.
Objectively
It's too
speaking, the
crowded.
handprint is too crowded and dull.
Try again.
He colored outside the lines.
What
The
a
finger
piece
to
of shit.
space ratio is just out of whack.
Mhm.
Unacceptable.
It sucks. Odilon Redon painted his own version of The Birth of Venus in 1912, and while it's hard to compare because they're two completely different works, I mean, this is so much better. It's got
What? That sucks, mate.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna
I
say
don't
it
think
sucks. I
it
just
sucks,
don't
but
like it as
I
much.
don't think it's as good as the other one.
No.
it's you know what? Good job. Good on you, man.
Let
Made
me
a
guess.
lovely-
The reason why this is better is because of the paragraph that came with it.
different works.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this
Because
is
he
so
taped it to a wall, so it's better. Yeah.
much better. It's got style and flavor. And
Oh, shut up. As
It
if the
looks
other one
kind
doesn't
of
have
like a vagina.
style or flavor.
Dude,
What is
I
flavor?
hate these. Yeah, exactly. Style and flavor. What do any of those words mean? What do they really mean?
So,
Like the idea that this is good art discussion pisses me off. This is like, oh yeah, no, it's got more style and flavor. My job is done. you know, my work is done
It's
here.
got
This
more
is
style and
art
flavor.
critique.
Yeah.
So earlier
No,
when he
it's
was
just
criticizing,
it's old, so it sucks. That's all it is.
when he was criticizing the previous version, he was saying that it was too dull. You can measure how dull something is. Like, that's an objective standard. Whether it's good or bad is a different question, but you can measure it. You can't measure, what did he say just now? Style and what was the other word?
Flavor.
Yeah, so those are not objectively quantifiable.
Well, yeah, I don't
So
know
he
what the
seems to be
fuck.
changing his
This is why I need
standard.
to know what he means, because flavor on its own is like. I'm assuming you're not tasting the painting, so do you want to tell me what you
Yum.
mean by flavor?
It's savory.
Which totally, I'm fine, by the way, with describing that something has a unique flavor when talking about something you're not eating. I just need, like, that's on its own is so vague. I don't know what you mean.
An emotion. It's a great piece.
Oh, and emotion, by the way. There's more
Oh, it's got
emotion, flavor,
emotion.
and style. Jeez.
Yeah.
The-
Yeah,
the
the
idea
original
that,
didn't. The original
art
shit.
is
Yeah.
really good. Art discussion is super lame.
And
Yeah,
by the
it's
way,
got
not
flavor,
claiming
style, and
that we are
cool.
revolutionary, Rusha-Busha-fying art discussion either, but, like, come on. You could try a little harder.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, like Robert says,
Without aesthetic standards, we have no way to determine quality or inferiority.
which is the same as saying, I'm a little baby, and I need people to tell me if art is good or not.
Okay.
Robert
let me see
says-
that quote again.
Without aesthetic
Without aesthetic standards, we have no way to determine quality or inferiority. In regards to something that is strictly aesthetic, if you have no way to analyze
Well,
it,
there's
then
no
yeah, I guess
standard.
you have no way to determine a quality. That just follows. That's like a robotic statement almost.
Yeah,
It would
the
be
question
entirely
would be whether or not-
subjective.
Not even
question
that.
would be whether or not you ought to have the standards.
Yeah,
because
if
without-
it's a painting and I have no aesthetic standard, not even the standard of how does it make me feel.
How
If
can
I've
there
got
be
no
quality?
standard of aesthetic for a painting, then I've got nothing.
how
Okay.
can there be quality without a standard? Essentially,
Yeah, because
So
if someone
then
said
that-
like I don't have standards, it's just how I feel. It's like, well, that is a standard.
that is a standard. Yeah.
So yeah, once again, I feel like if we were responding to the PragerU video, we would be like, without extending standards, we have no determination, which is like, I guess so. Until you add more to that, I don't have. This is almost like self-fulfilling. Without a standard, we have no standard. Like, sure, I guess. Do you want to go further than that? But his response to it is,
standards, we have no way to determine quality or inferiority.
Which is the same as saying, I'm a little baby, and I need people to tell me if art is
But
good
you're
or
just
not.
making shit up at that point. If you don't have any standards, you're literally just like you're just making it up on the spot based off of how it makes you feel in
I think he's
that
just wrong.
moment.
I think he just misinterpreted what the guy was saying. Like,
I think so.
Also-
it sounds like he's saying that, you know, the guy's saying, I need the standards to determine what's good or bad.
when the guy's
Like,
actually
I need
saying,
to
if we
do
have
that.
no way of determining what's good and bad, then we can't determine what's good and bad.
Which is just, I mean, it's
Self-fulfilling. It's a boring statement, if anything.
Yeah.
Inferiority is an interesting choice of words as well, because that implies that the only purpose of aesthetic standards would be to gatekeep art.
I mean, technically, yes.
yeah, in a
What is the
sense,
point of a
I don't
standard
want-
if not to gatekeep quality levels?
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
gonna
want
say that
every fucking piece of shit art in galleries. Like, I want to celebrate things that are, you know, considered good and have a lot of, you know, meaning and effort and work and have a certain quality level to them. I don't want, like, your fucking asshole kid's finger painting. No, that doesn't belong in a gallery. No.
Yeah,
I
he's
think it
using
should.
loaded language again.
Well,
Sorry.
I think he's picking on him for saying inferiority as if his goal is to try and like point out like you suck and you suck. But the thing is, he said determine quality or inferiority. The point being, you can't have one without the other. That's how it works. The standard,
That's right.
you need bads to have goods and vice versa.
I meant his use of the word gatekeep, because it seems like that word is, I mean, it's a loaded word. It's like everyone knows that gatekeeping is bad, but okay, is it
Well,
in this context?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty pro gatekeeping for a lot
I'm
of
neutral
stuff.
on gatekeeping. It
Oh,
depends on the
yeah.
context.
Depends on the thing.
I mean,
lot of
I would
stuff, yeah,
certainly want
gatekeep the hell out of it.
gatekeeping
With some
for,
things,
like,
yeah.
you know, building airplanes.
Yeah, I
like,
definitely want to
yeah.
gatekeep the people who perform brain surgery. It's like, yes,
Yeah.
I do.
And it speaks to something that you said, Rags. Like, at the end of the day, there is like a finite amount of space in an art gallery. There are choices that need to be made about what's going to be displayed and what isn't, and like what
Sure,
standard
yeah.
are you going to use to decide that?
Yeah,
What-
this-
what is-
Anything
what-
makes it into a gallery, no one's gonna go. People are gonna stop going to galleries if it's just random shit in there.
I mean, part of the cynical perspective is that that's not true. Is that people don't even know what the difference between good
No,
and bad is
people-
anymore.
Well, yeah, that's the meme, right? Of like somebody just makes some bullshit, and then the guys are like, "Ah, man." I mean, it was
Like the fire
wasn't that was the
extinguisher.
South
That
Park-
wasn't a
Oh,
piece,
remember
but people thought it was.
because it was the South Park episode, the Tale of Scrody McBoogerballs, where it was just like writing the most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The point, Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and Kenny, they just wanted to write the most offensive book possible, and then everybody was reading in a bunch of stuff that wasn't there. And then Butters wrote a book that was called The Poop That Took a Pee, and they did the same thing. It was just like just a bunch of nonsense.
That's crazy. I want to buy that book.
Well,
Interesting
the
choice of
poop that
words.
took a pee.
Yeah, wouldn't you? I mean, an original Butters work.
I mean, that's the thing is that I mean they all thought it was profound. And I mean, of course, it was the meme with the Tale of Scrody McBoogerballs was that nobody could read it without vomiting profusely. Like, they just couldn't get through it. Like, you just have Randy reading it's like, oh man, oh,
as well, because that implies that the only purpose of aesthetic standards would be to gatekeep art. If it's not good enough for Robert, it's not good enough for the galleries.
Here's a test I give my graduate students, all talented and well-educated.
Oh my god, so he's
Please
actually like
analyze
he's an
this Jackson
educator.
Pollock.
Yeah, but this random is gonna fucking dress him down hardcore.
I mean, I feel like if I had to choose between which one of these two, I want teaching people about art. It's the old guy. I mean,
Well, the thing is,
he's
didn't
got
this
some
guy
things of
say
value.
before- Didn't the guy say before, like, that he like downplay substantially, like, his credentials?
Yeah, like who's this guy? This art guy? Like, I don't know. Teacher thing.
Good enough for Robert, it's not good enough for the galleries.
Here's a test I give my graduate students, all talented and well-educated. Please analyze this Jackson Pollock painting and explain why it is good.
Explain why this Pollock painting is good? If I was an art student in grad school and Robert Florczak brought out this fucking shit-stained toilet paper or whatever this is and told me to tell him why it's good, dude, just ask for a college refund at that point.
No, like
college?
engage
It's a
with the
thought
question,
experiment,
actually.
you fuck.
Yeah.
A thought
How about you
experiment,
do
yeah.
like a thing
Wait.
that you do in YouTube videos and engage with content and actually offer some sort of insightful perspective that isn't
The point is
horseshit.
obviously to make you think about like what exactly are we appealing to when we say good? What even is good? That's obviously the point of this.
Yeah,
I
like
thought we learned from Wisecrack that hypothetical thought experiments are
Oh,
not good.
that's
no.
true. Yeah. Why even
yeah,
bother? What's the
yeah.
point?
College refund?
I'll be
They
right
do
back.
that.
It is only after they give very eloquent answers that I inform them that the painting is actually a close-up
Oh, that's the thing
of
that
my
he says
studio apron.
without substantiating.
there is
Oh,
totally
what a
value to
meme.
this. To
What
get
a
people.
funny meme that is.
This is the thing. If you'd gotten to those people in that gallery that I was talking about and said that's just a fire extinguisher, I'd love to know what they have to say once they know that.
Oh, that's a great meme. I like that.
Yeah, well, and by the way, that's why this guy already knew that this wasn't a Jackson Pollock painting, because that's why he called it a shit stain or whatever. But it's just like, you understand a lot of people look at Pollock's work and think that it looks like a shit stain,
That's
right?
pretty funny, because when he said that, I was like, wait, why is he saying it's a shit stain? He can't shit on Jackson Pollock, right? Like he's not allowed to make this argument.
I don't blame them. I would probably have done the same, since it's nearly impossible to differentiate between the two.
No, yeah, it is possible to differentiate between the two. You just have to...
I'd say I disagree with him. Like, I think when you know Pollock's work, that you can tell that that wasn't Pollock's work. But I get the point he's making.
It's still a
use
good
your
meme.
eyes. Robert Florczak wants to flatter himself in saying that he accidentally creates Pollock pieces all the time. Oh no, just a little Pollock on my apron. But if you know even a...
That's kind of funny.
If he's, didn't he say that he was doing this to his students?
Yes. It's
Right.
It's a
Which-
test. It's a meme.
Right, yeah, which means that the fact that his students aren't aware that it's not a Pollock painting means that this guy's wrong.
That is interesting, actually, to point out. Yeah, that there is, if there is a style to Jackson Pollock in a way that he does it, it is interesting that if the students don't ascertain that they just sort of buy into. I'm pretty sure Gordon Ramsay's done stuff like this before as well, in terms of like food to test people.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I remember. It was on Hell's Kitchen. I think he prepared something that looked really elegant, but all of the items were like bought from a grocery store. They were like really cheap, basic things, and he just sort of watched them as they talked it up. And then he's just like, yeah, that's just like cheese out of a can. It's like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Just to see if they're like even taking him seriously or if they're just bullshitting him, which is a really good test.
Yeah. And
Remember?
by the way,
Yeah.
this whole thing, he needs to like completely reset and tear up like all the thinking. It's super interesting to not only draw a lot out of a Pollock painting, but to also draw a lot out of a fucking splat of paint on an apron.
Exactly. It's super interesting that you could present, because that's an interesting one, because doesn't that speak to the nature of art, right? That the way that you framed it, the fact that you have framed it in this way and presented it in this way changed the sort of attitude and the mindset that the students were bringing into that analysis. That's fucking fascinating. It's just
Also,
like, you know,
this guy will have been told at some point that, like, I don't know Pollock at all, but like I'm going to assume
me
that
either.
painting that's behind him is Pollock. So this guy will have been told at some point that painting is Pollock, and that therefore it's good.
Yeah, like he called the shit stain, like he hates it because there's no intention or context that makes it meaningful to him.
Yeah, when otherwise he may not actually know. So if it turned out that that was not actually Pollock and that was just it was someone else's
So,
like
there's,
painting apron or whatever.
If anyone's seen Better Call Saul, there's a particular, I think the episode's called Chicanery, but that would be the ultimate double twist of, you show them that it's the apron, this guy is in the room, and he says, I fucking knew it, I knew it wasn't Pollock, it's such a shit stain, and then the teacher's like, it is Pollock. And he's like, what? And like, it actually is, it's one of his. Just to see how he deals with that, because it really is so dependent at that point on what you know about it surrounding it, and it really has nothing to do with the actual thing itself. And that's got to make you think.
It's interesting because it has to make you wonder how sincere you're being in terms of your observations. How much of it is you feel compelled to say certain things because you know who it is and they have like some amount of pedigree or renown, that you can't just be honest and be like, yeah, I actually didn't like it. Like the Gordon Ramsay one, right? It's like, oh yeah, like 3 Michelin star chef. I think he had more at the time. And he's made this food. I mean, it's got to be good. I should keep the thoughts to myself that it isn't so good. You know?
A little bit about Pollock, then you would know that this looks nothing like it.
By the way, you're allowed to not know about Pollock, be told this is Pollock, and then ask your thoughts and feelings on why you believe it's a good painting.
Exactly.
By the
That's
way,
okay.
this guy, if we did the whole movie Bobber Hitler quote version of this, where it's Jackson Pollock and just other stuff, and we lined up a whole bunch and said, all right, which ones are Pollocks and which ones are the imposters, you wouldn't be able to.
Nobody would. I'm sorry. Nobody would.
Yeah. If you say you can, unless your name is, I don't think Jackson Pollock, if we got him, would be like, oh, I've done so many, I just can't remember.
I'd be willing to guess that. Honestly, I'll be like super charitable and I'll guess that maybe this guy who's making this video, I'll assume that maybe he would be able to tell the difference.
No way. There's no fucking way.
I don't buy it, especially if we like
There's no way.
took. You know what? I'd be curious to try and gaslight him. So the ones that he says are his and are his, we say that's not one of his, and then just to see him look at him and be like, "Fuck, really? Okay,
See him
fine."
argue
What is
it.
it?
And then you're like, "No, it was," and he's like, "Fuck, is it?" Just
Talk more about Pollock later, though.
And who will determine
You don't have
quality
to.
is another challenge I'm given. If we are to be intellectually honest, we all know of situations where professional expertise is acknowledged and depended upon.
I just want to point out, this man has interesting hair.
Is it that interesting? Seems
It
like
kind of
fairly
is, like-
normal.
No, I kind of like it's like fluffy and curly, sort of, right? And it is voluminous, but only in a very like the back half. He has the
Damn,
hair in the back half of his head.
I wish you hadn't, because before I wasn't noticing, but now that you've drawn attention to his hair, yeah, now I'm noticing his hairline's pretty far back on his head.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
right.
someone, it's like sort of like normalish kind of hair, but you've just like rotated it about 90 degrees back, and now that's where it is. Like it slipped and it's fallen behind him, and he needs to pull it back up to the top. You know.
I know
I
exactly
wasn't
what you
paying
mean. yeah.
attention before, but now that you pointed
So,
it out, I can't,
He has a full head of hair, but it's on the back of his head.
Yeah,
Yeah, he does have a full head of hair. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I
He is
mean, as we can
molding
tell,
because
he is
he's angry
molding.
that he's wrong about art.
He's angry about the impressionists or something.
Yeah, I'm pretty
the
sure-
Mid Canyons XQC, that was really funny.
Oh god,
That
yes.
was good.
Oh yeah, if anyone doesn't know, XQC's got his own Meat Canyon video now, and it's amazing, and you should see
Yeah.
it.
And XQC is like a goblin man sitting in his chair, rolling around and sucking people's eyes out of their sockets and putting them in a little vase. he needs the views. Not like you really need them, chat, but you know.
I watched another thing that's worth saying is Papa Beat watching XQC watch that animation. And you know what?
He just barely
I
has
find
anything to say.
I love how wholesome Papa Meat is. He seems to have the most fun when XQC is laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's the happiest
And,
at that point.
Did you mention that XQC's reaction to that video was only like, what was it, 10 seconds longer than the
Why
actual
even
video?
say that? What,
He didn't
you
have
know?
anything to say about it. Like, what the fact that he could have paused on the first frame and just talked about how
Yep.
he was drawn, you know, as like this disheveled, you know, skinny, lanky. The fact that he like crawls
Spider
around
creature, yeah.
in his he crawls around in
He's
his
attached to
chamber
his
with
chair,
like,
yeah.
his chair attached, and just the fact that he keeps saying chat over and over.
Mhm.
There's nowhere to run, chat. There's nowhere to run, so don't even bother, chat. I'm gonna take your eyes. I'm gonna take your eyes. I'm gonna take them away, chat. It's so good.
Where professional expertise is acknowledged and depended upon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Robert Florczak wants to be the guy who determines quality.
I think this is the thing. The question he was trying to answer is really fucking difficult. Where does quality come from? It's like the best we've got is that people create disciplines and then like create standards and then achieve highly in those standards and then they become relied upon for what the quality is and isn't. Ramsey would probably be just the cooking version of that, right? There's all kinds.
Well, there would, and even in those disciplines, like Gordon Ramsay or Marco Pierre White or any of those guys would still say, like, you have a palate and you can trust your palate and lean into that palate. Like, I don't know that you would ever find a place where there would be like an absolutely ironclad, completely and utterly rigid like quality system, even in, you know, even in disciplines where there would be accepted, you know, experts and generally accepted ways of doing things.
Yeah,
That's
Though you will find
like
stuff
with the
like if the food is rotten, you've lost. That's it. There's no.
Oh yeah, sure. Like if it's undercooked, it's undercooked, right? If you can't eat it, then you know, like
if
how
you
valuable
made
is
a delicious dish that was like it tasted phenomenal and it was unique and it just inspired, but it was totally like exotic in terms of its presentation and its ingredients. I don't know how much like pushback you're really going to get if
The thing is-
ultimately it is delicious.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's, I mean, cooking is art, obviously. Especially we're talking about like, yeah. Do people disagree with that one too?
I
Cooking
don't
is
know,
art.
Probably.
There'll be someone in chat who
Probably
says you're wrong.
someone, yeah,
Yeah,
who says
someone in
it's
chat will
quality.
be the
Cooking is
brave one to
obviously
say
art.
that you're
Yeah.
wrong.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, if you're feeling particularly
Cooking is
brave and
absolutely
bold.
art. Yeah.
But the point would be that even like I don't know that you would find many people in these sorts of disciplines who would say that there was like an ironclad sort of rule for like good or bad, that there is no amount of deviation or whatever from those systems. But it almost seems like the video guys like ran off with a kind of crazy conclusion of like, oh yeah, this
Again?
guy wants to be the sole determiner. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. This time, the sole determiner of art. I imagine that this guy would absolutely not say it. The fact that he even conceded, well, not even conceded, that's a bad way of framing it. The fact that he would say that impressionists who deviated from the traditional, like sort of artistic disciplines of the time created something of value obviously speaks to a flexibility in his mindset on quality.
Yep.
Like, how uncharitable do we need to be?
Depended upon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Robert Florczak wants to be the guy who determines quality. Or maybe his son, Philly Florczak.
But I mean, you
Take figure
determined the
skating in the-
quality. You know, you said that you thought that the repainting was better than the original.
Yep. But
Yeah.
ignore that.
So
remember,
hopefully it
Remember,
isn't you.
there was more
It's more
flavor,
vivid.
style, and emotion.
Flavor. Yeah, that's right.
Would he say that that's his opinion though, or
Oh,
it was?
sure. I mean, probably, but I mean, what? Like, I guess I find it interesting the brazenness with which he said it was better, because it almost implies that it's beyond that. Like, what does it mean to say it is more? It has more emotion and flavor that is like not quantifiable in any way, shape, or form. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Other
like
than
when you
emotion.
say these words, I need
Subjective.
you to link that to something that we can share. When you say it's got more flavor, you're gonna have to tell me what you mean. Like point to a part of the image and say like
What does
this
it mean
part is
for it
more
to have more
flavorful than
flavor?
others.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What does it mean to say that it has more flavor if it can't be derived from the work and properties which are just present? You know, that are
Well, and I would
real
also-
and tangible.
Posit that if he's going to argue it has more flavor, more style, more emotion, how does he not conclude that it is just better?
Exactly. I mean, whatever the standard is. Even if it was a standard that was only held by him, he would have to say that it is better within his own framework.
Yeah,
His
this
own
sounds
set
like
of
there are
standards.
things you can point to that prove what he said is true. And then at that point, there's all these steps that are just not getting addressed at all.
The Olympics, where artistic excellence is judged by experts in the field. Surely we would flinch at the contestant who indiscriminately threw himself across the ice and demanded that his routine be accepted as being as worthy of value as that of the most disciplined skater.
Figure skating is a complete non sequitur.
No, it isn't. What?
No,
It
it's
is
not.
not.
Figure
We're talking
skating-
about
sorry,
standards and
again,
quality.
Figure skating is art, by the way, just in case.
Absolutely,
you didn't know
it
that.
is.
And it's objectively measurable.
Yeah, because there's standards that were created a long time ago that we've now adhered
Yep.
to and become masters of, and the standards are very clear. Much like the things they do in the what's it called when diving, like from swim pools and stuff. Like whoa.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess that brings up the interesting one in terms of you would point to sports within their framework have rules for and conditions for winning and losing.
Mm-hmm.
Like in chess, if you get checkmate, you can't say, "Well, no, I mean,
I disagree with the chess standards.
Yeah,
I
that's just
disagree." Exactly.
yeah, that's just your opinion.
Yeah,
It's
if
just
you
your
come
opinion that I'm
second,
checkmate.
Yeah,
if you
that's
come
actually
second in
perfect.
the race,
Yeah.
Just to be real quick with the chess one, if someone said they lose 10 times in a row, and you go, "Man, you are objectively a shittier player than that player," and he'd be like, "No, I'm not. That's your opinion. You have no way to say those standards are objective." It's like with the standard of chess, that's
in
not.
the framework of chess. You have lost more than you have won. You are worse than him.
Yeah, it's
you're
all
worse.
it's ironclad. You can't get out of it. It's done.
And so at that point, if there's some agreed upon rules for figure skating, then of course you can measure it in some way that is approaching, impartial, or if you want to use the scary word.
Oh my god.
yeah, like I'll be honest, I don't really know anything about figure skating, but I do know that when they hold up those numbers, it's not, oh, I felt like this was a 9 out of 10. It's no, what moves did they do? How well did they do them? And all of that is going to be falling on objective standards.
They can't look at a technical error and go, "Well, I thought that was pretty amusing, so you get more points." Like if you fall
Yeah, but
over.
I like their guts, so we're gonna.
They got gumption.
pretty gut. Yeah, it's a pretty gutsy move.
They got
So.
to get up and go.
You're
I
gonna
mean,
be
a lot
star.
a lot of this relates to just sheer utility. In order to have these competitions, generally, in order to have the Olympics, in order to have a lot of this stuff, there has to be some kind of standard that we're shooting for.
And it's kind of the thing with art competitions, right? Where sometimes
All
there are these
competition,
results-
games,
yeah.
gotta have
and,
rules, which are standards.
What does it mean to say that a game is game of the year or that a film is best picture? What exactly are we appealing to? Because there's got to be something.
All different contexts and standards, all with different levels of respectability and consistency as well. There's all things to be
Yeah,
considered.
like there are standards for what is best picture. The question that I would ask is, are
they
those
be
standards
those?
bullshit?
Yeah.
And do they
Should
follow?
they-
Do
yeah,
they adhere to
exactly.
the standards that they set out? Because like if
I'm
half
sorry.
of I think it was in the case of 12 Angry Men, 12 Years a Slave. More than half of the Academy voters didn't watch the film,
Yeah, they don't have to watch all the films to vote.
which I don't.
Which is
insane.
bizarre.
That's
Yeah.
absolutely insane.
Yeah.
That is, you have one job.
Yeah, like if that is your standard, then okay, but it's a shit standard.
I didn't
Yeah,
know
it
that. That's horseshit. I would have assumed that, of course, you had to watch the
No,
contestants you're voting
no.
on.
No,
don't have
sorry,
to watch
sorry
everything.
to inform you.
That is wild to me.
But also, it is worth noting, as pointed out in chat, people who are in the academy, they have jobs. Not all of them just do the academy. Like that's the only thing that they have. They're
I
like
feel
people
like
in the
it's
industry.
still.
No, I agree. Still, I feel like you have like an obligation to make sure that you watch every single
You
thing.
can find time.
Well, and then it sort of realizes that they don't necessarily vote on the film's quality. They vote sometimes on its cultural relevance or what people say about it or society's
Sure.
opinion at the time, which sucks.
Or
Yeah.
how much money was put into campaigning by whatever studio,
yeah.
which is
Mhm.
largely why Shakespeare in Love beat out Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean,
Oh.
I don't have enough information in front of me to fully back up
Also-
that statement, but I mean, come on.
Titanic is not as good as LA Confidential. Sorry. LA
I really like
Confidential's better.
Titanic, but you are not wrong. LA Confidential is a better movie.
And also, The Hurt Locker is not better than Inglourious Bastards or And I think that was the same year. Oh, was that the same year as what else came out in 2000? And
Avatar, but I mean,
nah.
well, it was in the running, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
It
I
was-
think
it was up
District
for-
9 came out that year, and I think
This-
District 9 is better than the Hurt
Oh
Locker.
yeah, District 9's good shit.
The thing is, like,
Yeah.
this discussion about like what did win, what should win. I think that is quite an interesting discussion. But imagine now that if 3 of us hadn't seen the film, like
Yeah.
that's essentially how they do it.
And then the idea that you could even like feel confident voting when you haven't seen, especially when for Best Picture, it's like you got to see 10 films. You can
Yeah.
see 10 films in a year.
In a year.
Wait, what
yeah.
else? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, those are the main ones.
And funny that he
yeah.
even tried. If we have to use examples that aren't real to prove points about real
What?
stuff, maybe we
What?
Figure skating's not real.
Figure skating is real.
Well, okay.
it's
I'm trying to.
pretty
I need to give
real.
it benefit of the
You get, like,
doubt. Let's
if you
listen to
get
that
hurt
again.
doing it,
Something's
it's
wrong
pretty
here.
real.
Discipline
I think
skating.
it's
Figure
sorry.
skating is a complete non sequitur, and funny that he even tried. If we have to use examples that aren't real to prove points about real stuff,
What's with the dog?
I am lost.
I think
I
it's
don't
because
know.
he thinks that they're just holding up numbers because they
Oh,
like
he's
it or
saying-
don't.
He's saying no one ever fell over in figure skating and said I deserve to be respected or something.
Yeah,
Oh.
So that's what's called a
how would you feel if-
hypothetical.
Yeah,
Yeah,
how would you feel if you didn't eat
point.
breakfast yesterday? Yeah. Like,
That's his-
okay, here we
That's
go.
his whole point. His whole point is that would be absurd. Why do we not have the same standard for?
I just can't believe we just got
like,
told something that hasn't happened shouldn't be used as evidence for why something would happen. Also, like as you just said, the whole fucking point is that it's absurd. That's the point.
Yeah. That's the point he's making.
maybe we should reevaluate a little. If you're wondering, Robert Florczak does not bring up a single actual example of modern
I
art.
don't trust you.
I don't trust you either.
At this
You
point.
are proven to be a liar and a charlatan.
art
This
Oh
is
my God.
unconstitutional.
How do we feel about this dog being made to do this?
Looks like he's having
Um,
fun.
He's out there on the ice.
Is he
scooting
having
around.
fun? I hope he's having fun. It just looks like it might be really uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I
like
hope
the
he's
paw
having fun.
pads on the ice. Surely they would
Yeah.
check. Like if he got hurt, they wouldn't allow it if he actually got hurt. I assume.
I would hope not. Yeah.
Yeah, there
Just a
were
bunch
too.
of-
Yeah, humane these days about stuff like that, which is good.
The poop-related stuff that he made up. Robert does have a solution for you, though, if you're really frustrated about the modern art problem. His
Okay.
call to action paragraph at the end tells you to patronize the right kind of art galleries and buy the right
I
kind of
agree.
art.
Patronize
So-
the right kind of art galleries.
I was about to say, doesn't everyone agree with this?
My internet
What?
cut out for a second. What did he say?
He said that Robert's point is you need to start supporting the correct kind of art, and then I said, isn't that basically what everyone thinks? Like, obviously, their version of what art should be supported is different for everybody.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, if you want to see more of the art that you like, then you have to support
Like,
it.
I hate to say it, but when we're like, hey guys, go and watch Arcane Season 2 when it comes out, but don't go watch the Rey movie for Star Wars when it comes out. What do you think that's based on? It's like, well, the assumption of quality based on previous works from the artists that are currently creating those things, and that the support to that work being lessened or increased will lessen or increase the likelihood of future works being created.
Exactly, because artists got to eat, you know.
So I don't.
Gotta-
This is what I mean. Like
gotta make
everyone does this. I don't know why you're treating this like it's
Well,
some
I mean,
huge
he
shock.
he did it right. He's saying that impressionist painting was better. Like, what is the objective of that if not to get more eyes and attention on that kind of art? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Work
Hmm.
at the galleries.
By the art we patronize at museums or purchase at galleries, we can make our opinions not only known but felt.
I'm not sure who
Art
he's
gallery.
speaking to. How many people are
Buying art or
from the
patronizing
galleries, you
artists
know?
or
Yeah,
galleries.
like it was like
I
you're
guess.
talking to
Well,
a
but
much more
the crazy thing is
exclusive
that-
kind
Good
of
thing
art.
to
How do you disagree
say
with
that
anything he's
stuff.
saying though? Like this
Yeah,
is
no,
what
I mean,
everyone
this
thinks.
We all agree. This is
I
like
mean,
someone saying "do the right thing." Like everyone.
Yeah, this is what.
agrees,
If
you know?
anything, these are mundane statements that it's difficult to disagree with because you're just like, well, yeah, sure, support what you think is good art, sure.
Exactly. Of course. Of
I think-
course.
An explanation might be that the guy that's made this video, as he said at the beginning, believes that PragerU guy is being dishonest and manipulative, so therefore he has some kind of ulterior motive for rewarding certain types of art because all art is political. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but he's got to show that, right? He keeps showing us clips where the
Oh.
guy is very chill.
Sure, I'm suggesting that maybe the video guy who made the video is working on that presumption, and he's maybe assuming that his audience are on board with him from the get-go.
Not
He
just
doesn't have
saying
to
this-
convince anyone.
Oh, but What the fuck is the point if you're not like? Just trust me, bro. When he's like,
Yeah.
showed himself to be a little inaccurate several times already.
Gallery, after all, is a business like any other.
What won't sell won't get made.
Wait, whoa. Let's roll it back.
It tells you to patronize the right kind of art galleries and buy the right kind of artwork at the galleries.
By the art we patronize at museums or purchase at galleries, we can make our opinions not only known but felt. An art gallery, after all,
True.
is a business like any other.
What won't sell
Okay.
won't get made. That is like not even how the world works.
It's a pressure on the world that exerts influence.
It's not like this is what I mean. It's so unfair. It's not like the guy said money is the only thing that determines what art will be made. He said support the art you like and it will be felt. That's what he said, which is true.
Yeah, which is true. Like, it's not like it's gonna track absolutely, right? That there won't be people who, even if they don't get paid much money, will like stop making the art that they want to make. But I mean, he's not wrong. Like in terms of the pressures.
If there's a
I love that he
financial
says, you know,
incentive behind it, then
that's not how that works. It's like it also is how it works a lot of the time.
It also
Popularity
is,
and
yeah,
monetary
exactly.
advances for any kind of media means that more get made. Yeah, that's a thing. Crazy. Why do you think there's 4 John Wicks?
Robert ends the
They just love
video
making
with
It ain't the story.
a quick jab at Robert Rauschenberg's 3-panel white painting.
Let's celebrate what we know is good and ignore what we know is not. By the way, the white background you see behind me is not simply a white graphic backdrop. It is a pure white painting by noted artist Robert Rauschenberg.
He doesn't really say.
Wait, sorry. What were those edits?
what were the texts?
See behind me is not simply a white graphic backdrop.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
shit,
no
cue ball.
shit,
Cue ball.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. To a normal person, that does look like a backdrop that's
Yeah,
just
that's
blank.
just a backdrop. Yeah, that looks like a blank backdrop, or yeah.
I love that he says no shit. What? Why would you assume anything else? It's like, yeah,
If he
but
told
what?
me
You're
this
not
was- if he
familiar
told me
with
this
this
was
artist's
art-
work? It's like, no, I am not
someone
familiar
said-
with.
If someone told me this backdrop wasn't actually a backdrop, it's actually a famous painting, I'd be like, no, we need to sync up watch together. We're looking at different frames right now.
You're like, mine's blank, and I'm like, yeah. And you're like, no. Like, it's actually blank, and I'm like, yeah. And you're like, what? Like, what's happening?
Are the
Is it
lines part of
pure?
the painting?
No, it's 3
like it's a-
canvases.
like it's a-
three canvases.
Ah, okay.
Triptych or something.
So it's literally just 3 blank.
They're not
pieces of paper.
blank. That's the big
No,
twist.
they're
You'll find
pure
out in a
white.
sec. Yeah,
They're not- yeah,
Oh,
White painting by noted artist Robert Rauschenberg.
yeah, it's not blank. It's white paint.
this seriously is
What
how
was
the
that-
video
what was that last
ends.
one?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It kind of illustrates the whole
Yeah.
point he's making, doesn't it? We've gotten to the point where a blank canvas is being appreciated as much as some of the most incredible paintings of all time. That's a very intuitive thing for a person to be like,
Yes.
what the hell happened?
In fact, I'm gonna go
Well,
out and say that fucking sucks.
Well,
Is it?
this
So
is the
is it
complication.
blank
I think
or
that
is
it's worthy to discuss because it makes a lot of sense that people would find it intuitively retarded. Why
Yeah.
try and go high and mighty and pretentious and be like, you don't understand the value of a blank canvas? It's like, of course I don't. A blank canvas is synonymous with the scratch of art, the beginning of it, not
Yes,
like
this
the
is
end.
the concept of what could be one day art. Not it currently is the art.
Like,
and
why
we're done, we can
pretend
go home.
to be so fucking above it when this is a very normal perspective?
Yeah, if you don't think it's normal, you just gotta get more.
You
in
gotta
tune
go
with
outside.
your reality. Yeah.
Maybe go to less galleries and start talking to more human beings. I don't know, man.
All these galleries of robots and aliens. He's like, these guys get me.
This is art.
He doesn't really say anything about it other than
He obviously wouldn't feel he needs to. It's blank.
Yes, the point is being made by him
believe
pointing it out.
it's white. Yeah, no, I see it, Robert. This isn't a blank canvas, as many conservatives will
So it's
lead you to
painted,
believe.
right?
Good
It's
fucking
No,
painted.
not
God.
conservatives. Why are we talking about
Left-wingers are
conservatives?
allowed to say it's blank too.
no, it's worse
Everyone
than that.
looked at
It's worse than that. If you're a left winger, then you have this magical ability to know that it isn't blank.
Or if you're left wing and you say that's blank, you automatically lose all of your political positions. They turn right wing.
yeah.
Oh
Well, if
dear.
you're left wing, you know that this canvas is well, it's because it's very white. It is
Insists
one of the
upon
worst.
itself.
Right? So I mean, it absolutely insists upon itself. I mean, look at it.
This was if we were all in the same school, we would took here and like the teacher presents this and says everyone enjoy. I would just be laughing. I'd be like, "This is funny." Like, what's the meme though?
I'd be like, "No, it's not. What's what the what? No, stop."
This is to me less artistic than if someone took the fire extinguisher from the earlier example, framed it, and put it on the wall.
This is worse than the boulder.
Oh yeah, the boulder's way better than this.
Yeah.
This is definitely. This isn't even close to boulder tier.
This
This
is
is like banana tier.
Let him explain to you. Remember at the beginning of the video that conservatives have to baby you into understanding why to appreciate art. You have to follow their measurements, their standards.
He's about to baby us into why.
Yeah, he's about to tell us why we have to appreciate this.
painted perfectly white. 3 of them painted
perfectly white,
meticulously that you can't even see the brush strokes.
What is perfect white? First of all,
you can't see the brush strokes, but like,
but
depending on how it's photographed, it would also benefit the painting in terms of a lack of seeing the brush strokes as well. Who knows?
What if they're spray painted?
White. It's like there are a lot of different shades of white. What is perfect white? First of all,
I'm not sure. I'd have to find out who's.
And also, like, you can't
you
even
could
see
measure
the brush strokes. Like, that's how most. That's most things that are painted are not going to show the brush strokes. They use rollers or spray paint or some sort of a mechanical application or.
Part of the problem is like I haven't seen it in person, but I wonder if like if I got real close to it.
It being if perfect white relates to a particular shade, that wouldn't make it better or worse than any other shade, right?
Well, yeah. Why would it be so awesome that it's a perfect white compared to like red or blue?
Is he appealing to the fact because like I do like Warhammer painting because I'm a nerd, but
a nerd,
I don't really know a huge amount about like painting in this style, and as far as I'm aware, white is a pretty hard color to work with. So is this guy appealing to the fact that maybe this hadn't been done before? That's all I can think, maybe.
Okay.
Like it's more impressive than if it was green, is inherently, because white is a harder color to paint with.
Well, and it's also more impressive than nothing.
Sure.
But it looks like nothing.
Yes.
Yeah, but
that's because you're a plebeian fool.
Yeah, exactly.
What kind of makes me think about
that's because you're a conservative.
I'm sorry.
If there was a stack of 1,000 A4 pieces of paper and someone's like, I did all that by hand, it's like, okay. Yeah, I mean, that would have taken a while, yeah.
These pieces of paper were black and then I painted them white. But why?
But why?
Which on its own is impressive. There are multiple versions of the Rauschenberg white paintings, but the 3-panel one is definitely my favorite.
Why?
Why?
First off, you don't have a favorite. You're lying. But let's go ahead.
I want to know why. I don't think you're lying. I'm just so curious. Why?
What possible reason?
Actually my favorite. It's like, okay.
So cringy. But like, all right.
Really big too, much bigger than what Robert suggests in his video. I feel like any artist who's ever painted
go back. Can we go back 15 seconds?
Actually, a canvas painted perfectly white. 3 of them painted so meticulously that you can't even see the brush strokes, which on its own is impressive. There are multiple versions of the Rauschenberg white paintings, but the 3-panel one is definitely my favorite. And they're all really big too, much bigger than what Robert suggests in his video.
Okay, wow.
Oh,
that's
his favorite. Didn't suggest they were. It's just his favorite. But like, why? Like, seriously, why would you prefer any of these over the other?
We wouldn't want to baby you into thinking about it just as whatever his perspective is, right? That would be conservative.
You've gotta, like, when you're like, isn't part of being a YouTuber like the joy of that is that I have the ability and the influence in the audience to share my perspective, and people just don't do that. They're like, yeah, this was my favorite, and they stop there. This is my favorite. It's like, what?
Why
like
do
all
you
the
like
same.
The 3-panel one more than any other one? Why? Why? Why?
I like
truly?
the 4 square ones because of the angles that creates a little bit of a star in the middle. There you go. I did it.
That's more than what he just did.
I know
you're memeing, but it reminds me when he was praising the one. What was it? Birth of Venus? Was the one?
Yeah, another big one.
Yeah, so when he didn't really explain why he liked the other one, he said it had buzzword and buzzword, but it's almost like it's the start of a thought, but he's not actually exploring it.
Well, so I'm starting to get an impression he's a little bit of a phony. He's like, yeah, I like this. And then you're like, why? And it's like, I have no clue. But
why is the most important part?
Well,
I was told to.
Yeah, like he says like it's a right-wing sort of machine that you just have to go this direction, but one could easily argue that he's on the opposite end, which is that you have to find all of this shit meaningful. And
Right,
just like
rather
that
than
Blade
being
Runner
honest.
example, he could be like, I love the white canvases. Why? They're beautiful. Why? They're so... I
Flavorful.
think the style, of course, and the emotion of it. And it's like, what emotion? Well,
Emotion.
obviously, when
Purity?
you consider
No,
how
it's
it
not
was
emotion.
made, you get a really big sense of like how much would have gone into it, you know?
And the funny thing is, like, I feel like I could make up a bullshit answer for it. I could say,
Oh, it's easy
isn't it
to
fascinating?
yeah.
Isn't it fascinating to think about, all of the effort, all of the toil that I put into making this perfect? Perfect white. You can't tell the strokes. All of this effort, and it just manifests in nothing. Everybody looks at it and they think it's a blank canvas, as though I haven't been here. I think that speaks to the toil of existence. That we can put as much of an impact on the world as we. We'll try our best to leave our mark on the world, leave our paint strokes, our brush strokes on the world.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And,
The little
and at the end
ripples
of the
that are our
day,
lives.
at the end
in
of the
great
day,
ocean
from
of
the
life.
outside, exactly, it's nothing. It's nothing. No impression, no impact. It's just devoid. We are nothing in this eternal, this sea of stars in this cosmos. There you go. There's a
Yeah.
did
there's a interpretation.
Yeah,
And
nice
I don't
and
even. And
uplifting
I don't
message.
like this
Yeah.
painting, by the way. I think this is lame.
That's the way to put it, yeah.
Just so we're clear.
I just like the idea that
Just
the
so-
artist is here right now, and you go, I think your work
Fringy
is
coming
lame.
out as
And
a
he's like,
conservative.
wow.
Okay.
It's like it is art. He paint like it is, but yeah, I don't like it.
What I find quite interesting about this is that, Fringy, you could have said everything you just said about a truly blank canvas or like a sheet of
I
paper.
could have. Yeah.
Yeah, which kind of feeds back into what I think we were talking about earlier, in that to some degree, the art is in the eye of the beholder.
The value that people extract from it is absolutely like I like if somebody actually, if someone said that to me and then the wizard said, yeah, he's telling the truth, it'd be like, okay, that's really cool then that you were able to pull something out of it. Like
Yeah.
that's great, that's cool, that's swell. And I mean, I would say that this is art. Like, of course I would in this case. Like the fact that it's even been painted would have to give it that. But like as for me, I don't know, man. I don't want to pretend like I could look at this and value this as much as like some incredibly elaborate and detailed painting that, like this incredible photorealistic like landscape, right? Like
Yeah, I'd look at
I
this
Yeah.
and
remember
be
one
like,
that's
oh,
called
okay.
the Arcadia, what's that one called? That Thomas, I think it's the Arcadian or Pastoral State. You guys know that painting?
It's good, but it's no Fringy Lisa.
Can you show me a picture? I might know
yeah.
of it, but I
It's
just don't know the name.
it's really like I'm always gonna have more respect for something like this. Like I'm sorry.
Oh, 100 fucking percent.
Look
You
at
could
that.
just like
Always
look
gonna
at
have
this
That's
and
bitchin'.
wow, yeah.
Yeah, I
That looks
like
really
I
good.
really love it, and I'm always gonna like
Yeah, but you could.
I'm not gonna pretend that I don't. Like or that I
Yeah,
consider
but
these to be on the
I don't
same
know,
level.
Fringy. I think over there on the right hand side by the tree, I think I see a brush stroke. So yeah,
Mm.
I don't know.
I was gonna say,
I
like,
don't
I
know.
appreciate it, but it does lack flavor. Does lack
Well,
style.
it's too crowded. It's just too crowded.
There's so many
And
people here.
it's-
Couldn't you just
yeah,
let
it's
nature be
dull.
nature?
Green's a bit
Yeah.
dull, I guess.
Yeah,
There's too many
colors
greens,
are
it does
dull, way
dullify
too
it.
Yeah, and
Like-
that's not what
like-
waves look like.
I don't know. I think I got really like when he was saying, "Oh yeah, just mountains and stuff." Like, I'm sorry, man. I really like these landscapes. Like, I
They're
really like
gorgeous.
these paintings. I'm not. I didn't fall for like conservative propaganda because I like them, my dude.
You're just
I just-
useful.
Or that you
idiot.
didn't like the white
Yeah.
paintings that makes you conservative. It's like, it's retarded. What I feel like
Yeah.
this video meant to be was about a minute long, and he says there's more to a painting than simply looking at it and being done with it. Like, there can be more in terms of how it was made or why it was made, and that can really change your mind
Absolutely.
on the piece of artwork. If you put it all that way, that's fine. It's totally fine.
Yeah,
But
if
he
he did
didn't-
that,
he didn't
yeah, if
say
he was like
that.
technical impressiveness is not the be all end all of what makes
yeah.
Art good or bad or whatever you want to
totally
call
fine.
it.
Totally
still-
Someone has
agree.
just mentioned he
And
hasn't
we'd
even
say
gotten to
sure.
Charlie yet. That's true.
I still
Oh,
don't
yeah, you're
understand.
right.
I don't understand the political spin that he's put on the video, because it seems
That's that's
So-
what people on both sides do. Lefties do it pretty
yeah,
all the
so-
time. Everything is a conservative this or a fascist that.
well, the
So-
only thing that seems to be conservative about this video is the fact that it was uploaded to the PragerU YouTube channel.
Basically,
So,
but that's enough.
If I were to figure out what I think the argument would be, my guess would be that these sort of standards are rigid and conservative by their very nature because they limit the like the breadth of artistic expression that people can feel comfortable with. That would be my guess.
That's probably
to, like,
his
the argument
position,
that
but I
he's
don't
making.
like it. Like we
I
sequester
just
like older
like,
and more formatted standards to conservatives. It's like, I mean, there's plenty of
I don't like
lefties that
that.
love
I
these
really don't
standards.
like
So
that. Well, the idea that you can't take like a more I just but my guess is that that's what he's saying, is that like these standards are inherently conservative, which like is weird. But you know.
I feel like any artist who's ever painted before should be impressed by these. If you've ever seen,
I mean,
kind of.
it's once you know can he at least concede seeing these without context is like it almost evokes embarrassment.
Yeah, it being really difficult to do, but not looking like it was really difficult to do, you're not going to know how hard it was when you look at it, right?
Like I said, the most striking thing about this one is the image that's created with the four of them being put together the way they are. You know what I mean? I'm like,
why are they off like center? You know, why are they turned a little bit? That's clearly intentional. Why? What is that supposed to mean?
and then
already we've gone further. If I stopped there, it would be more interesting.
It blows open the whole concept of like you can't experience a piece of art correctly unless you know about how it was created. It's like, I don't know that that's true.
I don't think we can do that standard, because then it means, you know, somebody's like, I made this painting, heart attack, and then they die. And they never wrote down what they meant, and they never told anybody what they intended. That like that.
And they never told anybody what they went through to make it.
Yeah,
it's not evident from the piece itself.
Even though it is complete, it is a complete work. You know, the wizard even says, "Yeah, he said it was complete," and then he died right there. The idea that artwork would be incomplete forever because you can never ask him what he
Ogg's
thinks.
wonderful painting on the wall. We don't know what he did to make it.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't a lot of what's meaningful that you can kind of like infer and read into and think about what they may have intended, even if you don't necessarily know?
And like I said, it goes both ways. What if you see something like this for set, and then you go, ooh, what was the context? And you go, there isn't any. These haven't been painted yet.
Yeah.
Like, someone put them on the wall because it was a mistake. They put up ones that haven't been done yet. And he's like, oh. But I drew a bunch of meaning out of it. And it's like, you can keep that meaning. It's all yours.
You can still do that. It's okay. You can draw meaning out of things that are random or, like, don't really have, like, some elaborate or fascinating, compelling, like, sort of explanation for being the way that they are.
So what if the guy who painted these only had one arm, didn't have any arms, and he painted them with his toes, like he held the brush with his toes? That would make it harder to do and therefore more impressive. But again, you're not going to know that unless you have been told that, right?
Unless you've been told.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And which, by the way,
It's
I
not
don't want to
something that
consider
you can-
that irrelevant or anything. I just
Nope.
don't think it should be considered exclusively relevant. Like, it has to be a part of the artwork's consumption.
Yeah,
find
it
that
definitely
strange.
makes it more impressive. But how impressive it is, I think, is a separate question.
There's a lot of factors that come into the appreciation of an artwork. It can be the amount of time it took to make it, even on an incredibly low skill. Like I said about stacking the A4 pieces of paper. Anyone could do that. But if you did it for like 1 million pieces, like, holy shit, that is kind of impressive. Then there's like the talent aspect. Someone who's just incredibly fucking good at their thing. They're not even 100% sure how. They were always good. They always remember being good. And then there's effort, like as a variable that could apply like a lot at a small amount of time, or a huge amount over a large amount of time, and you create something incredible as a result. Like, there's all these factors. Someone lacking particular limbs or senses, yeah, those too, and all that stuff. But then, you know, at some point we're gonna have to talk about what the thing is.
Like an example that I would give, I don't really listen to them, but Def Leppard, their drummer, only has one arm, which makes playing conventional drum patterns pretty difficult for him. You don't, I mean, again, I don't listen to them, but I would assume that a Def Leppard fan doesn't listen to them and just kind of give a proverbial pat on the head and go, oh, it's good that he's trying. Like, it's really hard for him to do this. It's like, no, you listen to the drumming. Does the drumming sound good? You don't add the caveat that, oh, okay, it was done with a guy who only had one arm in order to get past the fact that it doesn't sound very good. The reason why it's so impressive, though, partly is because he only has one arm and he's still able to sound like a drummer.
That's the thing, it applies to all of those. You could spend 1 million years on something and it could be crap. You could have the best talent in the world and still make something crap because you didn't give a shit. And you can put in the most effort ever and it can still be crap.
Well, yeah, and then conversely, you can see, like, Da Vinci's just, you know, his little illustrations in his notebook that are, like, incredible when they were never meant to be complete works. They were just ideas, you know, experimentation.
Yeah, it could have taken him no time, no effort, no talent necessarily, and it could still be considered some of the greatest artwork of all time. That's just how it works.
Wasn't that the I remember. I know it's not quite the same. Wasn't it a meme with like Picasso that he like drew something on a napkin and then said that would be like $10,000 or something when like some woman asked him to draw something?
Possibly, I don't remember. I'm sure that's happened many times, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Maybe he seems cheeky.
it's a funny meme just about like that. It's like, oh, that took you like a minute, and he says, no, that took me like 30 years, like 30 years through the culmination of
boyhood memes. It took 12 years to make.
Seen them in person, they're pristine. And that's not even talking about like any like meaning or symbolism. That's just technically impressive. Not liking art like this is a choice. And it's a
No.
Jesus Christ.
No.
So what you like and what you don't like, they're not choices. You don't get to determine the things you like and don't like. It's like doxastic involuntarism.
You can
You just can't.
make claims publicly, but they're probably going to be lying if
Yep.
it's I hate that so
That's
much.
right, and you'd only be lying to yourself,
Just like it. Just do it. Just choose to like it. Just choose to enjoy watching this.
God damn.
Why don't you just like it? Well, shit, then I would just like everything.
It's the same as
Exactly,
like
what the
saying
fuck?
that you choose what you believe.
Oh
as in,
god,
like,
that one's even.
faith.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's the
that's,
same
that's
thing. You don't.
doxastic involuntarism.
You're either convinced or you're not. Like it's surely that simple.
And there are times in life where someone will give you every reason to feel a particular way, and you just go, I just don't. Sorry.
Yep.
And vice versa. Be like, why would you feel that way when all of these things? And you're like, sorry, I just do.
And then this sort of brings out this discussion. What exactly is the point of the craft of creativity, if not for that craft to influence whether you like it or not? Like, if you can just like anything, why would you go about like the methods that you use to create something if you can just arbitrarily choose to like anything or dislike anything?
Yeah,
What
just
is the
make
craft?
shit
Like,
and
what is
tell
the
everyone to like
What's
it.
the effect of the craft? What is the effect? What does it create? What does it realize in the world, like, for people, if they can just make a conscious choice just like that about liking and disliking it,
I think this kind of the fact that he's now said that he thinks that you can choose what you do and don't like, that maybe contextualizes why he's been very harsh to the PragerU guy, because he thinks that you can choose what you do and don't like. He thinks that all art is political, and he thinks that the guy is pushing some kind of political agenda. Like, all of that together makes his video seem...
He's in quite a bubble,
well,
you might say. A political
yeah.
bias clouded bubble.
Yeah, it could be that he's approached this with a certain predetermined outcome.
or symbolism. That's just technically impressive. Not liking art like this is a choice, and it's a choice that people should be able to make with all of the context available. Robert is...
It's not a choice you can make.
It's a choice they should be able to make with all the context available.
Okay, now I'm just lost.
Is he saying, like, we should be able to decide whether we like something
we
with
should
context?
decide whether or not we like something, but this guy's saying you have to like things, you have to adhere to my standards. Is that what he's ramping up to?
But they're both doing
we
that.
should, or else art get... No, I think the old guy's saying you should like these things because look at this shit here.
Yeah,
you
but
you don't want more of this shit.
You can broaden them both out hardcore. PragerU Man is like, you should like these things because they adhere to greater standards of masterworks. This guy's saying, you should like these things because they mean more.
Well, he's saying you should choose to like them because they mean more,
But that,
right?
that doesn't, you can't choose to like something.
No, I know, but...
That's why I'm cutting out the middleman. It's like he's saying, no, you probably should like this more. It's more style, more spice, more flavor.
Yeah.
The Rock, you can walk under it. You can't walk under Michelangelo's David, fucking useless statue.
You can't. It's on the floor.
I love how that's a criteria, whether or not you can walk under the art.
Can you walk under it? Yeah.
is presenting these pieces and robbing the context from you. While
He's come on, I haven't even seen the full video, and I get the point he's making straight away. In the decline of art, and then he presents to you at the end what seems to be a blank canvas, synonymous with the concept of the lack of art. That's at the end of the video. What point do you think he's making? He's not... I don't believe for a second that what the PragerU Man wants to convince people who are watching that is that there's no artist to credit and there's no intention behind the paintings at all. It's just a blank canvas that someone popped on the wall randomly. I don't think he's trying to say that. The point is only meaningful if there was someone who created it and people who value it. That's what his whole problem is. He sees it as the degradation of art. which, you know, you can have that argument if you want. I am happy to live in a world where people are able to create artworks, quote unquote, like that. I just don't think they're very good.
I don't think they're good either. And if people want to pay a bunch of money for it and go to the, you know, make special trips to the gallery to take a look at it, then man, more power to you. Sometimes I envy you, but not me. I just can't. I don't know. Doesn't work for me. Doesn't do it for me.
While pretending to inform. 6 months ago, Prager, you posted another certified Florkzak classic. Why is classical art so good? In it, he claims that art history has been muddled by the humanities and social sciences, and that social
I don't believe
significance
anything you're
and
saying.
political messaging.
Yeah, just play his clips, can you?
Yeah, I'm curious about that video. Why is classical art so good? Like, that would be. I want to hear why does he think? Because remember, he talked about why these things are good, or he said that they were very good. Right? And getting into the why they are good is a very important part of the discussion. So I'd be curious what he said regarding that.
In art was only ever added by academics, not artists.
Art is a matter of personal taste. There's no such thing as great art or bad art. Where do these assumptions come from? For the most part, they are the result of art histories written and taught over the last century, not by artists, but by those in the humanities and social sciences. Not having an artist's point of view or experience, let alone artistic talent, these authors and teachers have therefore framed art in the only...
There are plenty of artists that would have these perspectives. I don't buy that it's
yeah.
exclusively like a social scientist perspective.
No way, it was just academics.
only language they understand, meaning and social significance.
Artists don't...
Which are important as well. To artwork. A lot of some of the reasons, like why I'll praise an artwork will be its social significance / meaning. So,
Sure.
you know, we want to don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say.
think like that at all. They only care about making it look real.
When a visual...
Wait, hang on. I think he's doing a parody. I couldn't quite catch that.
Which they
I saw it
understand,
was like a balloon
meaning
animal there.
and social significance.
Artists don't think like that at all. They only care about making it look real.
Oh no, I think that was from the video was that the modern art was the balloon animal.
What's his point?
I'm not sure what his point is, honestly. I was more distracted by the balloon animal.
We just carry on because I'm not
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, we
not
can just
sure.
carry on.
I listened to that twice and I didn't quite catch. So
When a visual medium becomes more about what it means and less about its pure visual experience, it might succeed as, say, journalism or social commentary, but it has failed as art.
that's an opinion and a standard, but I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it, but that's something that we could definitely talk about, because I think that deep down inside of that idea, there is something worth discussing.
When he says
like-
failed as art, I don't know if he means it's shitty and good art versus it is art and isn't art. Failed as art, you know?
The fact that he
Failed
says it
as
has
art.
failed would suggest to
Failed
me
as
that
art.
it has failed as being a piece of art. Therefore, it is not
Yeah.
art.
Yeah, which I would
that would be
disagree with.
That's
yeah.
especially when he says it would be like journalism, you know, instead. It
Yeah, I
feels
don't
like he's
get
trying to categorize it as something different. Which again, that's real awkward because like journalism, when you write it down or present it on television, you know, it's like that's
Yeah.
art.
Yeah.
Ernest Hemingway was a journalist, you know, like a lot of writers were journalists. Edgar Allan Poe wrote journalism, I believe.
Glad to see that Robert is still just as dumb 8 years later.
In a great oil painting by the 17th century Dutch master Vermeer, the quality is there in the controlled balance of its composition, the harmony of its color, the masterful hand-eye coordination of its brushwork.
So many masterpieces were only ever made because they were commissioned.
That's not a-
why does this guy?
That has nothing to do with what he said.
Why-
Mozart's was commissioned. Like what?
You know,
The Sistine Chapel was commissioned.
dude, when he was playing this clip, I legit was like, okay, he stopped it. What could he possibly say? And then he said that. Because everything he says here,
The harmony
composition,
of its color,
this is all
The
very
masterful-
straightforward. Like this is, you can agree with this. It won't hurt you to agree with this.
hand-eye
good
coordination of its brushwork.
It's lovely.
You could have just
I think
agreed.
that on my wall.
Could have just
I'm
said, yeah,
hoping-
that's true.
And then what does he say?
So many masterpieces were only ever made because they were commissioned. Like that's how
What does that
the
have to
great
do with
artists
anything?
survived.
That's how great artists
Oh,
survived.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Right, I
sometimes.
see. I mean,
to a
yeah,
degree,
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, all
What
right.
does
What
that
does
have to
do with the
do?
lady?
I think
Yeah, I'm
he's
lost on the
leaning
point.
towards the broader political context, I imagine.
That was their thing. It's not like the Sistine Chapel happened because Michelangelo was bored
there
after
you go,
all the
Rag. See,
pizza
he got
was
you.
Don't give a fuck. That doesn't change anything.
No, that's that's
No,
what
I
I
know, this
said.
is-
I
this
said
is
it
a non
was
sequitur.
commissioned. Yeah,
That's what
it
I
was
mean.
like-
What does this have to do with anything?
Michelangelo. But regardless, the constant masterpiece comparisons never stop with fake art critiques like this.
Wait, so
fake?
what's the point of that? Why did you bring it up?
Legit, like, structure of making video. You present clip. Clip says, this piece of art from an older time, better, for these reasons.
It's
And your
really good.
response is,
Yeah.
yeah, but it was likely made, or at least a lot of artworks were made for money. Anyway, moving on. It's like, what?
Why even bring that up? Why bring up that a lot of art was commissioned? What does that have to do with whether it's well composed or it's got good lighting and color balance?
Are we actually going to
And
get
that
into
there's masterful
the concept
brushwork?
of you can be an artist and also create art for money? Do we need to introduce this? This is a possibility, yes. You can express yourself and do it for money.
Well, also,
Why did he
Prager,
bring it up?
you guys said more about that, whatever that painting was, than this guy said about the 3 white squares.
Yeah,
Or the big rock.
Yeah,
Or the
or the other one. It's vivid and wait, he didn't. I don't know why I keep saying vivid. It was
Flavorful.
emotional and flavorful. Yeah, that's right.
Sistine Chapel happened because Michelangelo was bored after all the pizza he was eating. Michelangelo.
Yeah,
But
no, I
regardless,
get
the
it.
constant
Teenage Mutant Ninja
masterpiece
Turtles.
comparisons never
Yeah.
stop with
Oh,
fake
yeah.
art
I thought it
critiques
because he
like
was
this.
Italian.
Robert
Did
claims
you
that art-
know that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are named after artists? Did you know
wow.
that?
Oh my goodness.
That's
gracious.
incredible.
That's pretty
Leonardo,
crazy. I thought they came up with those cool names.
Raphael, Donatello, Michelangelo. Oh my goodness.
survived. That was their thing. It's not like the Sistine Chapel happened because Michelangelo was bored after all the pizza he was eating. Michelangelo. But regardless, the constant masterpiece comparisons never stop with fake art critiques like
Yeah, so it's just
what does
totally
fake
not
art
sequitur.
critiques mean?
I'm
How
kind of
is it a
waiting for him to
fake
get to
art
the end of the
critique?
sentence.
What
Because he
does
hasn't made a
fake
point.
art critiques mean?
this. Robert claims that art is a visual medium and how it looks matters more than anything else.
The great artists of the past didn't care one whit about reflecting their times. They cared primarily about creating
that's a
art
bold
not
claim.
true.
Yeah, don't buy that.
That's not true.
Do not buy that.
looked good.
There are plenty of people who may have been solely motivated by making things that looked like real life, but the idea that artists back then weren't interested in reflecting their times as a rule, I think that's
gotta
retarded.
say, this video is more cringe than the other one.
Yeah.
This one is worse than the other one based on what little snippets we've seen.
Art, by definition, is a visual medium.
Nope.
No, but wait. So blind
is
people
he-
just cannot
I
experience.
feel
What
like-
about music?
Well, hold on.
I know, yeah. Or is he just talking about painting art?
Yeah, I
when
Well, then why did he
says
say art?
I don't know why he said art. I'm sorry.
art
I'm
as in
just
art.
saying.
I think
I'm
that's
going
what he's
to-
talking about.
I'm going to assume he misspoke or chose words poorly.
I'm going
because
to
I'm-
assume that he would not exclude music as art. I
Yeah,
imagine that he is
that's-
saying
that's
art
what
as
I'm
in
thinking, yeah.
artwork in a museum, and not in a museum, in a gallery, paintings.
Hold on, what was the name of the video that this guy's playing? Because if it specifies in that he's talking about a particular type of art, then that would explain why he doesn't
He's talking
clarify
about
everything.
classical
I
art.
still think it would be
But still.
worthwhile in this moment in the video to say that, not just art.
Art, by definition, is a visual medium.
Very strange thing to say in terms
That
of
is a
preventing
hard thing to
misunderstandings.
Therefore,
mean-
its meaning and ability to make you think are secondary to how it looks.
Well, wait, hold on. So
I guess
'Cause
is he
'cause the
saying
thing-
like as a logistic process you must look at it and then process
so-
it?
part of so the thing is that it seems like he's working towards the idea that beauty is like paramount, but already, I mean, what about an image that's meant to scare the shit out of you, like a painting that's haunting or terrifying or disturbing? Like it's not necessarily like, you know what I mean? Like if we were to appeal to like beauty, like I don't know if we'd say like, do you get what I mean? Like that.
Well,
a
I mean,
painting-
I'm trying to
like,
be
what
nice.
does
I
beautiful
think
mean?
he's saying that you can't draw anything from it until you've got it, and to get it is to
Oh,
look at it.
until you've looked at it? Sure. I mean,
Is he-
you
is he
start
talking-
with looking at it, yeah.
Is he saying beauty or is he saying fidelity?
I don't know. It seemed like he was saying beauty.
It could be as
before.
fundamental as you cannot gain meaning from it until you've experienced it, and in this case, this is a visual medium of a painting or whatever, so you must see
Oh,
it
sure,
first.
sure.
Y-
I mean,
yeah,
yes. You
that's-
start with looking at it.
And I
yeah.
think this is supposed to be supporting the idea that that's the focus of the art, as in like they have that supports the idea that they focus on the way it looks rather than what it means, which is
Sure.
not true.
But the thing is, again, when we say focus on what it looks like,
Not
I
true
mean-
necessarily, I mean. There are plenty of artists that will maybe focus on how it looks as opposed to what it means, but there are plenty of artists that do the other, so...
I guess what I mean to say is that when we try and make a standard based on how it looks, it's like, well, that's not, like, based on... Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, maybe we'll get more context for
Secondary
what
to
he
how
means.
it looks.
That's really stupid. Because art is a visual medium, it can convey things that are indirect through a visual format, right? Does that? I feel like that makes more sense than whatever the fuck he just said.
I don't think that necessarily contradicts
know
what he
that-
said, though.
I was about to say, I don't think so.
Like a
You would just
visual
say
meta.
that how it looks is first, and then, like, whatever
Yeah.
you pull from it is derived from the way it looks.
It's not a surprise. He, like, has barely ever responded to him accurately. It's insane.
Before almost, you know? It's like saying words can't mean other things other than just what the word says. But
What? When did he ever
Hold
say
on.
that?
What?
Are you making this
Words
shit
have
up?
meaning. Also, words have meaning.
also to make a broader point, art isn't a medium. Painting is, drawing is, charcoal is. Those are visual media, but art is not a medium. Art is much more broad than that. But this guy doesn't really care about that
True,
stuff.
it is. I mean,
when did
assuming
it-
that he... I think it's when he said, like, art is a visual medium, right? And he's saying, well, I mean,
I'm surprised he wouldn't have focused harder on that, because it's such a, on its own
Yeah, 'cause
statement,
it's
being
a-
insane.
I still feel like I need to push back on it. It's difficult to do that because of the way that this guy's presenting the PragerU guy, but every example he's given has been that of a painting. So I feel like, given the context, when he's like, sure, he's maybe phrasing it in a suboptimal way, but given the context of
I
the
get what you
video,
mean.
yeah,
If PragerU were here right now and we said, you know music is art, right? He'd be like, I'm talking about paintings.
yeah.
And he, like, I don't even think he'd see the problem. He'd be like, oh, okay. And obviously my recommendation is, don't say art is a visual medium in your video. Maybe it makes more sense when you watch the video, as in, like, what preceded that sentence. Maybe. Who knows?
Possibly, yeah.
Because he's stupid. That's the summary of this video,
Yeah,
basically.
that's the conclusion, though.
you,
He's
obviously.
stupid.
Yeah.
No benefit of the doubt. It's fine.
I mean, that's the synopsis of the video. Robert doesn't know the difference between painting and art, so he keeps saying art when he means painting. And he's still wrong. Robert does clarify he's not talking about...
Whatever.
I think he just made a mistake there in his terminology. I think you're actually stupid, though. That's the difference.
realism. He's just saying it has to look good.
Great art need not even look realistic to be great. It's no wonder that many people believe the
But he
myth that
just-
photography...
Oh, wait, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
did-
But
What?
he just said,
You
wait,
say-
but
you
he just
said
said
earlier.
the opposite. He literally just said the opposite.
This guy's been arguing throughout this whole video that the main standard has been how close to real life it looks. Like, from conservative slash Robert. So,
He's correlated the two, like, at least twice, possibly 3 times.
but
The
now we've
third
just
one
found
might have
out
been-
Robert doesn't think that at all.
And he's still wrong. Robert does clarify he's not talking about realism. He's just saying it has to look good.
Great art need not even look realistic to be great. It's no wonder that many people believe the myth that photography put an end to classical art, given that they assume that looking photographic was the purpose of a painting. But that was
So-
never the goal of the classical artist. Quality of execution was.
Whatever that means. Robbie?
I mean,
What you can't rub two brain cells together to come up with what you think he means by that.
when you create a photorealistic image with a camera, very different than a paintbrush, which is very different than a pencil, which is very different than sculpting, which is very and all of these things have different crafts and skill levels and requirements and things to master. Obviously what he's referring to.
Robbie has to like you.
It's not about being photorealistic, it's about how you manage to achieve photorealism through the medium. At least,
And
I assume, is
earlier-
what he's saying.
And earlier in this video, when he talked about how that's what he's been saying this whole time, well, you can't, because that's not what he's saying.
You might be thoroughly impressed with the work of a cutting-edge artist,
I remember being shown this. I think it was
How
in...
do you feel about it?
My dad's signature is like a sideways tornado. I love it.
Yeah.
Because
that's like Russian cursive.
I remember when I was super young and I first saw him do it, I was just like, "You're trolling. That's so great." Like
Dad, are you
you
a
can just
doctor?
make up your signature to the point where it's just, and I'm not exaggerating. You just did loads of circles and they got smaller and smaller as further along you went. Sideways tornado, and yes, because it matches enough of the letters in his name, and so it was just like whatever. When I saw this, I remember thinking about that, and I was like, "Yeah, I guess my dad's signature is art too." Like it's,
Yep.
you know.
with its impressive theory, but you have no way of knowing if you're being taken for a sucker.
You have no way of knowing you're being taken for us.
Okay, so yeah, I'd probably push back on that. If you drew meaning out of the squiggles, it's yours. I said it earlier. That's totally fine. I don't. And if someone said like, "Haha, you fool! This wasn't even an artist that made this. It was a bunch of random bullshit." I would implore people to not let that take the meaning away.
All right, well,
yeah, just be like, sure, whatever.
All right, yeah, all right.
In the same
I think it's
vein,
pretty.
if you interpret a particular message within a story that very much is supported by the story, and then the author tells you that you made that up, they didn't put that in there, shut up, you can ignore them. You don't have to believe that's what they said just because they made it. It sounds unintuitive, but there's a lot of importance there, depending on what you drew out of what stories / pieces of artwork. So yeah, maybe I'd need more on what he means by sucker.
Sucker? I usually don't go to museums trying to figure out if I'm about to be tricked or not. But maybe
It's
that's
not
more
what
of
he's
Robert's personal
saying.
insecurity.
Unlike the
I assume Robert's saying that, like,
Some art can be so bad you don't know. Like,
well,
it's
like, if I actually shit,
you don't know if
like on a piece of paper and then put it in an art thing, and then do what Fringy did earlier and just make up a story. I literally make it up. It has nothing to do with the actual thing. I just had to shit something out real quickly to make some money that day. I guess Robert would be saying, like, so you tricked me. You wanted me to think there was meaning behind this, but there isn't actually. Which is an interesting perspective on art, right? That there's only meaning truly there if the artist intended for it to be there. I don't agree with that, but that seems to be Robert's perspective, maybe?
Yeah, that's a standard. So, I
Yeah.
mean, as long as he's consistent with it, which it seems like he is.
inspirational work of the past, much of today's art exposes how coarse and vulgar.
I disagree on that one, Mola. I do not think you can, for example, draw gender politics out of J.R. Tolkien when he didn't put any of it in there. If I drew out of Lord of the Rings that it's more important for us to work together to overcome the biggest threats to the world than it is to stay apart and try and, like, win on separate fronts, and Tolkien told me that wasn't the case, I would disagree with him. If I said there were gender politics, I don't even know what my references would be. Like, obviously for the one of binding together and fighting a greater threat, I have shit tons of references. And that's the important part as far as I'm concerned. Using the actual art to prove your point instead of just saying, I don't believe in the whole, like, I just decided that this thing is about this thing now. Like, that's just, like, arbitrary and nothing. There's no meaning. It's pointing to references is, as far as I'm concerned, super important. And if the author disagrees with your references, and as far as it goes, it's just no, I'd be like, okay. I don't know what to do with that at that point. In the same vein, if the artist told me, like, if Tolkien told me it was about gender politics, I'd be very confused. And I'd be like, Tolkien, you might explain it to me? You might do it like a little, just point to the things? Because I didn't quite grasp that.
Vulgarist society we've become.
Much unlike 1400s Europe, a very clean and civilized time. Robert
That's a
Flork's
Hieronymus Bosch painting, my dude. It's supposed to be about it. That one is
I didn't even catch
probably
his
about
point.
either hell or purgatory, so it's not even supposed to. Yeah.
Hang on, I just want to see what he said.
insecurity.
Unlike the inspirational work of the past, much of today's art exposes how coarse and vulgar a society we've become.
Much unlike 1400s Europe, a very clean and civilized time.
I don't think those aren't the same thing. He's talking about, like, a
What
sort of
art was
tacky,
trying to inspire or motivate towards.
well, a tacky representation of artistic meaning versus a painting that's.
Well, also, didn't Prager, you guys say that artists of the time don't try to reflect the time? They just try to create something that looks nice, which means that the time being horrible would be irrelevant to the art being made within it.
Well, the thing is, I didn't agree with that at all from.
Oh,
Prager,
yeah,
anyway.
I disagree as well, but I don't know why this guy has then cut in saying, oh, well, the 1400s was so nasty, if the other guy doesn't factor that into his view of art.
Surely an artistic depiction of, like, hell or something along those lines, like a biblical or mythological scene, surely that's not on the same level of someone having a dead horse on the ground with INRI on it.
Exactly. I think the word he's looking for is tacky.
And lame
Yeah.
as fuck. Yeah, that one's tacky as fuck, but the other one's like a work of art and a painting.
Robert Flork's is an interesting case. His ignorant takes on art are almost palpable in his own work. While technically impressive most of the time, some of them are just...
Oh, is that him?
This is Robert's work. Look at it go.
Oh, wow. Wow, look at that. Oh, that's nice. I like that with the big moon, and look at the snow leopard there. This gives me Maxfield Parrish vibes.
Well, let's hear the criticisms.
Just fucking insane, Robert. What's going on?
Yo, that's insanely good. Look at those mountains and the water.
The mountains
That
are
is
pretty
what
good,
water
yeah.
looks like.
That looks really fucking good, my dude. You attacking his art, you are.
He's
a
got to,
fucking
Rags.
retard.
He's got to.
You are so fucking stupid.
What is the broader point that he's trying to make?
Yeah, let's
here?
hear what he says about it,
An
though.
interesting case. His ignorant takes on art are almost palpable in his own work.
Oh,
While
look at the kid in the
technically
gorilla.
impressive most of the time, some of them are just fucking insane, Robert. What's going on here? But his work is clearly restricted.
What?
Wait. It's the same snow leopard. See, he's there again. What's this guy? Who is it? Are these from like a book? Maybe he's commissioned to do like book art or something.
I want to know what he's gonna say about the
What
artwork.
was he
Damn
trying
it!
to say?
Well, some of them are just fucking insane, Robert. What's going on here? But his work is clearly restricted, uninspired. It's the same subjects over and over again. White people hanging
Clearly
out
restrictive
outside.
and uninspired.
Ooh, white people hanging out outside.
can't-
Imagine you said that about any other race. Holy shit!
Wow. Holy fuck. Look at the shadows on the tree.
Well, no, but you see, he already is like, yeah, it's technically impressive, but he thinks it's shit.
Yeah, because it's
I just
rote,
don't-
basic,
It's
repetitive,
not
lame.
valuable. Yeah.
I guess
It's just
Robert
white people,
wasted all
really.
this time learning how to like make art instead of taping berries to a wall.
I just can't fucking believe it's like clockwork mentioning white people specifically.
Yeah, because
Thanks,
fuck
bro.
white people. You're white, and you're not a great representative of our people. But like, man, you do you. Whatever. This is really good. This art is really good. You should
No,
not have
Rags, it's
mentioned
just
it.
technically good, but it's not good in
okay.
terms.
Yeah, there's no
I
meaning
want to hear-
behind it. There's no meaning.
I
There was
want to
no,
hear this
there was no
dialogue
plaque. There was no
discussion.
law. There was no law. No law.
There's no lore. Yeah.
If he had
Wow.
said, this represents the love I have for my wife, I put it into my characters, and that this tree was a tree that we planted when we met, and blah, 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 he'd be like, oh, now it's good. Good art. There you go. He did it.
Like, he's got to have some kind of inspiration. He would have. Why is he drawing like horses in these landscapes and stuff if there wasn't like some inspiration?
He's white.
They all look
or is he saying
different.
that his inspiration is lame? It's boring. It's conventional. Which, like, I mean, if
So he told
okay.
us. He figured it out.
I find it really weird that he can flash these up, these things that would have taken like an insane amount of time to make, and then just like dismiss them so flippantly. That's
Yeah,
really
this
fucking
is
lame.
And by the way, he's doing the thing that he said stupid Republican conservative evil people do at the beginning. He's like, oh, they just take the art and tell you how to feel about it.
Also,
yeah, like yeah.
I want to highlight that he's shown us multiple examples of PragerU guys' art, and we're all like, "Holy shit, this is fucking fantastic!" And
He's
the example of his
obviously
art
shit
was the
nice.
song that he played during the reading.
Aw.
Yeah, like
Oh, sorry.
yeah. I mean, it is awkward. These are good paintings. Like
These are really
you would
good.
have. I mean, of course, as he had to concede, technically, yes, you have to concede.
Which, by
that.
the way, is the
It's
best
technically
kind of
good.
correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how
Yeah.
can you? What do you mean technically good? So there's
He means-
technically bad.
Genuinely, I think he's conceding that Robert is a man of
I
his
think
word.
he's
In that,
conceding
like
as much
Robert
as
said,
he
the most
can,
important thing
yeah.
is achieving in the craft, and he's conceding, yeah,
Well-
you did that, I guess.
Yeah, it is really awkward, right? Because that guy is living his values ultimately as an artist. He believes that this is the most valuable, and he's doing it like this. Surely that's a like a good thing, right? That you can
Well-
see that he's at least consistent in terms of his art philosophy.
Well,
Even if you don't
compare the
agree with it.
two. Compare the two people. Robert talking about art and the art he produces. Now compare this guy and what he says about art and the art he produced. And you're like, man, I don't know. If I was going to pick which one I'd probably want society to lean towards, it's probably the evil conservative Robert man. I don't know. You're not making a...
You heard it here first, folks. Rags wants to see more white people hanging around outside. That's what
Yes,
this is.
I
Oh,
do.
nice.
I want more snow leopards and big moons and bridges.
Yeah, that
and
snow leopard
water.
one with the big moon was cool.
I like the moon.
that.
I
was-
like
yeah,
I like the
I-
landscapes. I like it all. And yeah, I don't need to be told about its fucking lore in order to like it.
If anything, I'm curious if these two are the same people and it's like part of a journey or a book series, because the snow leopard being prominently beside them can't be like an accident.
Someone said they could easily be
Maybe
book
they're on a
covers.
journey or something. Oh,
They could be
absolutely.
book
They seem like they
covers, yeah.
possibly are.
You
Because
can
they,
imagine a big Lloyd Alexander over the top or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, man. He even made the Egyptians white.
Oh, that's
interesting.
What is your fucking focus? Okay, calm
Maybe-
down.
maybe he-
What
likes
about the
God-
other Egyptians?
I need to draw a comparison here. So I don't. Have you guys seen the film Moonlight?
No, but I need to.
I think I have. Yeah.
Okay, so I haven't, but one of the things that I know about it is that the director, I saw an interview with, I think, the director or the cinematographer, where he was basically discussing why he likes filming black skin, as in black people, because it has a particular look on film if you light it in a certain way and all the rest of it. So it could well be that Prager guy, when he's painted the Egyptians as white, he could just like
Whitish, yeah,
that
that's pretty
color.
white.
Like, what's is that a problem?
I mean, if with the sun being there and it being very bright, maybe they just look lighter. I don't know.
Yeah.
Egyptians were a brown-skinned people; they weren't black. So
I mean, if his goal there is for that to look like Egyptians,
also, I don't give a shit.
yeah.
Well, but like all the stuff we've said about all this artwork, what does he say in grand total? Technically good, but the race.
Yeah, but they're not actually. Oh wait, I thought portraying things realistically was bad. I thought that wasn't the point of art.
There was one before where he said technically good, but like what's going on here with this painting? Like he didn't even elaborate or expand on what he meant by what's going on.
I thought
he said
the only
that
thing
could
I
go both
presume
ways.
is implying that it's busy.
Maybe
He said it's
That would
fucking
be my best guess.
He said it's fucking insane, I believe, was the words he used.
Oh yeah, sorry, but with no elaboration at all.
that's the thing that it could
Oh,
be that
yeah,
he's saying like, what insane detail, good job, or what insane clusterfuck this
I
is.
don't get that impression. I think he's implying it's not very good.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, the thing you have to remember is he can't compliment Robert. The best he can do is, technically, it is acceptable.
This is the end result of what like tribalism does to someone.
Oh, yeah.
Everything that this one person from this other tribe has to be bad. Even his art is shit. But when I look at this, I'm like, dude, that's super awesome and it's cool. Like just look at all the characters, right? And now how they have the light glow, on the back from the sun and everything, and just the minimalism of the background, but it's Egyptian, and just the color of it. It looks really good, my dude. Like, come on. Like, you shouldn't have. You didn't have to bring this up.
I prefer it to the blank canvas.
What? Wow, it's just because the Egyptians are white, isn't it?
Well, to be fair, I haven't explored the lore of either necessarily, so I could change my mind still. It's pending.
Made the Egyptians.
I could probably change your mind. The blank canvas is even whiter.
Yeah, you didn't talk about the race of that image. Gosh.
White.
Well, what I'm curious about is how can you bitch about the Egyptians looking too white here when you castigated him for this opinion of his that he supposedly had, that it should be representative of reality. But the Egyptians weren't actually white, so surely there's no problem with painting them as white people if art isn't about accurately depicting reality.
Yeah, okay, so
he's assuming the
it's
intention.
Yeah, because he should be able to paint them fucking green if he wants to, right?
100%, yeah.
They could all look like the Mona Fringy, and that'll be fine.
Yeah, and in fact, I have a feeling that the shittier and weirder they look, the more he'll like them.
Yeah, it just like disintegrates into squiggly lines. He's like, I actually quite like this. Like, yeah, I figure.
Interesting. Robert has clearly focused all of his artistic energy into making as realistic of renderings as possible, which
Obviously not.
I don't believe that's
Did
what we
you
would
not?
call
We
those.
must-
No.
We must have been looking at different things. What?
Remember, he's the one that's hyper media literate, while Robert is the embarrassing ignorant fool.
can be
Clearly.
artistic. But you don't need to be painting photorealism to be an artist. And
You already you played the clip where he said that.
He didn't even say that. He said
He's
the
already
opposite.
said it's not
Opposite.
about
He said the
realism.
opposite.
Come
you
on.
do focus
This guy's
on
a
it.
gold
You should
mine.
probably study some other stuff too.
You should probably look at
You
more
should go to school
statues.
once for a day.
You
Maybe
guys
you
haven't
should-
covered this guy before, have you?
No, this is new.
This is a new discovery.
You need to know, he's now in this video in total said, like, people who like Michelangelo's David haven't seen many statues. People who think that, art is based on the way it looks probably haven't been to galleries. You know what? People who blah, blah, blah haven't seen blah, blah, blah. It's like, yes, you're better than us. I get it. Can you make some arguments, please?
The conservative guy at least is making arguments that are not always even bad. Some of them are.
No, he
but
said
some
he
of
said
them
a
are
few
like,
correct things. Some of them were shit, but some of them
yeah,
were.
some of them
and-
were shit, but some of them were like, yeah, I get where you're coming from,
Well,
I mean, this is the Streisand
And this
effect
guy's
in full
making
effect.
no
I want to
argument.
see more of his videos.
I'm curious.
Nah, I don't.
I'd way rather watch that guy's
I'm
videos
glad
than
If-
this turd.
We're
I mean,
only
if I was
halfway
forced to
with
watch
the-
one more of him or him, I know which one I'm picking, alright? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, weird fact about Robert, he also composed the music for Roar, the Tippi Hedren
shit.
movie where they
Oh,
just let a bunch
really?
of lions around.
Cool.
What?
No way.
Really?
Wait, so is he a
This guy...
composer then as well?
Oh, then he obviously misspoke with the art thing about.
Oh,
the
definitely.
original medium, yeah.
I'm more than willing to completely agree on that. I would
100%,
still
yeah.
caution that you shouldn't do that, even if you think it's intuitive that he was talking about paintings. I would
Be
still say
careful
don't
with
do
the
it.
words, yes.
But yeah, that's I don't know why he's bringing this up because he seems to despise Robert. This just seems cool.
And filmed
Yeah,
it. That's
this
just
is
a fun
great.
fact about Robert Florczak. That's a Florczak fact for you.
Okay.
This guy knows art.
That's the crazy film, right? Where a
It's
bunch
the-
of people got it.
Yeah.
Robert,
Yes, but
I
I,
wanna see
mean
his
that's not
name.
his fault. Like if he did the composing of the soundtrack and stuff or whatever. Is his name in there?
I'm looking. I want to find him.
I've got him here, and I don't see him here as being the composer. I've got him here as being a producer. That's all I can. Gottschalk is that his name? Robert E. Gottschalk.
Florczak.
Florczak. That's what he's-
Flog. Flug. Well, then his name isn't on here.
Robert Flugzeug.
Maybe
Maybe he's not just here on this part.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, no more Robert. Charlie time.
Oh, we're done with Robert.
Oh,
Bye, Robert.
Okay.
Goodbye, Robert.
For those of you who don't know who this
One of our
is,
better
he is just a
people at
YouTuber.
EFAP.
He's like Markiplier if
He is
Markiplier
just a
played.
YouTuber. Cool.
Just a YouTuber?
Just
Okay,
a
what-
YouTuber.
I don't
Remember,
know.
just a YouTuber.
I mean, you
he's
know, we
just-
go good faith, and he's just saying, by comparison to artists I've been covering, like Robert, accomplished artists who've been involved in movies and much of his own artworks, right?
Well, hold on. Most Critical
Respectable.
was in one of the Hunger Games films.
Wait,
Was
for
he?
real?
Yeah, well, it's kind of a meme.
What are you
He
memeing?
put a video. Well, partly. So he put a video up where he was an extra in one of them, and he kept sabotaging the shot by like moving into frame. So I think you can see you can see like the top of his head in the cut that's in the finished version of the film. So he is in the film, but I am also memeing.
He's an
So
actor.
Technically speaking, yeah.
He is an actor. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
An
just
actor.
a YouTuber. He's like Markiplier if Markiplier played Fortnite instead of Five Nights. I do want to be his chair.
I don't even know what that means, but I'm gonna assume it's not.
It's a
accurate.
joke.
Okay.
All right. Calm
Incredible as
down.
possible. These videos are from streams, so it's not like these are written and produced like Robert Florczak.
Man,
like
was
this
yours
video.
written?
It's just some
I was
dude in
about to
his
say,
little
yeah.
house that he lives
Yeah,
in.
it's
I was-
It's just
Sorry,
some
I didn't
dude
even-
in his little house that he lives in.
I didn't even
Yeah.
think about the fact that this was a scripted video. Damn.
I mean,
know, right?
I figured it was scripted, but like, goddamn.
Yeah. Oof.
In the
Man,
first
what do you produce off the cuff? Fuck me.
video, Art Makes No Sense. Charlie is watching a video by Solar Sands about Thomas Kincaid.
Solar Sands.
Are
What?
they conservative?
Well, so if they're making fun of art, then yes. Because you don't do that if you're.
If
no,
you like
wait.
good art, you're a conservative. If you like shitty art,
And you don't
you're-
recognize that fucking
you're-
name. He's in chat right now, Solar Sands. That's a
Oh,
me.
is he?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, hello, Solar Sands.
We're about to watch your work being watched by someone, being reacted to by someone else. This isn't going to be cringe.
But during the entire lead up to the intro, he won't stop assuming it's either Jackson Pollock or Damien Hirst.
These paintings make my corneas hurt. I'm ashamed that this
Damien
artist
Hirst.
lived in my former hometown.
Okay, so where do we begin with this? Like, so Critical doesn't like Damien Hirst or Jackson Pollock. I think was the other day was just dropped there. That's fine. I'm
It's
so
fine.
fucking fine with that. Like someone being like, I can even be fine with hatred because I assume that they hate that they're sold for like millions or whatever when they're just splatterings. I understand. But this has apparently offended the shit out of the guy who made this video, so we'll have to see what the arguments are.
George
This is
W.
Damien Hirst.
Bush of art. Gee, these paintings must be pretty bad then,
It's Damien
huh?
Hirst,
what are
isn't
they,
it?
Pictures of babies eating each other alive?
Charlie's already mad about modern art, and this video isn't even about modern
He's
art.
laughing.
He's just
He's
mad.
smiling.
He was
He's not
smiling.
mad.
He's messing around.
Smiling,
it's
he's
fine.
having a good time.
Yeah.
His smiling
No,
gave
he's
me
mad.
joy.
He's molding.
Oh,
Let-
he's molding.
It wouldn't you, again, I want to clarify, I'm fine with people being mad over seeing what they believe to be shit art be hyper successful. That's fine. That's a
Yeah,
normal
it's
human
okay.
thing.
It's
Yeah.
okay to be mold.
I think it's okay to see, you know, what you consider to be a movie that destroys an entire franchise making over $1 billion and being a little bit upset about that. I think that's normal, right guys? It's
Yeah.
totally normal.
Yeah, yeah.
modern art. It's about tacky
It's these people, they want us to evolve instantly into stoicists whenever it suits them, but otherwise you have to really be in tune with your emotions, and your emotions are just as valid as blah 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 blah. So that's kind of interesting, but whatever.
wacky jigsaw puzzle art made by an evangelical alcoholic con man.
What does that have to do with?
What?
So this is what we call poisoning the well.
Yeah.
Also, those paintings are fucking amazing.
Well, I was about to, sorry, I'm rolling them back. Like, what just happened?
This
Damien
artist
Hirst.
lived in my former hometown. The George
Tacky wacky jig
Okay.
modern art, and this video isn't even about modern art. It's about tacky wacky jigsaw puzzle art made by an evangelical alcoholic con man.
Okay, so he's saying the video itself isn't even about the shitty art, it's about this art, as he's showing us right now, which, by the way, looks pretty damn cool. I
looks
kind of
really
understand what he
good.
means, that this could be jigsaw art, but what's wrong with jigsaw art?
Jigsaw puzzle art is often really good. There's a lot of
Yeah.
great jigsaw puzzle art. What, you think they just make jigsaw puzzles of shitty art?
I don't understand, like, he's degrading the art by being like, this would end up on a jigsaw. You're like, okay.
Did I mishear him, or is he saying that those 4 paintings or drawings were done by an alcoholic con man?
Yeah.
An evangelical alcoholic con man.
Yeah, what the Rag said, he's
allegedly.
trying to make the...
Trying to poison the well.
This is bullshit. Like...
But what does that have to do?
Yeah, this video is clearly comparing artworks. Why would you be like, yeah, but this
Nothing,
guy
this
made it as an alcoholic con man? You're like, okay.
Well,
This is the
see,
tribalism.
that's the received wisdom. That's the extra information that you need in order to properly understand the artwork.
I see.
I guess
the
you
law.
really need it to understand to complete this jigsaw puzzle. You need to understand that this guy drinks a lot.
As someone just said, is he guys? He seems like he's trying to tell us how to think about the art.
Interesting.
These are the kinds of paintings those quotes are referring to.
Artists
By
suck.
the late artist Thomas Kincaid.
God damn it.
He's so mad about paintings that aren't even in the video, he's getting distracted.
I hate
That's fine.
So,
It's his
Moist Critical
content.
is what we call a human being, and when they
Yeah.
react to videos, by the way, thumbs up for reacting to the video.
Yeah, good job. You're doing the bare minimum thing. Hooray.
I just love that he's distracted with his frustration that's been brought on by the subject of the video that's not necessarily a what's on screen right now. It's like, yeah, that's okay. He can think about things that aren't necessarily 100% what's on screen at the moment. That's all right.
Thomas Kincaid with every fiber of my being. Our long
Channel that
national
energy to
nightmare
someone
is
that
over.
deserves it,
There's
like
nothing
Damien
wrong
Hirst.
with
See?
I mean,
This video has already brought me more joy than yours, and he's been on the screen for 15 seconds.
if those images we saw, the jigsaw puzzle ones, someone said I hate them because, and then gives reasons like they look, generic or whatever reasons, that's fine as well. It's but Moist Critical, I guess, is trying to say like, yeah, but they're a hell of a lot better than a Damien Hirst image, I suppose. Which, by the way, I don't understand why. I haven't seen anything objectionable yet.
I don't know why more people don't hate people like Damien Hirst and Jackson Pollock. Their work is the most.
This is kind
He
of
really
funny.
doesn't like this Damien guy.
Very much doesn't.
I don't see why more people don't hate them. That's just that's a funny sentence.
Awful dog shit ever.
And when someone points out in the chat that all art is subjective,
Shit.
he says this.
It is estimated his business brought in $100 million in revenue annually.
Art
Thomas
is always
Kincaid
subjective.
was
Yeah,
wildly
until it comes to
successful.
Damien Hirst or
As
Jackson
easy
Pollock.
as-
Which, by the way, that is everyone's opinion. It's subjective. Other than this, though.
Until, yeah.
Always what happens.
It is
Need to
objectively
dismiss
dog
all
shit.
this hatred.
Which, I'm not the biggest Hirsch head in the world, but Pollock? Really? The 3 artists that were
I understand Pollock
Well,
more than Hirst in terms
Yeah,
of
I
people hating the
understand
work.
Pollock more, yeah.
bouncing around
Pollock, I'd be
in
like, I could put that on my wall and walk by it occasionally.
Sure.
the beginning of this video could not have less in common. Charlie says that most modern artists can't paint like a face or anything like that.
I guarantee you, Damien Hirst, Jackson Pollock, all of like your most famous artists, like more modern artists. I guess Jackson Pollock doesn't fit into that. I guarantee they couldn't draw a single person's face. They couldn't paint a single thing that looks like anything.
This is
Wow.
A single thing that looks like anything.
Charlie, going brutal.
a challenging critique. He then immediately
Oh, shut up. Like you've done that throughout this video.
does he have nothing for that then? Because because it'd be interesting if you pointed out, no, they're actually like hyper competent in that field, but they choose to do this.
I think it is absolute cringe that you've taken a stream where he's looking at a video about art, comparing it and stuff, and then he just says about some of the artists he doesn't like.
About, Jackson Pollock
that,
and everything.
They couldn't draw anything that looks like anything. Like it's such a casual comment. And then he's like, "Well, that's not very constructive criticism."
And the product of conservative propaganda. Remember?
Yes, this is PragerU's propaganda bleeding into Charlie's head. Unfortunately,
he's been infected.
Gotta save him.
Defends Bob Ross, who rarely ever painted faces because those are hard to paint.
Yeah, I remember Bob.
Hang on.
What?
But
wait,
Bob
sorry.
Ross paints things that look like things, though.
Is he actually? Wait, what? Wait, sorry. Where's he going with this? Can we rewind a little bit? He's not gonna like shit on Bob Ross, right?
No. You have to. So what we have to remember about him is
Charlie's hypocrisy. Or something
Charlie will like Bob Ross, and he's saying, Bob Ross can't paint faces.
But to be fair to Charlie, his broad point was that they couldn't draw anything that looks like anything. What do you think the implication of that is?
Well, yeah, hence why I was looking this up. That's a random result for Bob Ross. It's like, that looks like something.
Exactly.
That, I don't know, it looks a bit crowded.
It looks a bit dull. Where's the flavor?
A bit dull. Exactly. It's it's just so uninspired.
Yeah, like, this is what I mean about the disingenuous shit. Like, we know, I'm not going to say intuitively, we just know that when he says Pollock can't draw something like this, or paint something like this, we know exactly what he means. It's like, you can't splatter your way to this. Like, you actually have to...
you can't stumble upon something like this. You can't accident this. This is something that you have to make. It's something you have to do with a deliberateness.
However,
like
if you do make a happy little accident, don't you worry about it.
That's right. Because he had a great attitude on art. I like happy accident. That's such a fun sort of way of framing it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bob Ross
Some people in the chat.
by...
Some people in the chat right now are happy little accidents.
Oh my god.
Rarely ever painted faces because those are hard to paint.
Yeah, I remember Bob Ross was shit upon by most like fart sniffing artists back in the day. Anything that looks like
this is pretty fun.
it has any form or shape to it, or anything that looks like it took time and effort.
Anything that looks like it took time and effort.
Face Charlie?
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't know, man.
Very frowned upon in the community.
I don't think the level of realistic face you can paint determines your value as an artist.
Is that the extent of what he was saying?
He's got time and effort.
Do you think that's the point that he's making? He's making an observation, which is, isn't it interesting that some of these guys can't do that? So they do something, and they do something else instead.
There's such a desperation to deconstruct every last thing being said and everything that's done by every artist when it's super simple. And you can even say wrong, I don't blame you for that, to say, Pollock is splattering, Bob Ross is constructing like an image based on real life, and it approximates it pretty damn close, and you can tell how much effort and talent and time went into it. That's the point. He doesn't like artists who splatter, getting all of like recognition and selling their works for millions of dollars. It's a super straightforward and super normal perspective.
Robert Florczak paints faces all the time. They suck. That doesn't make his work any less bland.
Also, why are you gunning for Charlie?
Bland.
Like, what's the fucking point of this? Like, gotta get that moist critical, gotta respond to his stream where he casually checked out a video quickly about... Like, why? Why wouldn't you want to go for, like, the most prominent art reviewers if they had these sort of perspectives?
Yeah, because he's not an expert in this at all. Most Critical is not an expert in this at all. He's a guy that's been shown a thing. So this guy's already, I think, made clear his motivation in going for him. But
well, he wants to make a grander point about like propaganda seeping into the minds of the innocent or something, which is insane.
Value as an artist. Robert Florczak paints faces all the time. They suck. That doesn't make his work any less bland.
Wait, did you say they suck?
They suck?
I thought we saw several of his faces. They did not suck.
So here's the problem. You made the critical error of showing us the thing.
Next time, do your lies a bit better, dude. There are better ways to lie, like not showing us the truth.
Charlie gets really frustrated at the definition of the word kitsch because he thinks it's pretentious.
Kitsch is, unlike art, a utilitarian object lacking all critical distance between object and observer.
God, these people are so fucking pretentious, it hurts.
He doesn't really elaborate, but I'm going to assume that he's saying that it's pretentious to seek meaning in art that looks passable enough.
Man.
No. I think he's
No.
saying that it's pretentious to give a word to the concept of not adhering to like real life or whatever. I think he would respect the concept that you could have something that's abstract, but he sees, I'm guessing, kitsch as like an excuse, like a way to categorize it that escapes criticism. Like if someone said Pollock is kitsch and you don't understand it, he'd be like, yeah, fuck off. I understand it well enough. That sort of attitude. But I don't know, because this is all said very quickly in a stream, seemingly almost at random.
He's looking for a fucking intricate view of the world to challenge his thought process with a fucking jigsaw puzzle.
Because they are more
Like, it doesn't need to mean anything, so why are you mad that it doesn't? Especially when modern art is just baby doo-doo doodles and crayon. Thomas Kincaid, Robert Florczak, it doesn't matter. Uninspired art is uninspired art. What?
That's crazy if you're Robert and
What,
you're painting all that stuff.
How do we
and it's
find
just
out if something is
uninspired.
uninspired or not definitively?
You have
What
to
does
know,
that even
yeah.
mean? What does it mean for something to be uninspired art, you know? Like, really and truly, if we want to delve into it.
It would require that you have background knowledge about the artist.
Yeah, you need
Yeah, you need it.
you need knowledge you
You
probably
can't
wouldn't
ascertain
have.
whether or not... Yeah.
Like in most cases, you're not going to have the knowledge. And then if he was like, you can tell someone inspired or not just by looking at it, I'd be like, okay.
Oh well, yeah. No, we already know that you can't because of the white pieces of paper one that he showed. Like, in order to even know that that is a piece of art, you have to know that someone painted it.
Some people said that kitsch is the reverse, as in like kitsch was what remained good while everything else was not non-kitsch. I don't have it's not a word I'm that familiar with. I was just going from what I saw on screen.
What does Thomas Kincaid paint? Cottages? God? In the form of, like, light behind a cottage? Just like with Robert's little apron trick earlier, Pollock's work is often extremely misrepresented. He painted what hell looks like. This is, like, the real hell.
Can you show us?
It's just abstract
show me.
dog shit that even a child can make.
And yeah, if...
Okay,
Why did you not show me the thing?
What am I to do with this if I can't see it?
Well, Google's your friend on this one. Pollock hell.
What? It's Jackson Pollock hell. Like...
Okay, so he painted hell, and apparently Charlie's reaction to this image was that it looks like shit that a child could do. Now, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I think I'm with Charlie on this one.
I think a child could do this, yeah.
I think a child could act absolutely. Yeah, hell is the fact that this is probably an insanely valuable piece of art.
I would love to know what would happen if you showed that photo to someone, painting to someone. What is this a painting of? None of them are going to say
No one
hell.
would say hell.
Yeah,
and he
if you
just so
didn't
matter of
tell-
factly says he painted hell. They're like,
Yeah, like
you fucker, you lying fuck.
Yeah, I don't know, man. If you told me that this is hell, I'd just be like, oh.
Well, so let's be real. What are you gonna say after a while of trying to construct a meaning for it? And you're like, well, the chaos,
That's all I have.
the
It's
contrast
chaotic.
of the black and the white clashing, and you're just like, yeah, what else are you gonna fucking say? There's nothing else to say. Like,
The way that
We
the colors are
talked-
different
well,
from
just,
one
you know,
another is basically what
talked
you
about-
can say.
We talked about Arcane for like 25 hours. We're not going to be able to talk about this for that long, okay?
or we
I'm sorry.
could, but most of it would start to be so disconnected from this painting.
Yeah, so season 6 of EFAP is where things really started going to shit.
And this is the thing, if you just hyper zoom into it, take like a piece out, recreate it, or like I get a child to try and recreate it on an apron, and then show him it, and he's like, "That's a shit stain." I'd just be like, "Yeah, okay." You could just
I
always tell the
agree,
difference.
This is a shit stain. It was a shit stain on our civilization.
If you did
Oh my
genuinely try to talk about that painting for 25 hours or whatever it was, you would end up spending most of the time talking about the concept of hell. But if you don't know that that's what it is, then you're at a dead end.
A whole bunch of what we would be talking about would be derived from other creative works as well.
Well, I kind
you
of,
know,
yeah,
like
I regret
Dante's
now.
Divine Comedy.
What I should have done ahead of time is to show you guys that image and then give you each
And
5
then
guesses,
ask us, yeah.
like as to what it's called.
That would have been great.
Because revealing that it's called hell after a while would be so funny, especially if one of you had guessed hell as a joke. Like,
A child had the
I gotta say,
same...
Zigzor is way better than Jackson Pollock.
I don't have much. How do I put this in a nice way? Jackson Pollock doesn't impress me. I kind of enjoy some of the imagery, I guess, in some way, shape, or form. But like, if someone said, "What do you think of him as an artist?" I'd be like, I mean, you know,
I don't know that much about Jackson Pollock, to be honest.
I've known about him since like high school. He was one of the people that would keep getting
I know
shown.
he's
And
the one that gets pointed to as like the guy who does this, right? Kind of like the quintessential example of throwing paint at stuff and then people arguing about whether or not that's art. But I don't know much about him. Yeah, I just...
To me, he always seemed like a hypothetical come to life. Which is fine. By the way, in terms of like, there's plenty I don't know about him. I'm sure he's great.
Abstract dog shit that even a child could make.
And yeah, if a child had the same mental illness and chronic addiction and somehow got a hold of one of the giant canvases he would nail on the ground, spent hours upon
That probably
hours
wouldn't be that
splattering
difficult.
paint to cover the entire...
Okay, you can do as much of a delayed delivery of hours and hours of, but as soon as it ends with splattering paint, doesn't quite maintain that
Yeah.
impressive nature, does it?
Yeah.
Like
I
all
thought
of
we
that,
were
all of that
building up-
preamble to the payoff of splattering paint. You're like,
Yep. It all
Yeah.
leads to the sequel trilogy kind of
yeah,
stuff. You know?
but you don't understand. It took mental illness, it took injury, it took
I agree.
life experience.
It did take mental illness
I
to
can
make
see-
that. On that, we agree.
Again, how difficult it was for him to create and how long it took. That doesn't have any bearing on how good it is. That
Not necessarily. Well,
don't-
it does to him, like his standard. Which again, that's okay if that's something you include. It's not something I include necessarily.
entire thing. Maybe Charlie's point about kids being able to do the same thing as Pollock would make a little more sense. Love him or hate him, he was really painting on the floor. You don't have to like
Like a child?
Well, yeah, I don't understand what.
Pollock's work. You can hate Lucifer, my favorite one.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Why? Why is it your favorite?
Why
That's
is
one of
it
my
your
least
favorite? Exactly.
I
Why is
actually
it a
think
favorite?
I think that one's shit by Jackson Pollock standards.
I like the other one that we saw more than that one. I don't know, that green.
Images
I'm
like
not a
this,
fan.
the thoughts I end up having, right? I'll have them and partially enjoy them maybe, and then I'll start to question whether or not it's the painting or if it's me. First of all,
work am
one of
I
the first
doing?
things I went to and seeing this behind him was like cancer in the brain or something. And then
Yeah.
it'd be like, oh, is that the painting? Because like, and then you find out, of course, that it's called Lucifer. You're like, okay, so it probably had nothing to do with what I thought it was, and so now, like, I don't know.
I like Hell more than Lucifer.
I think I like Hell more than Lucifer as well.
I like Hell more than Lucifer. And I know maybe in the art community that's a really controversial
Yeah,
take.
maybe.
Maybe I'm sort of
Well,
going against the grain here, but you
I
know.
mean, I can't see Lucifer properly because this guy's face is in the way. So maybe there's a really important bit behind.
There's a important bit in the middle, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little picture of a little devil.
I should find if there's like a list. Maybe we can still do that thing I suggested actually.
Pollock or 5-year-old.
Because I'll see if I can find a funny one actually. Hang on, give me a sec. Talk about something random, you fucks.
Boy, I sure do like.
Okay, this one might
Boy.
be perfect.
What? What did you find something that?
Oh
is-
god,
is
this is yes,
particularly
this is the one.
beautifully artistic.
Okay, so what I'll do,
Oh,
obviously, is show you it and chat, and then I will give you each 5 guesses as to what the title is, and then I shall reveal it when all of you fail, because that is the only outcome.
Is this a Pollock painting, or are we not supposed to know?
Yes, this is a Pollock painting. I'm not going to lie about that. At least,
Okay.
according to Google it is, and according to Google I got the title of it as well. So if you, just to make sure there's nothing else that you see in terms of a stimulant, if you want to boot up the stream and just see the image, and don't look at chat as well, and we'll go one by one, each of you, and
All right, I gotta go to the stream. Okay.
yeah, I was
The one
thinking
that's
if
on
I,
screen now.
yeah, because if I link it, maybe the URL gives something away as well, so I'm just gonna...
Okay, I gotcha. So I'm looking at the picture.
We'll
That's
go...
the.
That is a Jackson Pollock painting. It has a title.
Okay.
We'll go. We go with Fringy. Do you want to go first, and then we'll go. You Rags, Random Film Talk, and then
Wait, so what
again.
do I...
You get 5 guesses
am I
in
doing?
total. Guess a title for this painting, and when you fail it
Oh,
5
dude.
times, I shall tell you what it actually is.
How do I even begin to guess?
Well, it's not Hell or Lucifer. Those are locked out.
Okay.
That makes it easier.
Is it oh my god.
I can't fucking wait to tell you the name of this.
Is it called Nightmare?
No, Rags.
I'm gonna go with Tar.
No. Random film talk.
So I genuinely had Nightmare written down as my first guess.
That's their life.
My second guess is Autism.
No. Fringy.
Okay. Is it called Cold?
No. Rags.
Graveyard.
No. Random film talk.
Fear.
No. Fringy.
All right, who's been closest?
I'd say none of you.
Oh, God.
So it's not some kind of abstraction then.
I don't want to confirm or deny anything. It's just that none of what you've said so far evokes what I think the title evokes. I don't know, just so to speak.
Shadows?
Nope. Rags.
Spirits.
Nope. Random film talk.
Drowning.
Nope. Fringy.
Ghosts? I know you said spirits, but ghosts?
Nope. Rags.
I'm gonna say industry.
Nope. Random film talk.
Smoke or you smoke. Go with that.
Nope. Fringy.
Okay, light bulbs?
No. No. Rags.
Let me see. Discontent.
Nope. Final guess. Random film talk.
I'm gonna move my eyes over and look at chat, and the first one I see is what I'm gonna say because I have no fucking idea. Lives of people.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
That was a good guess.
So from the Tate, this one, and like I said, I just when I saw it on Google, I was like, oh, I have to. So this is what it's labeled. I'm going to show you it instead of saying it, just in case I've got anything wrong here. It's in fact labeled Yellow Islands.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, alright, sure, okay.
All right.
I mean, you were close-ish with light bulbs.
Yeah, I saw the yellow bits, and I was like, I wonder if that's what I need to be focusing on. But I would never have guessed Yellow Islands.
Yeah, I went for something dark and sinister.
Well, so
and
it's very
misty.
intuitive
Yeah,
because of the yellowish
yeah.
background and the way that the black cuts through it creates all the islands.
That's true.
Right, I see. Even
I
though the
thought
yellow that I'm noticing is definitely like not the yellow of the canvas back. That's a different shade for sure.
I thought it was interesting how all of us went for things that are spooky.
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe that's the trick. You see, your mind is so fixated on the shadows, you can't appreciate the light. Because there's light even in shadow, you know, even in
that's deep
darkness
for me.
there is. Yeah, no, it's pretty. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's you know, you haven't read the books that I've read. You haven't been to the galleries. I've been to.
Yeah.
You don't
Maybe one day if I go to a gallery, I'll learn about Yellow Islands.
Someone in chat, just quickly, imagine playing Gardic Phone with Pollock.
Oh, that would suck.
Like Jackson, what is that? He's like, Yellow Islands. What?
Just every image would end up as just a mess of spaghetti.
You can hate it, but if your reasons for hating it are it doesn't really look like anything. Yeah, no, I know. That's like the point.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh,
okay,
so
yeah,
it's
okay.
supposed to be shit. Is
I don't
basically
even-
that's what this argument is.
But even if that's the point, like
I can
why
hate
would that
something
make
for
it
the
an
point that it was
invalid
made for, by
reason?
the way.
Oh, he
Also,
liked,
yes.
he disliked the things. It seemed like he was shitting on that other guy's paintings for what they were.
Yeah.
Like he disliked what they were fundamentally, but that's valid because they were uninspired.
Yeah, because he
Whereas this
said
is
technically
inspired.
they're good.
Therefore, yeah, exactly. He even had to concede that, but then still shit on them for what they were. But you're not allowed to dislike this for what it is. Like, yeah, I get it. I don't pull anything from this. I really don't.
No.
It's not really about that. Look how much paint is layered on this fucking thing. It's
Whoa.
beautiful. What
Okay.
my mind looks like
So
in my
it's
head.
the amount of paint.
That's what your mind looks like. What does your mind look
My
like?
mind does not look like that. I'm not a schizophrenic.
You might need to see a doctor. Like when I said it looked like cancer, and he's like, "That's what it looks like mine." I did say brain, but brain cancer.
Head. I had to take a hot dog break. Anyway, back to Charlie. He has this
Okay.
idea on stream to create a fake alias and sell really shitty art on purpose.
I thought it would be a really interesting idea if I did like some dog shitty Damien Hirst, Jackson Pollock style art under a pseudonym.
I mean, this is a meme as old as time, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's funny and it works.
What if I pretended like that I intended to make it look like, what if I was just memeing? What if I was trolling?
And then just had like a really wealthy person I know buy it for an absurd amount and I just give the money back, obviously, but making headlines.
Which a lot of people have already done. PragerU actually did a...
That's an interesting idea, by the way, to go a step further than simply making it and hoping people buy it, but to have a friend, pay all the money, give it back to them, so then other people are like, whoa, you're buying, oh, that's a Charlie Moist Critical original, look at it, oh wow, that is, that's something.
really lazy version. And we're gonna watch that now. Don't blame me, blame Charlie. I didn't want to watch any more of these. Why
It's
modern
your-
artists...
Oh, yeah, no, you didn't want to watch
I didn't want to make
anymore.
this video, okay?
So bad with Will Witt. Oh, Will Witt moment. Classic Will Witt, the intern from PragerU that looks like he's got nothing going on in his head.
I mean, maybe glass houses, you know? I don't know.
He, Dennis, a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old made a bunch of paintings, and he tried to get people to look at them on the street. Will is trying to trick people in public. But the first thing you will notice...
Wait, I thought you said you can't trick people with that.
You can't trick... Yeah, what do you mean?
About all of
I
these
guess you can
paintings
now.
is that they all look like ass. Oh, I could make that. Oh, yeah, can you? This is what you made. Every time someone says...
Whoa.
Wait, whoa, what are you implying?
Hang on. That could be considered infinitely better or similar or worse. It's all up in the air. It's very much subjective. You can't just declare that this is worse than Pollock's, can you? Can you?
Better and worse? Careful there,
yeah,
buddy.
like,
Wait a
man,
moment.
Just how quickly he just breaches his own system.
Like clockwork, man.
says modern art is like lazy and anyone can do it. I think back to these paintings. The video very quickly derails and it becomes less about trying to compare their art to modern art and instead about trying to make people look stupid for commenting on it.
What do you see in this one here?
A dagger at your back, apparently. It looks like a long sword dripping down the side.
So this kind of represents like Japanese masculinity.
This is funny. Like, I mean, I think that the way to top this out would be a word randomizer with a little thing in his ear where he has to connect the meaning of the piece to whatever word ends up coming out.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Oh fuck! It's like a really funny clip. I think it's an interview that relates to like Mission Impossible, but Simon Pegg is saying words into someone who's getting an interview. Like the joke of it is that she's getting interviewed and she has to use the words that Simon Pegg says.
Oh yeah.
I remember laughing my ass off for that because it was funny as fuck. But I can't remember what the context was. Someone in chat might, but I'd love that in a sketch where you have to take, you know, the painting of some 2-year-old, and then someone puts words into your ear, and you have to justify that that's what the painting's about. It sounds like it'd be really fun.
Kind of like how these shapes are kind of like this is a Japanese influence, and then it's all kind of all over the place.
Will Witt, more like fucking wet noodle. Couldn't even come up with what the paintings are supposed to fake mean.
It's a meme, dude.
Oh, that's the whole...
It's a meme.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, what do you mean? Is his interpretation incorrect?
Yeah, why can't he struggle to explain it when it's so dense with meaning? He's struggling to get it out.
Well, the thing is that for him it's impossible, right? Because the fact that it was produced with a cynical purpose, I suppose he'd be like, well, you know, I wouldn't even bother trying to like do some analysis like I would of Jackson Pollock's thing because it's obviously bereft of merit or value.
But the only reason he knows of the context is because he knows he's familiar with the video that they're in. If he was presented with the videos without the context.
But the thing is that's his approach is that he needs the context always, right? He has to always have it, and that's an like inextricable component of his analysis.
It almost to me seems like his mind is made up before he even sees the art. There was no potential art that we would have just seen 5 seconds ago that he would have gone, actually, yeah, that one was alright.
Well, yeah, we've seen that throughout the video, right? Like he's got a very strong bias against and for, depending on who made it. Not the law, just who made it.
He had all the time he needed to figure it out, and he couldn't figure it out. He just didn't come up with anything. Will tries to convince these poor hostages that there should be some kind of, like, artistic standard, and none of them are really buying it.
Do you think there are standards to art?
No, I think that it's just expressing yourself, and everybody's expression is valid. I think
The problem
That's
is
something that people say before they think about it at all, really.
well, but she might be correct if she thinks the question is what makes art art, and if the question is just what, you know, it sounded like he was asking what makes it good or bad. But the thing is, the problem is standard. What standard needs to be achieved for art to be art? And then she's like, well, just expression. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of ways that could have been interpreted. I don't know if she thinks there's no such thing as quality in art. There's just art. Not sure. Can't tell.
Everybody has their own personal standards, right?
But do you think there's like a higher standard of like what art should be or what things should look like, you know, in more a sense?
No, not at all.
And then he does the big reveal. Oh, guess what?
Did
kids
everyone
may
have
be-
that opinion, or just some people?
I mean, it's a normal opinion. I think a lot of people wouldn't want to say like art should look a particular way without further contexts. You know, like when you tell them should life drawing be accurate to life, they'd probably be like, well, yes, I guess, yeah.
Oh, but like as art broadly, you probably
when
don't
you
want
say
to box it in too much.
this is what I mean. I don't even know what's the answer to the question. What should art look like, or what should art be? You're like,
I don't even know
well,
what
there's
the answer to
yeah,
that
that's
question
a incredibly complex question.
If I told you that these were done by children, what would you think?
I'd believe you.
Believe it?
It would be so great if you had a Jackson Pollock painting among those.
Ooh, yeah. There you go.
They were.
Take it to the next level.
Even though everyone already kind of knew.
Wait, but what? How does that help you?
How does that help you? What do you mean they knew? They could look at it and they could tell? Uh-oh. It must not be very good.
I
No
made
one looks
this
at a
video-
good like painting and think that a kid did it.
Yeah, we weren't looking at PragerU guys' paintings and thinking this was done by a child and it got put on the fridge. Like, those were really good paintings.
However, if it were, we'd be like, holy fuck.
Holy fuck, yes.
That is true.
video, and it was so objectively embarrassing that I already had to edit it down.
I'm going to be honest with you. What you showed me was kind of interesting and funny. The problem is, like, when they make a video that's supposed to prove, like, modern art is bad and that there should be standards, and then they come across someone who says, I don't think art should be standardized in any particular way, I don't think that means the video, like, failed or is bad. That's just, yeah, you got a genuine reaction from someone. That's fine. I mean, I don't watch PragerU, but, like, the clips he's given, he makes it sound like we're watching one of the worst channels on the internet. But they're mostly fine. At least the ones he's shown.
Down to like 3 minutes, and it was still this cringe. I would just not.
It wasn't
post
really
Will.
cringe.
I don't think so.
You're cringe.
I just wouldn't post it. The comments in this video are really funny
Shouldn't have
because they're
posted
so
this.
clearly biased against modern art that they're clinging on to anything they can to make their point. Does it make you feel any kind of way? Confused? Give that kid a medal. I'm a classically trained realist artist. If you guys only knew how hard it was to learn the skill of the masters because of these people. Oh. It may or may not surprise you to know that the realist classical ateliers and academies are not eligible for accreditation, and therefore promising students cannot receive loans or grants. Yet at a modern art school, you get a free ride for edgy period blood paintings you did your senior year of high school.
That's
Again,
true,
we
that
never
sucks.
Yeah, wouldn't that suck if you worked your ass off to be able to be like of a high standard within the standard of maybe realism, whatever else, and then you're beaten out by someone who splattered period blood on a wall?
Yeah, if that's true, that absolutely sucks.
Yeah,
It fucking sucks.
That'd be awful.
ever talk about like real examples. It's just like gross.
Oh no, those.
There are real examples, though.
It happened in my fine art course. There was a girl
Can't find an
who did. I can't remember if they were vagina drawings or sculpture, but they were. It was either period blood or used tampons that were in the thing, and I remember being like, okay, I'm gonna go back to I was drawing characters and cartoons and stuff. I was illustration and life drawing. I like them. That was more fun. And photography. I like them too. It was a foundation course. It was fun, but that was a bit much for me sometimes. And if someone said like you're not looking at the meaning of it, I'd be like, no. I was following. I understood. She explained it as well. It's just not my preference for art. That's all. And I do think it's more impressive to draw photorealistic with like a pencil. That blows me away compared.
Gross shit that they make up. That never happened.
It does happen. Why are you pretending like it doesn't?
It does. It literally does.
We were just
this
talking.
Stuff happens all the damn time.
Not an hour or so
Talking about
ago.
the banana taped to a wall.
The shit in a can. That was brought up. Why are you pretending like this doesn't happen? It totally does, and it sells for hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
As an artist, I think modern art sucks. I have standards. Cutting to a little later on in Charlie's video, he's insulted by an art critic's assessment of Kincaid's work.
We think it's stupid art for stupid people.
How can you, like, how do you read this and not just get insulted? Like, reading pretentious garbage like this is so upsetting to me.
The quote they used was stupid art for stupid people, which is definitely harsh, but I think Kincaid definitely deserves it. He made simplistic, digestible, accessible hotel art because he knew that hotels and grandmas had to put something on their wall.
I guess I just don't care that much. Like someone saying that the Kincaid stuff is simple and unchallenging or whatever. I just be like, okay, it's still pretty though. And probably took a decent amount of skill to make, so I don't know. You know what I mean? Like but it's something more than he usually gives. I'll give him that. Even though it's not him, he's reading the comments, I guess.
Churned out hundreds and hundreds of paintings and recreations just to make money. But isn't that what people hate about modern artists? They just churn out whatever. They just throw.
Not quite. It's that the pieces are making so much money when they don't feel they deserve to. Very straightforward reaction a lot of people have.
It on the...
It's not like... I don't think anybody takes issue with people making money off art as a concept in and of itself. Well, some people might, but you know what I mean.
Canvas and they sell it for all that money. What do you think this asshole was doing? They hate that Picasso can churn out 100 canvases a day. Abstract art is so much more challenging.
Well, don't you think it owes to the
Nope.
amount of skill and technical, you know, like how in-depth and difficult something is to do if you can do it 100 times a day and you're making like canvases of art? Like, isn't that, you know, like if someone said, if Michelangelo got hired to paint that ceiling in the Sistine Chapel, and after 2 days he was like, well, I'm done. Like, wouldn't that worry the fuck out of you?
Also, he's like said that an art piece being challenging is automatically like a better state of being. That true? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't see why it would be. I don't
think Picasso can churn out 100.
Is it more challenging to have a sad face than a happy face? And does that mean the art piece is better now? I don't know.
Canvases a day. Abstract art is so much more challenging to conceptualize and actually execute. Unlike a tree that Thomas Kincaid painted that he...
Why
that looks really fucking good.
I don't understand how you could say that, like, the tree is easy, the abstract art is challenging.
I just don't, that's horseshit. You're sitting here, like, I can't imagine the level of skill it would take to paint this, and he's like, oh yeah, but you can't even see the brushstrokes on this white box.
Look at the glow on the light. I know he's talking about the tree, not the glow, but
on the ice.
I like how cozy it is.
Unbelievable. I find it how unbelievable it is how just quickly he will throw out these incredibly dismissive, sweeping statements.
Yeah, but it's not challenging.
While also presenting himself as being the enlightened, nuanced art guy. It's so annoying. It's like he's gone backward. Like, it seems like he's actually gone backwards in terms of
backwards, yes,
compared to the way that he described himself before.
This is just a backwards way to look at art. To
like, just
constantly
chill.
denigrate.
When he's spending the whole time telling us how to think about it too.
You know? Like, I think that's the overwhelming vibe I get from this. Chill out. Like, just chill. Like, stop freaking out and being so like knee-jerk sort of responses whenever you feel challenged on your perspective on modern art. Why is it so relative, you know? Why is it so relativistic? Like, all of it. Wait, that's not the right word? Why is it so relative?
So Charlie is still mad that people pay millions of dollars for Jackson Pollock paintings.
Makes sense.
And then, of course, we think it's stupid art for stupid people, yet people paying millions for Jackson Pollock's absolute trash.
The, like, 4 people that have ever been able to do that. None of which were really
been able to?
His point is that the fact that it is worth that much seems absurd to him.
It doesn't even need to be true, necessarily, that it's happened. In theory, it would be enough. That Pollock could ever sell those for a significant amount of money is offensive to him. I understand that position. It's so straightforward. And then the fact that he's like, that's only happened like 4 times. Like, what?
It's happened 4 times?
Apparently, yeah. I don't have no idea, but the point is obviously very clear. It shouldn't. That's what Charlie's position is. Don't 100% necessarily agree, but I can understand why it would annoy someone if they see that happen.
Really worth anything until after he was dead. Unlike Kincaid, Pollock made Lucifer for a friend and gave it to him as a gift.
What does this have to do with anything?
Wow, thanks for Lucifer.
And now it's on display at Stanford University.
Okay.
Kincaid's work, on the other hand,
Wow,
is
I don't
meant to be
care.
purchased a lot of times, actually.
So?
Which
Oh, this is so annoying.
What does this have to do with anything?
Well, you
So-
see, Pollock made it for the sake of like an emotional, artistic intention, while Kincaid made it for sale. So there's less
okay.
challenge and meaning in Kincaid's work. Just, I guess, intrinsically. I don't know. He's saying all of this like we should just agree with the like underlying sentiment.
alone drains
Yeah.
his work of a lot of soul and
Yeah, see, there's no soul in Kincaid's work. It lacks soul.
external meaning. Not that Santa's Night Before Christmas is all that engaging of a painting.
Oh,
anyway.
fuck off, man. What the hell? Like, you can't just draw Santa in a snowy place in a cabin and expect me to say that the art is meaningful. That's ridiculous. No soul.
Charlie stops watching this video to start looking up modern art examples at SF MoMA.
I am curious, what gets seen in high-class museums now? I'm pretty sure all of it is that super trash thing like a banana taped to a wall or like Banksy's balloon picture, stuff like that. Let me see. Well, I mean, even on just their homepage, like their art collection here is kind of ass.
I think it's good to show kids stuff like this. I mean,
Yeah,
That
don't be like
has
this,
nothing to
little
do
Jimmy.
with what Charlie said, necessarily.
Yeah.
Not like Charlie said,
Look
do
at
not
what
show children this.
Is that better or worse than the 3 blank canvases?
You asking me, or do you approximating what he
Oh,
would
I'm
think?
no. I'm not. I'm wondering what you guys think. Because I don't.
I'll
I don't
take
know.
I'll take this over the blank ones, I guess.
Yeah, this is something. At least it's like they had to work minimally to get this hung up, I guess.
I'm I feel like this would be an example to point to of how much work I'm doing that I don't think is there. I feel like I see a platypus, maybe a stingray. I see some animals here, and it's like, yeah, but that's my brain fucking with me. That's not.
Yeah,
not
that's
the
not.
paint.
Yeah.
Wait, so just said, doesn't this kind of look like the ones from the Prager video? The kid
It
drawing
does.
with it's like,
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, that's. Yeah, it does. Really.
but you know what?
Like, yeah,
this
guy
guy,
Jackson Pollock.
this guy would see right
Sure.
through it. He could tell when it's done artistically versus when it's not.
Again,
This looks like something that would go
Oh,
on your
man.
fridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
looking at
does.
like a picture of
I might demand
70%
higher
of
standards
this
for my
3-panel
children.
painting, maybe not my favorite. But also, SF MoMA is full of tacky lame shit anyway. It is a 7-story museum. It has everything.
It's
for
full of
everyone.
tacky
That's
lame shit. Oh my god.
That already looks really impressive.
I was
all
gonna
that.
say, why do we hate this now?
So,
kind of their thing.
Yeah.
If you get a chance to go, you really should. It's a great experience, and it helped change my.
It's full of tacky lame shit. You should go. Okay.
I think this is one of those rooms I wouldn't spend too much time in.
I don't know. It depends what's in it. I don't know.
My mind a lot about modern art. I think it would even change someone like Charlie's mind if he actually gave it a fair shot. But anyway, he moves on to some random website called contemporaryart.com. But instead of actually engaging with it or talking about what he does or doesn't like about it, he just dances around it and uses it as an example to say.
You didn't talk about why you liked or disliked a lot of the things in this video, and
Correct.
this is scripted.
You just said it was my favorite. This is
He
my
said it lacked
favorite
flavor.
splatter.
Flavor. He talked about
That
the
was
flavor.
the most I think he talked about. That and criticizing the Venus. one.
Meanwhile, this is a guy on a stream talking about how modern art is kind of shit, boots up a bunch of pictures, scrolls down through them, and starts laughing. Like, that's just normal behavior. What you're doing is a full, coming up to 45-minute scripted video, and you can't even be bothered to tell us why you think something is good or bad beyond soul, flavor, style, spirit.
Mm-hmm.
All modern art is bad.
You gotta really stop and digest this one. Actually, there's a lot going on here.
It's
I like
just a
that
little
one.
bit-
I don't hate that one, no. That's looks kind of interesting. That was a TV,
Look,
right?
it's like it's all popping out of the TV, and it's kind of interesting color scheme, and there's a neat texture to it.
Productive, I think.
See, look, I can do art critique like he.
Yeah, this
Yeah, I
pretty
don't
much
like
sums
this
up-
one so much. Yeah,
This one's kind of this one. If I paid for a ticket of admission and I walked into a room that had
So-
this, I'd be like, "Give me my fucking money back."
What I said
Where's
about the film festival with YMS, I would only want to go to this if it was with friends, because I would want to feel insane. I'd be like, let's walk right up to them and talk about them and
Yeah.
laugh, and then move on to the next one. That's the fun to me. It wouldn't be the pieces themselves.
I need my tether to reality, reminding me I'm not actually insane.
you're tethered to reality. If you lose it, you get sucked into the black hole. Like,
I could just imagine the artist stand next to them, and they've got like the Kappa face, and they're just like, "Do you like it?"
I like the idea that they're right next to you, just hovering over your shoulder. You look at it, you look to the right, and their face is like they're right within, like a few centimeters, just staring.
And you watch like
tell me about it.
the guy who made this video is like, these are amazing, and the cab face artist is like, yeah.
Man, now I
amazing,
feel
right?
like that a meme for like a potential, I don't know, like horror story parody cartoon would be like a realm where you have to find interpretations of the modern art, or else you like disintegrate or something. You just have to keep coming up with interpretations of things that don't. And the longer it goes on, the more obtuse and abstract they become, to the point that it becomes really difficult to keep generating new interpretations.
I mean, there's another Saw movie being made, so that
What
could.
the Saw trap is, present me with a really good interpretation of this abstract art, or you will die. You
Yeah.
will have your eyes plucked from you or something.
Yeah, Jigsaw got pissed off with people like the guy who made this video and just plonked him in a room with a bunch of art and said like, you've got to tell me which of these were actually painted by a 5-year-old and which ones were painted by like a painter.
Well, yeah. I mean, it seems like it could be. Yeah, that feels like a game show. Was it, Jackson Pollock or a kid? Like,
Yeah.
in terms of a painting.
Up most art exhibits, I imagine.
What does that mean? It's not. And listen, I don't even hate these paintings. Again, if I saw what they actually
I mean,
look
it depends
like,
on what art, like, because I mean,
I don't know
there's
that
plenty of, you can go to plenty of galleries that are just filled with your more classical romanticism, Baroque, all sorts of, I guess what you would, what people generally think of when they think of like an art gallery.
Also, I don't hate these. I kind of nothing them. I feel like they're awkward and weird. And then
I don't hate these, but I don't. Yeah, like, what am I to do with them?
Yeah,
I guess more to say if I could.
There's kind of a plaid, pattern there that's kind of neat, but I don't know why we've taken blocks out of it.
Yeah, looking at these, I just don't understand what I'm looking at, which maybe that's
No,
the
but
point.
you see, that's the thing. You're a pleb. You're a philistine. You're not enlightened. I'm sorry, but I do feel like that's a lot of what this comes down to. Is it's like a way to feel more enlightened and intelligent than the plebs.
be a lot easier to actually look like. It'd be a lot easier to have an opinion on it. And I think that's why Charlie doesn't even have an opinion on it. He's just using them to criticize.
He's just laughing at it because he thinks it looks bad. It's very simple. There's nothing complex happening
Isn't it so bizarre that we had two big PragerU like fucking videos in here, and then it's like, yeah, here's Charlie talking on a stream just about why he doesn't like Jackson Pollock and whoever that other guy was.
Well, and to be honest, you're trying to connect them too with this loose wire of like, you guys just like it when things look like real life, even though he showed us a clip where explicitly didn't say that.
Not like me. I can't fall for propaganda. I am above propaganda.
All these losers like Charlie and the fucking PragerU people, they look at the artwork and then decide whether or not they think it's meaningful or well made. This guy, this genius, this non-propagandist, he'll look at what other people say about it and then decide if he... Well, there is no deciding. He'll just absorb it, actually.
But also very authoritatively ordain the works from people he doesn't like have no value, no inspiration, no nothing behind them.
Yeah, but they're the wrong wing. So if they were the right wing, or rather the left wing, then it'd be great and good to go. Because there's something just infinitely hilarious to me that he's like, he had to be told what the meaning of these pieces were to like them, and yet he's like accusing that of everyone else, that everyone has to be baby fed what they mean.
It is fascinating. It's just like good old cognitive dissonance. Is it cognitive dissonance or is it something else? Or is it just good old hypocrisy?
I'd say projection, maybe. like he's
projection.
He's doing the thing that he's saying everyone else is doing.
You need to be told how to interpret art, not like me. I know.
Not only does he have to be told, he has to tell us then.
Authority on art. Yep, that's right.
General lack of self-awareness.
Oh. Quite significantly, yes.
Criticize all of modern art. He mentioned selling the paintings for 50 grand.
Here's some canvases that there's like some scribbles on it somewhere in there. I don't know, just hanging up, put like 50 grand on it. Someone's gonna buy it.
And we'll talk more about how modern art critics are constantly complaining about how much art costs when it's literally just a money laundering tool.
It's literally just a money laundering tool.
Well, I mean, sometimes sure, but like not always.
Yeah, you could do it that way, I suppose.
It's just funny that like we can't just accept the point for what it is. It has to be something crazier or different.
By the 1%, and it has nothing to do with the actual art itself. But where did 50 grand come from? You just made
exactly. It's a big number. $50,000 is a lot. You can do a lot with that. He doesn't think the random scribblings are worth $50,000. That's the point he's making. Okay. Very simple. You don't need to look into it so hard.
That up.
Yep.
There is
Most
no
people would
record
agree.
that this piece has ever been sold or
My
ever
God.
had any offers on it. For all I know, every piece Charlie looked at,
It's a joke. It doesn't need to have actually happened.
didn't make any money. I mean, the next exhibit is just a bunch of boxes in a synagogue. Like, that is explicitly something to experience. Not
Okay, so this would be one if we were walking through and you guys started looking at it, I'd be like, are you sure this is an exhibit? Or
Are we?
like,
Should there be like a? Are we allowed in this room yet? Are
Yeah,
they
is this-
done?
is this a
everything
warehouse?
still packed up? Yeah.
you'd need like a plaque saying series of boxes by, somebody. I'd be like, oh, okay.
something to own. And I think that's an even better version of art. The only thing, though, is Charlie never actually looked at what it was. He just saw a picture of boxes and
That's what it
didn't
is.
investigate any further.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's
I
not
hate this.
necessarily what it means.
Why is it that with visual imagery of artistic works, I have to go and inspect how and why they were made instead of just seeing them for what they are? Why is that something I have to do? Why am I being shamed for not doing that?
He's just looking at a picture of it. I don't think he knows what the whole thing is. And so he starts joking about what the piece could possibly be about.
It's pretty funny, dude. It's a bunch of boxes.
It just looks
Yeah.
like a warehouse.
So this is the thing. The reason it's funny is because if you've worked any normal job, got into the warehouse, you're like, oh, you're in an art gallery. Like, look at that. Isn't that crazy?
What crazy meaning that is going to be attributed to it.
Is are his? No, carry on.
Exquisite. Like you have to ask yourself, what's in those boxes? Are we purchasing too much? It's a display of excess. And you see how the
There we
boxes aren't
go.
all
He's doing the meme, and it's funny.
Yeah, it's a display of excess. Yeah.
lined up the same. There's a pattern to it. There's order in the chaos. And then you also have to wonder who packed these boxes. Is it Amazon workers that are miserable and you can feel the hate? Is it someone like maybe a home business with a family that packed the... There's just so many things you have to ask yourself. This really is a challenging piece.
And then he doesn't look up what it actually...
He even managed to parody
He doesn't
you.
look up what it actually
did,
is. That's
yes.
pretty funny. It's like,
Because
see,
he's
this
wrong.
is invalid.
But did you
Yes,
catch
this
that?
is-
Charlie the Ed said it's a really challenging piece. This guy, not a few minutes ago, said, like, the better pieces are the ones that challenge
Yeah,
you.
that's right. Oh my
Just funny.
god.
Also, are
By
his
the way-
interpretations invalid because he was wrong?
They were
because
invalid
there's a
because he
correct
was memeing.
interpretation. You have to line up
Yes,
with what the
that's right.
artist
There
wants
was-
you to think, or else you're wrong.
There is no such thing as good or bad art, but there is such a thing as correct and incorrect interpretations of
By this
of
guy's
art's
logic,
meaning.
this is like super life of the author. You
A
are having
little- yeah.
you are having the incorrect takeaway from this art because you didn't even look up what it really meant. The author has determined the way that the art is meant to be experienced and I guess meant to be. I got what's the word? The way that the art is meant to be like interacted with, or what the takeaway should be
Experienced?
from it. Sort of, yeah.
In this case, I
And
think it would be
anything-
experienced.
In any way that you think that doesn't line up with what the artist wants is an incorrect interpretation.
Hmm.
So this is like the
I mean-
opposite of death of the author. This is like the eternal author.
Yes.
At which point you wonder like what the point of the art existing independently of a big paragraph that explains it to you. What is even the point of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
What's
yeah,
the point of it existing in a vacuum? It needs to always have footnotes, all of the preliminary sketches, and just all of the writings of the
total
artist
explanation,
exactly
top
what
to
it
bottom.
means.
This is what this means, just so that you know how to engage with the art. Because if you're not engaging with the art as I intended as the creator, you
Yeah,
are
that's
doing
right.
it wrong.
You've done it wrong. If you play a video game and you mess with, like Morley, you engage with The Last of Us 2 wrong, memeing about it. Being
Oh, yes,
buggy.
of course.
They
I
didn't
broke
want you
it.
to play it that way. You broke it, that's very cruel.
And also, I'm really surprised I hadn't noticed it before, but this gentleman here, his glass frames are hexagons,
Mhm.
which is
they are.
very unusual. I don't
That's
think I've
pretty
ever
neat.
seen those.
Pretty,
if those
pretty
are
amazing.
yeah.
Oh,
they're
has he,
definitely
oh
very
my
interesting.
god! I just noticed he got Shadow the Hedgehog on the. That's the other stick. I was waiting for a while because I saw Dr. Robotnik there because he was often facing that way. But now I see he's got Shadow the Hedgehog as his other
Shadow
sticker.
and Robotnik. What's his other tattoo? It's like a like a leg with a chain or something? I
Can
don't
you
know.
see all of me walking?
Something relevant.
Cleaning lady threw away expensive modern art. First off, I don't believe you, but second, modern art she mistook for trash. No, she didn't mistake it for trash. That is trash.
Oh, I've heard about that.
A
Yeah.
cleaning woman in an Italian gallery accidentally threw away thousands of dollars of art by New York modernist Paul Branca when she mistook his crumpled newspaper, cardboard, and cookie installations scattered across the floor for garden variety trash. The pieces, estimated to be worth around $15,000, were apparently intended to make viewers think of the environment. We are obviously very sorry for what happened, City Marketing Commissioner Antonio Maria Vasile said. The gallery says they do not blame the cleaning woman who did not realize she had thrown away 2 works of their value. It's
Man,
just fucking priceless.
If you're the kind of artist and you're having your work mistaken for trash and thrown away, that can't be very good on the psyche.
I remember it was because there was a sleepy cast episode where they were talking about hating modern art. And I remember that one of the anecdotes that was brought up, I think there was this guy who everything that he made, like the town that he lived in, always perceived it as being like amazing. And so one day, because he was so pissed off about it, he like took a shit and then put it in like a glass cabinet or something, and then put it up on display just to push it as far as he could, and everybody thought it was great. Just
shit in a can. Why not?
I don't know, is that true? Does that sound familiar to anybody in chat of somebody who got so mad that they shit
I can believe
it. And then put it on display and then everybody...
What you're highlighting is exactly what Charlie's joking about. It's what we've joked about. And this guy's like infinitely offended by it when it's like, just join the joke. There's plenty of good modern art. There's plenty of shit. Literal shit.
Actually means
In a
he also
can.
doesn't understand even what he's looking at, so none of the jokes really land.
No, they did. I liked them.
It worked for us. We thought it was funny.
Especially the part where he said, "Were they made with hatred by Amazon workers?" Like that. That sounds just funny. Like it doesn't quite light up. It's like crooked with anger.
Because Charlie isn't talking about what's in front of him. He's talking about what he thinks is in front of him.
No,
Charlie,
it literally is what's in front of him. What do you mean? I guess not literally.
Wait,
it's a
sorry.
picture,
Can we hear
but-
that? Can we hear that one more time, please?
Means, and he also doesn't understand even what he's looking at, so none of the jokes really land.
He does
because
understand
Charlie
it.
isn't talking about what's in front of him. He's talking about what he
Yes,
thinks
he is.
is in front of him. Charlie,
He's correct. No, he's correct. He was engaging.
He's not talking about what's in front of him. He's talking about what he thinks is in front of him.
Isn't that what we all do all the time?
Isn't that what everybody does? Yeah,
Just to
isn't
be
that
clear-
what it means to like exist?
Like most things that you deal with are apparent as they appear.
Yeah, like if we're gonna get this obtuse about it, like how often do you talk about what you think is in front of you versus what you know is in front of you? You'd be like, why are you even separating
do we
those
want
out?
to even wheel out, do we even want to wheel out the whole idea of like perceiving the world as full of representation or any of that shit?
This is cringy. Shut up. Like, why don't you just say he didn't look up the meaning, he finds it shit when he may not have thought it was shit had he known the context of it. It's a fine point you can bring up. He's still making fun of how on its face a lot of modern art is basically just stuff.
Silly.
Yeah, a lot of it's very silly.
It's silly.
you're making a fool out of yourself. There's so many more boxes than that. I think there are
Wow,
so many
that
different
doesn't
ways
change
to interpret
anything.
this installation. And I think
Why
this
is his
more
wrong?
boxes than I
There are
thought.
so many ways to interpret it, but his is wrong.
Because his
There's
was
more
memes.
boxes, so it's better.
His was memes, though.
My interpretation of this piece of art would change fundamentally if I knew that there were more boxes.
Yeah.
What he thinks is in front
So
of him.
many more
Charlie, you're
boxes.
making a fool out of yourself. There's so many more boxes than that. I think there are so many different ways to interpret this installation, and I think writing it off is a little aggressive. What are you scared? Too many
He
boxes?
engaged
I mean,
with it.
He did the opposite of what he's saying he did. Charlie looked at it, he laughed, then he gave a bunch of jokes about what it could possibly mean, obviously implying that if he was given the true meaning, that he would find it as meaningful as his own made-up ones, because there's so much of a disconnection. It's insane. Like, to the point where it almost makes the artwork irrelevant. Now, I'm not saying that would go for any explanation behind it, nor would it necessarily account for the efforts put into constructing it or anything. It's just that this is a very common sentiment, and it's super easy. It's not right-wing. It's just a perspective, a very normal one, like I said.
I mean, the fact that the boxes are filling a synagogue is significant. Charlie didn't even know that, even though...
Well, and the synagogue is on Earth. So think about
Ooh,
that.
wow, and Earth is part of the cosmos.
Allegedly.
Oh my goodness.
Is that what you know or what you think, Rags?
It's what I believe to be true.
Oh
with
my
no
god,
evidence
we've added a
supporting
third
it
one.
whatsoever.
What we know, what we think, and what we believe.
Yeah, did you choose that though, or do you?
Ooh.
I choose all the things I believe, regardless of context.
He was written. But Charlie was still so mad at the picture, he didn't even like see.
He was laughing, dude.
He was
He
laughing.
was big.
what it
No,
was.
he was big mad.
I don't even care if he was mad. Whatever. Who cares?
That's not even critique. That's just refusing to engage with art. Charlie is getting.
It's not critique, it's refusing to engage. What if you just don't buy the engagement that you're told to... Isn't this what he was talking about at the beginning of the video? You're telling Charlie how to engage with it. You're babying him.
That's not a very...
He's engaging with it is wrong.
You told us that's bad and conservative. Stop being a conservative, sir. You're ruining
being
art.
a bit of a conservative, my dude. I think you need to chill.
Mad at this art because he doesn't understand it. And that's not
Yeah,
what he
that's
does.
the key. We don't understand the art.
He doesn't
When someone
understand
presents
it.
to you
Not
just a
like
shit in
me.
their hand and they ask you to sniff it and you say no, it's you not understanding.
You just don't get it. If you got it, you would really, really appreciate it and admire it for what it is. You just don't understand it.
Not even a neg on Charlie. He admits that he doesn't understand it. He doesn't get it, and he's not trying to. So no wonder
And he's still engaged.
Not trying to. I find it funny that his equivalent of trying is looking up the meaning as according to the author. That's what trying to understand it is.
Trying is accepting.
I think that's so lame. That's his recommendation for all art. Imagine, like, just you watch a movie or you read a book or whatever else, and you immediately go for, like, the author's breakdown of exactly what all of it means instead of just thinking about it yourself, even briefly. Like, that's his recommendation for all. That's how he sees art as a like a thing to be completed, which is lame as fuck. I am all for analysis of artworks that I love and hate and even feel neutral on, but I just don't like the idea that that's like the companion piece that you must consume after the art in order to understand the art. I think that's bullshit.
Frustrated. You have to try a little bit. In the comments of all these videos, you see the same like NPC talking points, stuff like if you have to explain why
They're
art
the
is good,
NPCs,
plenty
not like
of classical
me.
art
Nope.
still needs an explanation to make sense. It's called context. You can appreciate. The
Wait,
aesthetic-
what do you mean that you need an explanation to make sense of, like, what does he mean by that?
like NPC talking points, stuff like if you have to explain why art is good, plenty of classical art still needs an explanation to make sense. It's
Give me an example.
To make sense, what does he mean by that?
I don't know what he means by make sense.
Because if we see like a painting of just a sailor in a storm or something, he's like, yeah, but you don't know what the storm, you don't know what the guy's trying to do. You can't make sense of this. I'd be like,
I mean,
what do you mean I
can
can?
I can make sense of it using my own brain.
When there's just like a circle and a dot and then a stick, and it's like, well, yeah, I'm gonna need someone to tell me what the hell this is supposed to be, like, and you know, to make sense of it. But yeah, guy in boat in storm or whatever.
Making the argument that, like, oh yes, those dumb conservatives need to be told how to interpret art.
And now he's arguing
then
we
he
need to be
just
told for all of art.
flatly admits that for all of art you need, which you don't, by the way.
No, I like I said, I take issue fundamentally with the concept that art is like to be experienced and then you know, understood by reading someone's analysis of it, mainly the author, and then you like it's the Blade Runner shit with Chris Sugman. I have the correct understanding now. It's like no. Can you?
Yeah,
I would
that's right,
prefer
yeah.
you encourage your own interpretation before locking yourself into the author's interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'd step out for a moment, but one thing I'm wondering too is it really worrying that he hasn't told us how to actually interpret the church art box thing? Because he said he
gotta go
didn't
look it
even
up.
look up what it really supposed to mean.
No, we have
Charlie
to look
didn't
it up.
engage with it. We have to look it up because I'm trying to look it up, but
Well, I'm
I've
hoping
gotta like find it.
I'm hoping he's gonna have a
Um,
video to follow this video up to explain the art of this video as well, because
Stacked boxes,
didn't quite
art,
understand it, you know.
synagogue. Maybe
called context.
I hope it's
you can appreciate the aesthetics of art without context, but you're not going to understand the
Found
piece
it.
without it. Starry Night takes on an entire.
Wait,
Do we want to guess? If you have the right answer, do we
Right,
want to guess
so-
maybe?
So let's see. I found this is the it's called Merlin.
Merlin.
No wait, Merlin Carpenter by Delmy or Delmy by Merlin Carpenter. I don't actually know. I fucking hate that when like I can't tell if is this the song or the band. I have no idea. But yeah, I found a picture here, but I don't. Okay.
Want to keep looking? Or?
Industrial. Let's see. Acute supply chain. Lacking. Let's see. Our front out front Merlin Carpenter has parked a brand new bright red forklift and positioned its metal risers as if to hook onto the temple's arches and pull the structure right out of the ground. The gesture is playful, if not aggressive, in its precision. No, this is different. Inside, for Archive Elastique, Carpenter has stacked neat columns of thousands of unmarked cardboard boxes of identical size.
Whoa.
Large enough to accommodate an onboard Rimowa or a bulk order of surgical masks.
Okay.
The exhibition was installed last fall, only days before the country's second COVID lockdown. And as the French museums and cultural spaces were shuttered again, this time for much longer than they had been the previous spring, Carpenter's boxes became portraits, in a way, of the suddenly sealed, inaccessible places, and of the digitally enabled mass consumption so many turned to in the meantime. Of course, of course, an Amazon warehouse comes to mind when navigating the narrow passages between Carpenter's brown boxes.
Oh no, Charlie's interpretation was not only valid, but one of the primary ones.
You didn't even look it up,
my
you fucking
God.
retard. You didn't even look it up. You just hoped. You just crossed your fingers and you hoped, you lazy fuck. You hoped that
Charlie,
he was
look
wrong.
at you. Media literacy
Charlie
god.
was right. He accurately engaged with the art. And you told him he was wrong.
And he did it without looking it up.
Oh my God.
He did it better than you. He arted better than you.
It's a quadruple own.
Unbelievable.
Molding.
Wow. Oh God, Ethan, all you had to
molding.
do was look it up. I just Googled stacked boxes art synagogue and it popped up. Wow.
I like
Yeah,
that
sure
even
enough,
the thing was like, obviously Amazon would be
yeah,
evoked.
what else? We know what you're looking for.
Meanwhile, this guy's like, you're not even trying to engage with it.
So let's see.
Remember, that interpretation is only valid until once you've been told it. If you came up with it on your own, it's not. That's all I'm learning from this.
It says, of course, an Amazon warehouse comes to mind when navigating the narrow passages between Carpenter's brown boxes, but so does a medieval labyrinth, a devotional path. The parcels are held shut by clear plastic tape, each strip of equal measure and laid down just as carefully as Daniel Buren's stripes, which, almost 25 years ago, covered the synagogue's arches, their outlines still decipherable under layers of house paint. Carpenter is still talking about painting, even when rendering it, almost disdainfully, invisible.
Oh, wow.
This was by Lillian Davies.
A great piece.
Yeah, incredible. And it really is incredible. That's actually incredible. That's amazing. Everyone remember this for the EFAP the EFAP 300 best moments. Everyone remember
the year's off to a good start. Charlie
yeah,
won the war against a guy who doesn't know exists.
Charlie beat Ethan at engaging in art.
And on that note, Mr. Random Film Talk is going to have to leave us / go on to other places. But before he goes, perhaps he can tell everybody what he gets up to in the world and why they should subscribe to his channel.
Yes. Well, yeah, I mean, firstly, thank you so much for having me on. This video has been enlightening, if not frustrating. Yeah, so the next video that I'm going to be making is the 4th part of my Hobbit series, which is going to round out the whole thing. Parts 1, 2, and 3 are currently on the channel. It's going to be quite long, which I am told people around here are fans of things that are long.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know exactly how long, but it's going to be a chonker. After that, I genuinely don't know, but that video is going to be up, I would hope, within the next couple of months. Yeah, and if I've been told, apparently, that during this stream, I've hit 25,000 subs, which is Yay! Which was a bit of a milestone, because again, I wanted to hit that before Tuesday, because Tuesday is 1 year from my first Rings of Power videos.
Not
so,
bad.
Yeah, I don't know how quick that actually is, but it sure as shit feels quick to me. I have no frame of reference for this kind of thing, though, but that was my goal.
Congratulations, of course, and keep it up. You'll be at 100k in no time, and, well, no limits beyond that, of course.
Yes, the sky is the limit, as they say.
Well, appreciate hanging out with you, sir. It's been a good time. Thank you for joining us.
yes, it's been good fun chatting with you guys, and yeah, I hope you're able to survive the rest of this video.
I'm sure
You bet we will. We're hardened veterans.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you, guys. See you in a bit.
Goodbye,
Bye
sir.
bye. See ya.
Makes sense. It's called context. You can appreciate the aesthetics of art without context, but you're not going to understand the piece without it. Starry Night takes on an entirely different...
You're not going to understand that again, meaning isn't actually inherent in any work of art. Meaning is something that we imbue onto the things we create, we find, or we use. So this idea of you cannot understand something unless, like a piece of art, unless you get like the context behind it. I mean, then, like, what's the point of any piece of art that we don't have the context for? Like, is it inherently less valuable to us? Is it, like, if we don't have the context of its creation, then, I mean, what's the point of the art?
This is what I mean. It's
what if,
it really robs the experience of fucking contemplating art, which is seriously like a big thing to do with all of this, is it not?
and also, art can have no context and be way more interesting than art that has context and it's some boxes in a room.
Well,
Like,
yeah.
That could still be shit. But if I found, like, if we came across like a Monet painting or a Leonardo da Vinci, whatever, or a Raphael sculpture, and we didn't know the context behind it, I think I know which one I'd find far more interesting and worthwhile of my time, even if I didn't have context behind it.
I've seen someone mentioning music, and I feel like that really nails the point. Someone can like a song just for the tunes, like they just like it, and then they could also like it because of the lyrics and what the lyrics might mean to them. Then they could also like it for what the lyrics mean to the author as opposed to what they meant to you. Or you could like it for all of those things. Or you could like it because you listened to it while something great was happening in your life. All of these are valid options.
All right, Baowen has some art. I'm gonna
My
post
God.
it. It's really something else. This is really something else.
Oh, what have we got here?
Oh wow. That's incredible.
Look at that chin.
This is so topical.
Look at the fire extinguisher, yes.
Yep, we got our fire extinguisher. Oh, Fringopolis, Longius, Birth of Aragus, and Random Thought.
And down to being free.
$1,100 free. He's just trying to get rid of him, but this guy.
Empathy.
Oh, empathy! I get it. That's a
$2.5
reference.
million.
Yeah.
This.
Now this is art. Yeah, this will show those conservatives.
I like the idea as well. It's like, so the fire extinguisher is a part of it, and the people who made it are like, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
We better leave it there just to be safe.
I don't want to fucking destroy $1 million project by accident, so let's just say maybe. Some good shit.
Gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
That's really gorgeous.
Hopefully Random
I
Film
like the
Talk
light.
sees it as well. I'll add him in our group so we can at least be aware. Anyway, but yeah, because you got the chin right. It's beautiful.
That's quite a chin.
It's a good boulder though.
That's a very good boulder. Look, the light from heaven is shining down upon that magnificent boulder. God approves of this boulder. This is his creation. However, the problem with this boulder, as you all probably have already guessed, is it doesn't look like I can walk under the boulder. But even then, still clearly better than the rest.
Well, that if you could walk under it, then it would be worth what, like 10 million?
Oh, easily. At least double the price, easily. Bare minimum. Yep. Levitation. Yeah. Empathy.
Meaning when you realize that it was painted from an asylum. And that was the view that Van Gogh had through his window. Learning about art can be really...
That is awesome context to have, but you can also appreciate it greatly
really
without that context.
Yep. I mean, that's definitely
That's how art works.
Context, but you're not going to understand the piece without it. Sorry.
See, like, all I get from this whole video is his desperation for you to be tracked into a particular meaning from a thing. which is like the whole opposite of his point, as I thought it was stated anyway.
It takes on an entirely different meaning when you realize that it was painted from an asylum. And that was the view that Van Gogh had through his window. Learning about art can be really fun when you care. And it can...
Learning about art can be fun when you care.
I don't know,
I'm gonna
you've
be honest
been
with you.
incredibly dismissive of lots of incredibly talented and amazing pieces of art.
The impression I got from Charlie and from PragerU Man is that they do greatly care about art, and they're frustrated with where it's gone in certain places, which I feel like almost everybody probably has that perspective. It's just in different formats and standards, right?
I mean, if you were to tell me who between this Ethan guy and the Robert man, which one of them cares more about art, is like, I'd answer Robert in a heartbeat.
Well, what would happen if he were here right now and he said, "You guys, you hate a lot on Star Wars, Marvel. Have you even looked into how they were made?" We would be like, "What? We're judging the stories as told." And it's like, yeah, but do you know what they went through to make those? Do you know what they meant by the stories they were giving? You're like, unfortunately, every time we dig into any of them, it gets much worse. Like Quantumania, for example. And it would just start getting to the point where it's like, do you mind? Like, you know, what are you even trying to suggest? That, like, no art is completed in terms of your perspective on it until you get every last morsel of exactly how it was made? It's insane.
What if we have our hypothetical, I mean, it's probably not even hypothetical, almost certainly exists, our hypothetical painting for which there are no notes about it, we don't even know who made it, and they died.
That's the thing, you know, he said, like, it's painted from his view from the asylum. It's like, what if you didn't know that? What if nobody knew that? What now?
What if it was unknown? Is it like this work would be incomplete forever? How could you even know what it means for it to be complete and incomplete unless you knew the totality of the information that there is to know about a piece of art?
It actually breaks the whole thing.
And how could you ever know the totality of the piece of art? There's always going to be information that you could include that isn't typically included, or that is lost to time.
What if it's a lie?
You can't know. Yeah, what if? Yeah, exactly. What if it's bullshit?
What if he never went to the asylum, or that it was actually his brother that made it, and he
What
took,
if he said? What if he personally told you? Me being in the asylum personally didn't influence it at all. It honestly didn't.
Yeah, so it's so annoying to listen to him say, like, that is the thing you've got to focus on and understand that is the meaning right there, whatever they tell you. It's like, fuck off.
Your appreciation for art in general. Art is a scam is the next video we're watching.
Wait,
It
what?
starts out and Charlie's watching this video with like 400.
What the hell is that?
Oh, fuck off.
Are they just like some colored
memeing?
circles on a wall?
And then you look at Charlie's expression, like,
He's got more of an, I'm just like, I don't have the energy to conjure up.
Yeah, I don't
for
really
this.
have an expression for this. I've just
Four
I've got
balls on
my
a cliff.
Mona- It's certainly not my Fringy Lisa or Mona Fringy expression here. I'm not very happy about this. I'm just you know.
Views from
I don't know
an
what to
art
do.
gallery in Portland. And the first thing it shows are these
course it
acrylic
would
half
be.
circles glued to the wall. Charlie is just a little too excited about hating on this one and misses the point of it completely. Which is a bummer, because this installation
But
is
he's
actually really
watching
cool.
it now. We can see.
What's
the
the
video.
point? Please tell
I'm
us.
starting to tear. Oh. Wow. This is incredible. I need to pay a visit to this.
Each disc is color-coded, and that color matches a frequency that the app the artist developed translates into a sound. This isn't a visual exhibit, it's an
Okay.
audio exhibit. So
Okay.
So
Alright.
that's the audio equivalent of the visual sludge, where you're like, it'll make a sound. It's like, okay,
Ooh, wow.
are you
that reminds
okay?
me of most things.
Are you okay with me saying that shit? Is that okay? Am I allowed to have that opinion or not? And then if he
Well,
was like,
much
no,
the
you
same
have to
way that he-
experience it first. You have to listen to it. I'd be like, okay, fine.
And then it just
Whatever.
goes.
This is what I'm saying. Like,
Oh, okay.
I want him to accept the fact that some people can just find this to be shit. Please.
Yep.
So yeah, when you're bullshitting and not paying attention, it does look like you're pointing your phone at a stupid orb, but I don't know.
It's not an orb. What the fuck? What the fuck do orbs look like in
He's
your
never
world?
pondered his orb. He doesn't know what they look like.
He hasn't pondered orb.
That's like the only time I've ever seen something like that. Is that not
I don't care.
Okay. Cool.
cool?
Oh well.
I've seen stuff like that before. You know, blotchy pixel circle. I've seen that, yeah.
And then he makes fun of this big room installation.
Oh, is that?
which-
Oh, I
yeah.
think
We're
that
done with that, I guess.
was that supposed to change my mind?
I don't
I was
know,
memeing-
Rex.
I was
don't know.
memeing when I went ooh, but that's just what it does. It
Yeah.
just goes ooh.
Not
And
my
I'm like,
favorite.
This is what I mean.
I can do that from home.
My whole frustration with all of this is just, why are you criticizing everyone for being so normal? This is the most normal reaction to all these things ever. Most of the people who love this stuff are all very engrossed in the culture of it. Shocking.
The video has fucking 400 views. What do you expect? This isn't Da Vinci over here. This artist's name is actually Jordan Rathis, and she has done a few of these.
Wait,
open
did he
room
say Da Vinci?
It was a joke.
Exhibitions of her work,
okay.
most of it
Yep,
being art
alright.
films. Not my thing, but when I looked through her website, she did an art installation on a steamboat, like an old steamboat. That's
Okay.
awesome. I wish there were more pictures.
Okay,
Is it
just
awesome?
that in and of itself. There you go. Okay.
All right. Is it just like unusual, therefore good, or
It doesn't.
Like,
does
you
seem
don't need
like
any more
he
context.
He hyper values. Well, it's unique. So,
Yeah,
okay.
unconventional seems to be on its face, like just valuable.
Pictures of it, but this is the only one. Listen, I don't have to be completely impressed by something to give it credit for creativity and originality, okay? I want to...
You don't have to be completely impressed to give it credit for creativity and originality. Yeah, I agree. I don't think anybody disagrees. You can think of something that something is original without it being impressive.
make it clear that this isn't Charlie's fault at all, but holy shit, if you go to the comments of this video, it's like nauseating. Yes, I intend to simply spit on a canvas and sell it. Truly what a wonder modern art is.
You can't say that's extreme when someone shat in a can.
yes? If anything, I would prefer the spit on a wall to the
Yeah.
shit in a can.
Again, not a thing at all, actually.
What do you mean that's not a thing?
Okay, see, I feel like this is an honest video. He might open with "that's not a thing," but what if it were? For you, in your world, if that were a thing and it was sold for a lot of money, what do you think? Is there a limit? You know, is this something someone can make that'll make you go, "Wow, that's shit"? Is it possible?
How come you can shit in a can and that's art? But he's just like, no one would spit on a wall. That's ridiculous.
Oh no, don't get it.
Stop being so ridiculous by saying spitting on a wall.
Humans, we are the most intelligent species on Earth. Also humans. The dude who makes the resin discs is punching the air after he figured out about QR
Why are you
code.
reading
Yeah,
like one-like comments? Why aren't you reading like the ones that have
top
hundreds
ones?
of thousands?
Because
of
they're
likes, as there
probably
would be on video with
detailed.
that many views?
We don't want to do that.
Interesting or insightful or funny or something.
completely misinterpreting the entire video. Not even paying
Whoa.
attention in Charlie's stream,
Wow, my
goes to the
interpretation's
video,
wrong.
leaves a comment on the original video without watching it, still getting it wrong. You didn't pay attention. That's so
Damn.
embarrassing for you. Again, it's not
Yeah,
Charlie's
so
fault.
embarrassing.
Yeah, that's the worst thing that could have
so
happened.
we're the embarrassed ones. I feel so embarrassed right now.
gonna-
I'm not the one who called Birth of Venus lame, but you know what? That's on you.
The
man.
guy who made a shit in the cat, he's probably feeling pretty good right now. Yeah.
A really big audience and they're very unfunny. So Charlie moves on, looking for a video defending.
Well, you haven't so much just made me crack a smile this whole time, and you've clearly tried. So I don't know
Well,
if.
I've smiled / laughed when watching this video. None of it was from him, but you know.
Oh yeah, Charlie. Yeah, he made
Yeah.
me smile. Yeah, that was fun.
Jackson Pollock, and then gets mad at the title of the video.
Oh, I already hate the way this. I already fucking hate the title. How to understand a Jackson Pollock painting.
I agree.
As if you're
Yeah.
too fucking stupid
Yeah,
to get it.
If I'm
Yeah.
too stupid to get.
Yeah,
But you don't.
exactly. Yeah, it's
This is
really lame and
to quote-
condescending, isn't it?
Quote Homer Simpson, "It's funny because it's true."
Don't understand it though. Is that not your problem?
No.
So,
I saw Hell and Lucifer, and they both sucked balls.
well, but like again, intellectual honesty. So if I just can I just make something anything at this point? It's what we were talking about earlier when I was responding to someone in chat. Just take any movie and just be like, this is about a thing that's just completely not what it's about. And then if someone says like, "What? I didn't get that at all," can I claim they didn't understand? Am I allowed to? Or does it rely on, what is in there? Provably. And when you say Jackson Pollock's like, clearly this is hell, dude, I'd be like, you're full of shit, and you know it.
Clearly, this is hell. Sure, buddy.
Like, you have to be able to concede that it's a bunch of stuff and splashes and clashing that could be interpreted in a billion ways, which I feel was proven with the 15 guesses as to what Yellow Islands was. I don't mean to say that that's like proof that it's meaningless or anything. I just mean that it's perfectly reasonable for people to quote-unquote misunderstand, or rather, there's nothing that's going to lead you to the correct interpretation as said by the author. Now, is there? Mr. reads what the author's intent is and then claims that that's something that's very, very interpretable if you simply understand. Like, that's just the height of being full of shit. You can't look at Jackson Pollock's paintings and just be like, it's obvious, if you knew.
Yes.
You
I mean,
don't-
can't you tell? As if these people would have any fucking clue if there wasn't a big.
Yeah, that's what I
card
mean.
next to it
It's
that
not
said what it was supposed to be.
It's not some kind of admirable position to be like, well, I was told the law, so I know it's like I get it. I think it's obvious. It's like,
Get it.
If,
The video
if,
is one
if you had a
watching is
if you had a
really
Jackson Pollock like gallery, you could just take all the little info cards and just switch them all,
yes, you could,
and it wouldn't make a difference.
And I don't buy that this guy would ever have noticed that. Like, if he'd switched Lucifer and Hell, would he really have known?
Absolutely not.
Though I can't blame him for clowning on it.
Making a painting which is about the substance of paint itself, the fact that paint is liquid. And when we see paint...
Come on, that's funny. That's very funny. The painting is about painting itself, about the liquid of paint. You're like, oh, for fuck's sake.
I mean, honestly, why even take it out of the can?
The canvas normally that's hidden.
Someone could have painted their
Why?
room.
That's so true. Why can't the paint can achieve the exact same thing? Why?
Yeah,
Tell me
it's like,
why.
Why even take it out of the wrapper? Just don't even buy it. Leave it at Sherwin-Williams and let someone paint their living room with
Fucking kick it down a staircase. Have I not achieved the same thing?
It is made to resemble something else, whether it's a sky or a field or...
Whether it's the sky, a field, or flesh.
What?
They're very
It looks
commonly
like none of
mistaken for
those
each other.
things. Is that a
Jeez.
what? Oh my god! Look! Oh no, it's just the sky, guys. I thought it was flesh.
flesh. But what Pollock does is just present us with paint as paint.
But again, he just keeps focusing on...
Then he calls it Lucifer. So then who knows?
selling the art. That's not what this is about.
He was the first person to see it.
You know who? You know what else presents paint as paint? The fucking can that the paint comes in.
Yay!
That's actually kind of smart. Has anyone done that? If you just take.
Has anyone done that? Get it on the ground floor. Go, go, go.
Like paint cans. Like if I put paint cans on like a table at an art gallery, could I sell that?
The video keeps going and...
By the way, he said, like, he keeps focusing on the selling point. Yes, because Charlie has no issue with anyone making these things. Go nuts. He has frustration that they would be at the top of the art world or sold for millions or hundreds of thousands. That's obviously his criticism. Frustration.
Charlie keeps saying that it wouldn't be that hard to make a Jackson Pollock painting.
I agree.
None of them have the energy, the spontaneity, and the sheer skill in handling paint that he has.
Oh, very skillful.
I don't know. I just feel like that's a lie. Like just
I-
like the
show
skillful way
me-
he handles paint.
Yeah, show me how he does it, and then I will concede if somehow you show me something that I just couldn't even conceive. If I'm like, wow, look at the technique he's using, I couldn't do that. Like, show me
Well,
it.
wait. We can look, right? I can go to YouTube, and when were these made? Where Jackson Pollock making? I'll be generous and call it art. How to paint like Jackson Pollock. 12 years ago from the museum. Oh wait, a video. This is a video of Jackson Pollock action painting. Oh, this is so exciting. Do you want to find out together? Do you want to watch?
Yeah, okay,
this,
sure.
Yeah. Do you want to take a detour and just so that we got context and we know?
1 sec, I'll just make a note of where we are. 35, 24. Okay.
Hold up, this may be copyrighted. So
I'll mute it. Sorry.
Yeah, you could mute your watch together if it's coming through there. So it's up to you.
Okay, so
far pretty good. Pretty good. It's the way, yeah. The way that he's smoking clearly hallucinogenic while he makes his paint. Okay, that's...
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty good. Yeah, the way that he dips and then splatters that way. He's got a very strong back, I bet.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
You could just tell, you could tell. Oh, that kind of skill. Oh my gosh. Wow, yeah. The doobie in his mouth, yeah.
I mean, what am I even meant to do with this?
No, the closeness of the brush to the canvas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, look at that.
So
look at the
the
technique.
Now notice how he
So
holds the can of
spontaneous.
paint.
It's so
the
spontaneous.
freneticity, okay? That's
Yeah,
what
that's
he
right.
has.
The kineticism, the
Spontaneity.
sponsor varietyness.
Oh, and look, he littered.
Wow.
Well, yeah, he was
You know what?
smoking,
You
right?
should let it
How
just
it's
land on the
controlled,
painting, and it can
yes.
become a
And
part.
yeah, that's
of it.
well, no. Some of the smoke particles, they imbued in the paint, and nobody's done it like him. Nobody ever did it
Oh,
like
look at him
that.
go.
Look at that.
It's so
yeah.
controlled and yet
Oh my god.
uncontrolled.
Yeah, I know, and it's
They're
really
reserved
just letting
and yet
the paint
bold.
speaks for itself.
Its
But
paint
yet he
is
gives voice
liquid.
to the paint. He gives voice to it.
Yes.
I feel bad.
Through Pollock,
This isn't
the
isn't
paint will
Pollock's
speak.
fault. He was just doing whatever the fuck he wanted.
This is everybody else's fault.
Wow. Look
Oh
at him
man,
go.
this is so inspiring.
Look at him.
I could only
Robert doesn't
dare
have
to
shit on this
dream.
guy.
Listen,
Yeah.
to try and be nice, look, do whatever the hell you want, like I said, but like this, you can't
Yeah, no,
convince
it's
me
fine.
this
It's
is
fine.
something that
This is
like
art.
only he
It is
could
art.
do, or that was a highly skilled thing that he's doing. Like I just don't
And
believe it.
maybe there's a lot of stock to put in the fact that he was the first person to really do it like that, you know?
Yeah,
But,
the
like,
audacity you have to appreciate.
yeah, I suppose.
Oh wow, this is a minimalist piece. You could tell by the fact there's not
No,
much.
it's-
Here.
It's
But
the
not
beginning
done.
of the
It's not
piece.
done. Yes, this is just the beginning. You could tell this is the base layer. You could tell by the lines. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, this has not
filling
convinced
up
me
the
of
images,
anything. In fact, I
creating-
think it's further solidified my position that anyone could do what he does.
No, he's creating volume in the spaces with the paint. You could see, yeah, there at the bottom. And then he has the balls to sign it.
Whatever, I don't mind that part.
Whatever.
This is the thing, I have no issue with him doing this at all. I have issue with the guys being like, this is something that only Pollock could do. This is Pollock's talent coming through. It's like,
That skull is
okay.
me. The skulls of all the great masters looking at him, going, "What the f, man?"
So, yeah, that did not make me think that anyone else couldn't do it. I believe.
You know what? Jackson Pollock's most expensive painting is worth $200 million.
I'd rather not know that.
I'd rather not know
Yeah.
that. You didn't have to tell us that. Now we know. So.
Oh, now you know.
Wow.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
200 million.
That he has.
Oh, very
On the
skillful.
floor, you read the painting.
Does he see how much paint is on this?
That doesn't mean skill.
Wow, there's so much. Wow, there's so much. There's so much paint.
There's
because
so
the
much
amount of
paint.
paint on a canvas means skill. It's more skillful to put more paint on.
Damn it.
It's covered and it's really big. Like especially
You even sound
What? Oh,
desperate
that's
to
his-
explain it. You don't know how to
that's his
explain why
legitimate
it's skilled,
counter.
so you went with big and lots.
What's amazing? Ethan is so stupid. He thinks that's a counter to what Charlie said. Don't you see how much paint there is? As if the skill is literally in just placing volumes of paint. That's it.
Like I said.
An infant could knock over a can of paint.
Yeah, kick it down the fucking staircase. It'll splatter everywhere.
It's so skillful. It's so skillful. It's indistinguishable from accidental.
especially if it's on the ground, he had to walk around.
Whoa!
Wow, he had to allow gravity to let the object fall.
You had to walk around it.
Wow, he had to. Can you imagine being so skillful?
This is indistinguishable from parody, by the way. This could be a Monty Python sketch. I could believe
This
it.
is this is like a Tim and Eric thing you'd see at 3 a.m.
He had to walk around it. He used lots of paint. You know, a lot of people don't really rely on those two aspects when talking about some of the most talented painters in the world. They usually say, holy fuck, look at the incredible painting they made.
He had to walk around.
And on it, he could swing his whole arm out and still be painting on his canvas.
Whoa.
So it's just because
Why?
it's big.
Why are you doing this? Why?
This is what
why
I
do
mean.
you- why do you?
Poor
why?
can't
Jackson
be
Pollock,
real.
who's probably just having the time of his life splattering some shit, and then he sees this guy being like, what he's doing is unrepeatable. And it's like,
That's unlike any other artist. Listen, maybe it's just me, but knowing this
Yes.
like mentally
So?
ill, manic, alcoholic freak was sitting in like a barn, drunk, flinging paint everywhere in anger, gives a certain emotion to these paintings that I think is very valuable.
So that doesn't
I-
count to what
okay,
Charlie
it's-
said at all?
I don't even think it's.
Charlie's not
minimal.
said it
That's
doesn't
fine. If you
contain
feel like it's
emotion.
valuable- If it's valuable to you, that's chill.
That's
fine.
fine.
right.
Nobody's ever taken issue with that. He's talking about skill, and you've said, no, this takes a lot of skill. And what
No,
you've
you
cited
said
is
that's
not
a lot of
skill.
paint.
I'll say
That's a
it.
lot of
This
paint,
is
though.
the part that is like the anger and hatred.
Oh
How do
God,
you know?
you don't know
How
yet.
do you know that's not a?
If
How do you know that's not Yellow Islands? How do you know that this isn't like a? Ooh, it's a lighthouse.
how do you know it's not heaven? How do you know it's not him saying this was me on my vacation, the brief
Yeah.
time away from my family who hate me? This is what I
Yeah,
loved.
this is grilled zucchini. I sure do like it.
This is pasta.
Oh, yum.
How do you know? Because he told you? Because you looked at the law?
Can I find? Can I put? Let me do this. Red Jackson Paula.
Good luck.
Painting.
You're gonna try and find this one and see the name.
So let's see. Yeah, of course. All you have to do is you just have to look for the yellowy whitey ones, and then this is the yellow whitey ones with some of the black in it. And then once you find those, it's
If
basically.
you do find it, being free, you should do a quick back and forth guessing the name.
Well, actually, I think I've already got it. I've already
Come
found
on,
it, actually.
Have you got? Have you got a name?
Okay.
Yeah, do you have it?
I do have a name.
Okay. Is it
So-
one word or two words?
It's 5 words.
Oh, what?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I'm never gonna be able to guess that.
Yep. I'll give you a hint. It was made in 19.
You cut out after 19.
The hint, it was made in 1950.
That makes this so much easier.
Yeah, that's your hint. It's an oil painting. I'll give you. It's at the Tehran Museum of Contemporary Art in Tehran.
The Grand Pizza of Death.
No.
Oh, I'm out of ideas.
Flames.
It's 5 words.
Flames.
The flames of Flameland.
No, but that's closer than Mahler.
Oh, the Grand
Is it?
Pizza of
Okay.
Islands.
No, we're further away now.
Damn it.
Dude, what is it?
I also give up.
This one is called Mural on Indian Red Ground.
Oh.
Which is the best one
Sure.
yet because it has red in it.
Yeah, there's a base of red.
The
so.
title the title has the word red in it, and the paint has the color red amongst it. So that's actually like the best one yet.
Not bad.
It lives only in this man.
Oh my god. The painting really tells you everything you need to know about the man behind it. Oh, I never stopped to really think about the gestures required for such precision. Like, it looks chaotic to the untrained layman's eye. the Philistines. But when you really take a step back, you can see the laborious nature of each and every splatter.
Okay, so now Charlie is like completely
dramatic
misunderstanding the
pauses.
narrative of the video and is now implying
The narrative
that, like,
of the video.
They're saying
How was what Charlie said any less ridiculous than what the video said?
Well, what this guy said. Fucking
Yeah.
throughout the whole video, let's be honest.
that Pollock meticulously planned every stroke, and
Oh, he's memeing, dude. We already know he splattered it at random. That's the
Yes,
joke.
we know. Jackson Pollock's he is the meme.
He's the
But no one-
splatter man.
If someone ever describes anything that I make as being akin to Jackson Pollock, it's an insult. No one says that to be like. No one's like, oh, it's just like a Jackson Pollock painting. No one says that as a term of as praise.
every little dip and drop. The entire purpose of Jackson Pollock is to not do that. Charlie gets mad again because someone is describing Pollock's painting style by painting with gestures rather than brushstrokes, using his whole arm.
His arm, it's who he is as a person that's creating that canvas, that painting.
As opposed to someone who paints using their body as well, but actually paints something. It is still...
But actually paints something.
Do they not think that like all of the great masters of
Involve their
painting
bodies,
and all
yeah.
these people don't like use their bodies and their entire arm to hold the brush, or how they might steady it up close to them, or the techniques of the brush? How come you get to just be like, oh yeah, he just slung it everywhere? It's like his whole arm. It's like a baseball player.
Them as a person creating that art. They make this weird distinction. They look for any and all fucking absolutely asinine explanations for why anyone should care.
Even though Charlie's
So, good God, I totally agree with him. Yes,
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
really mad at
This
it,
is desperation.
it's a distinction that characterizes his entire body of work. That is why it looks like this.
It looks like shit.
What is he saying? I don't understand. Like,
He's saying that the reason why it looks like that is because he moves his whole arm.
Okay, a lot of artists do that. That's great.
Yeah, like, I don't know, it's really strange that
You know
they've said,
what?
like, oh, yeah, you know, that's super unique that he moves his arm.
If his brother Jeremy Pollock didn't move his arm, only ever flicked his wrist, and that was the restriction and created art, that wouldn't be any less valuable, right?
Mm.
Like, why?
And of course, alternatively, if somebody else now moved their whole arm, that wouldn't mean shit, because Jackson Pollock was the one who did it first.
Pretty much.
I somehow put multiple fingers up my ass, sniffing them to get the fumes up there to really like delusion myself like hugely enough to find any kind of meaning in this. There's no
Wait, that's a painting.
Oh wait, that's a painting?
He's looking at a
I
painting.
didn't know. I legitimately didn't know. I thought this was like some graphic or something, or I legitimately didn't even consider that's a painting.
This has been a roller coaster.
reward in it for me. I don't get anything for it.
I don't know why he says that there's no reward for finding meaning in art. The meaning is
We often find reward in meaning.
Ah,
Yes.
see, the meaning is, but that's what he's saying. The meaning is the reward.
But yeah, I don't think that anything that's disagreeable with what Charlie just said.
the reward. It can change your perspective, make you feel seen, help you understand other people. You just have to be open to it. I've yet to hear a
So is it always there? There is never a time where there's a lack of meaning. Ever?
It's not even necessarily valuable.
It just feels to me like we actually are demeaningifying meaning because it's everywhere all the time and it doesn't matter where it comes from. Just embrace meaning. Simultaneously, Kincaid's work sucks. How boring. His Santa and snow images, soulless. No flavor.
single argument other than non sequiturs and emotional language why it's not worthwhile to engage with modern.
It's so fucking baffling to me. He puts up such a hard defense for a fucking blank canvas, but that he went so hardcore on the snowy cabins.
Yeah, those are shit. And Venus sucks. But this blank canvas is so amazing.
Well, no,
like, what's your end game here? Like, what's
he
up?
He said that Venus was a masterpiece, but you know it's dull and the composition's not.
And it's
great.
a bit busy. Come on, it's a bit busy.
Yeah.
Crowded.
There's literally nothing at the end of that tunnel. The only reward is to the artist that put no effort into it and sold it for a lot of money to people that have been brainwashed to make them believe that it's worth that price.
Does Charlie think that the people who are attending museums are buying the art? Again, we're at this.
Some of them, maybe.
Sometimes,
It's
yes.
just-
Actually, yes. And ironically,
Whoever
that's
buys
often
it
the
is
case.
the people he's talking about.
This weird part where we're mad that paintings cost a lot of money. The only person.
No, he's mad that such little work and
these
effort could be sold for
paintings-
such great amounts of money.
Yeah, it's these ones that suck. And he's correct.
Another basic human frustration when you feel a lot of reward goes to a place that doesn't deserve it. It's just a normal human thing.
Who needs to worry about that is the bozo buying it. It just really isn't about the money. It's just not. And also,
I think it's exclusively about the money. If people were making random images of shit that he didn't go anywhere, they were in their own house and stuff, he wouldn't mind. It's the fact that they sell for so much money and they're considered great works of art. Those are the two big factors.
be serious for a second. Modern.
And by the way, you've defended the shit out of Pollock's like greatness as an artist, so you can't say that that's not happening.
Art has money laundering happening in it, sure. But classical art is where the money's at. The most expensive painting in the world sat on a Saudi yacht for 2 years. Yeah, this little T-girl Jesus is the most expensive painting in the world from Leonardo da Vinci. It's not even.
Yeah, you know what the
finished.
second most expensive painting is though? It's like another. It's an expressionist like abstract painting.
I don't even know. Why is he bringing this up?
Does not.
Yeah,
It seems like it seems when they're talking about the thing of money, he's like saying, "Oh, you think that these are too expensive? Well, so are these ones that are too expensive."
The most expensive
like-
painting in the world from Leonardo da Vinci. It's not even finished. Hair does not look like that. Classical.
What are you doing?
Wait, what?
what are you
Why are we
doing?
trying? Do you think that tearing down Da Vinci
It's
is
never.
in any way?
What are you
Like,
doing?
wait, I thought the point was it's not supposed to be photorealistic and portray reality as it is.
So I think the generous interpretation is that he's parodying those people, but he showed us a clip of PragerU man saying it's not about being realism. Not about being realistic. He showed us that clip. Why do you keep saying this as parody and making fun of them when that's not what their positions are? Why do you keep doing this to me?
I don't even know why he's brought this up, because it's like Charlie's point is fundamentally that he thinks it's bullshit that these paintings are worth so much, and he's like, well, yeah, but also, you know, money laundering, and also some paintings that are expensive aren't like abstract or postmodernist or
Which has nothing. It just doesn't address the points at all.
It doesn't mean anything.
Classical paintings go for way more money, are owned by way worse people if they're not already stolen from the country they belong
Again,
to.
Jackson Pollock, like, it's called number 17A. It's like the 5th most expensive painting ever. Like,
there you go.
I don't know why he's saying this. I guess maybe on average, but yeah.
He's like, you should be mad at other things.
Already stolen from the country they belong to.
I don't think anyone's mad that Jackson Pollock trickled little dribblings of paint across a canvas, or someone submitted a canvas they bought from Michaels as art.
Someone submitted the one they bought. It's just like didn't add anything to it.
They're mad about the price that it sells for and the people that defend it. It's never.
There it is. This is exactly what it was never about the fact that people do it. That's fine. You can do whatever you want.
Really the piece itself.
So I guess Charlie's biggest problems with modern art are the price it's sold for and the people who defend it.
Yeah.
Even though he said in the last video that no one defends modern art.
Like, modern art is one of the most bafflingly outrageous things to me. And the thing is, I never see anyone defend it. I literally never see anybody online defend it that isn't also laundering money with art themselves. Like, it blows my fucking mind.
So there you go. He's included the people who defend it as those who are interested in the money aspect, and then his primary concern is the fact that they sell for so much. Still seems consistent. I don't see any contradictions.
Yeah. The people, whatever, are people.
I think he's trying to solidify the point as nobody really likes modern art. This is all bullshit. Something's going on. Like, that seems to be his position, though I'm sure he'd say it's hyperbolic, that there are people who do. It's just that he doesn't meet many people who say they like modern art, which, by the way, I agree. I don't meet many people who say they like modern art. When referring specifically to those types, you know?
Probably a lot of people who would like employ Occam's razor to think like, no, this is some scam. People don't actually like. It's that reason. No way.
I think the most common reaction you get showing someone a Jackson Pollock painting would be like, huh, and you're like, do you like it? It's like, you know.
And then you tell them it's worth $16 million, and
then they probably start to not like it.
Yeah, and then they're like, wait, what? But how come my super talented friend on the internet, who is an incredibly capable artist, how come they are struggling to make a living? He's like, well, yeah, that's the thing, man, you know?
But I don't think he knows anyone in real life who likes modern art. I don't think he knows any gay people. And again,
was there a crossover between people who like modern art and gay people? I missed that. Do you have to be gay? Hang on.
Laundering money with art themselves. Like, it blows my fucking mind.
The people, whatever, art people are freaks. But I don't think he knows anyone in real life who likes modern art. I don't think he knows any gay people.
I don't think I do. I mean, I can like it on occasion. Some of it is like appealing in a sort of way, I guess, but
I'm surprised you focused on that instead of the gay people comment, but okay.
Oh, wait, what? I was thinking of something. What gay people comment?
I'll
My mind
roll
was
it again.
Clearly wondering.
One more time.
Make sure we go back enough, because chat have freaking out as well.
Blows my fucking mind.
The people, whatever, art people are freaks. But I don't think he knows anyone in real life who likes modern art. I don't think he knows any gay people. And again, the price.
Gay people like modern art?
The way he said that was that he probably doesn't know any gay people because he doesn't know anybody who likes modern art.
Gay people? Is that a thing that gay people like modern art?
I don't know.
Is that a thing? Gay people like modern art? What? I don't know if that's a joke or something. I don't.
If it's a joke, I mean, the laugh factor comes from it being sincere, because like I just like the fact that he's like, you probably don't know any gay people because You don't know anyone who likes modern art. It's like, what?
Only gay people like modern art. You're like,
Straight
oh,
people
that's
aren't too into it, you know?
a bit homophobic of you to say that, but I don't know why you'd
Thanks, it's
insult
so-
gay people by saying they like modern art.
For is irrelevant. Doesn't reflect on the art at all. It's not a dictation of quality. And the only people
That's true, but it can still frustrate anybody that something like Transformers or whatever else makes shit tons of money. That's totally normal.
Yep. Paying for it are rich freaks with more money than they need. I would much rather have the money go to a museum where they actually spend it on public education. Some nonprofit museums do college grants. It's not really a bad thing when art is sold, generally. But what
That's a way to put it. It's not really a bad thing when art is sold. All right.
I find
Didn't
so
he
funny...
also say that it's just money laundering?
I feel like in the specific case of money laundering, it is bad when art is sold. Because in that context, but...
Okay.
Is that Charlie never actually brings up an example of art that sells for too much. He just keeps making up examples.
Like we looked at Diana earlier, which was a potted plant that was store-bought and put on a shelf. And that was the art. I'm not mad about that. I think that's fucking great. I think that's a wonderful joke. But if I heard that sold for $100 grand...
If I heard that sold. If. He said he's making it up. If
He
it's a
actually
hypothetical.
signaled that he was making it up.
That would be upsetting to me.
Okay, 100K actually. If it's such a horrible problem that is so frustrating that you start the video mad about it, why are there no examples? I think
There are plenty of examples if you actually go to just like the top... Springy just did it.
Well, again, like I said, you look at the top 5 most expensive paintings, Jackson Pollock, one of his is number 5, and it was sold for $200 million, like 2015. And you don't have to go far for another Jackson Pollock one that sold for 140 million. Because
there
once
you
you
go.
adjust for inflation, then it starts to get a bit crazier. Yeah, like they're expensive. They cost a lot of money. I mean, bear in mind, like $200 million, you can make a movie, a big, expensive movie for that much money.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie has been misinformed about modern art. He said Jackson Pollock a bunch, but it's not exactly a fair example using one of the most well-known artists in America.
That doesn't change anything. I don't even know why you would say that. Like, all he needs to show is that art that he thinks is shit is selling for a lot of money. You saying, yeah, but he's famous, if anything, just proves the point.
No shit he's gonna sell for a lot. He's not even making the money. He's dead.
I don't
even know what, like, why are you just not addressing his points ever?
think there's anything anyone could ever say or any explanation for any of this that would ever actually change my mind on the interpretation of empty canvas work and splatter paintings. It is all trash.
If nothing changes Charlie's mind, that's fine. I didn't make this video for Charlie, and I doubt he'll see it. Go to
I mean, there's not much in this video that's going to change his mind. You've not really done
You didn't
much
make
of anything
many
to
arguments.
do so. No.
Like,
The-
it would be real.
When you try to tell us about the artistic integrity of like Pollock's work, you said he uses lots of paint and he moves around.
And then he moves his arm and walks
that.
around the canvas.
As I said, that was just insane in terms of like you kept that in the video too.
Yeah, that's a nice Halo reach, is what that is.
learn for yourself. Art is subjective, not in a I think this is good and I think this is bad way, but in a way that's unique to everyone. Your appreciation and your
Okay.
taste in art is reflective of your subjective experience, your identity, your personality. These are all factors in observing art. And I think it's
Right,
far
and all of that has fed into him thinking that this is bullshit.
Yeah, I was going to say, none of this contradicts anybody yet.
more important.
Yeah,
Experience and think for yourself rather than letting
You don't do that. You explicitly told us you have to get explanations.
That's right. You need the explanations.
I don't even, like, it's
And
actually
and again,
unbelievable.
it couldn't be that Charlie came to this conclusion on his own, or hell, maybe some of the propaganda reached him, but he also had other propaganda reach him and just other earnest perspectives reach him, and then he came to this conclusion.
Yeah, just, PSA, don't be like this guy. Don't decide that art is worthwhile or not based on its law. You can decide it for yourself, and you can incorporate that if
can
you
do
are
it
interested.
based on its own. Yep, exactly.
narratives
Be like Charlie. Look at the art and think about what you think about.
dictate what you think. I'm going to end this video by telling you
Remember, he didn't even connect Charlie with PragerU. He just said that was the case.
He didn't.
Or what did he say? Sorry, I had the phone.
Well, we're at the conclusion of the video, and we're just pointing out like how remember the intro was like he connected Charlie with PragerU, but there was nothing. There was
Because
no
he was
connections.
a useful idiot, right? He was a useful fool or something.
Useful idiot, but there's nothing to connect them whatsoever other than Charlie thought Jackson Pollock paintings were shit, and PragerU, I guess, made fun of similar stuff.
But like, Jackson Pollock paintings. I think if you showed most people, they wouldn't be that impressed by them. That's pretty universally.
You can find people who dislike Pollock
people.
from all walks of life.
Yeah, I can
Regardless
imagine
of whether they're
so.
left or right wing or centrist.
Because it's not actually like some big political statement. You know, these canvases of art. You could try and say it's inherently political. Blah, blah, blah. You could just say that, but the moment you give it this the little tiny iota of thought, it doesn't really mean anything.
About one of my favorite art pieces. It's just a fan, an
Oh, for fuck's sake.
electric box
here we
fan,
go.
plugged into the wall in the museum like any other, covered in
Okay.
plexiglass, blowing through just a few holes at the viewer. At first
More than a
glance,
few.
it's just a fan in a room, but the description reads.
But the lore.
The description
but the
reads.
lore. But the lore of the fan.
reads. Yeah.
So now, like at this point, I have completely disconnected from the fan, and I'm just focused on the little story, and that's going to be like probably. Is it going to be like completely?
We should do that, right? Listen to his explanation. Like brush the fan from memory and just listen to the explanation. Do you need the fan at that point? Let's think about that.
already there. I'm
Oh my God, here we
already
go.
there.
Get ready for the lore dump,
Alright.
everybody.
Soon
Is
after
this
the
about
death of his
my,
lover, museum like any other, covered in plexiglass, blowing through just a few holes at the viewer. At first glance, it's just a fan in a room, but the description reads, soon after the death of his lover, Stephen Arabino from AIDS, Los Angeles conceptual artist Boscovich discovered that Arabino's family had completely cleared out his apartment, including the artist's possessions, save for the electric box fan in this work. An entire person, existence, and relationship had been erased, like so many were during the AIDS crisis. Boscovich encased the fan in plexiglass as a kind of evidence and created cutouts to allow its circulated air to escape and be felt by the viewer, almost like an exhalation. In a sense, restoring Arabino's breath. At least as a facsimile in memoriam, Boscovich makes a tender, broken-hearted gesture.
Wait, facsimile? Facsimile?
I think he means
You
facsimile. Yeah.
interrupted the story.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. All right.
Towards
Let's
some
keep
form
going.
of eternal life.
Oh, that's it.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Okay, but
Oh, yeah.
if you didn't have the plaque there, how could you have ever possibly ascertained that?
I feel like it's worth saying straight away. That's a better short story than that is as a piece of artwork.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
a great short
absolutely.
story.
Yeah.
That's a great story. But like, I mean, how could I have possibly?
It's like, why do we need a
gleaned
fan
that?
for that? Almost.
How could I
It's,
have possibly gleaned that just from looking at it for what it was?
Yeah. What if someone just didn't have that story? Maybe the plaque fell over, or it got delivered to the wrong room, or whatever. And someone just looked at it and they came up with their own meaning about an enclosed fan and like what it's supposed to mean or whatever. I
mean, like, I don't know. I just like it feels like we're attaching so little value to being able to look at the piece as it is on its own in a vacuum. Even acknowledging that getting the additional context or explanations from either the creator or, you know, like just anybody else can be valuable. Absolutely can be. But like, why are we putting so little stock in being able to extract value from it for what it is on its own? Because sometimes you have to. Sometimes there won't be an explanation or like any additional context. Sometimes a creator won't explain what they were intending. Sometimes a creator dies before they could explain it and it's unfinished.
I feel like it's probably
Sometimes
a really
it's
healthy
fun.
thing to
It
kind of like give the thing itself a lot of, you know, I don't know, maybe not necessarily reverence, but like you don't lose the art piece itself, you know, behind the story, or let the story do all the heavy lifting and that
'Cause
kind of
it
thing.
feels like we're barely appreciating the work for its own sake, which feels like an important part, at least to me, of like absorbing something that's been created. Is like, what is it, you know, without any explanation from the creator, without any of the explanations that you're going to be getting from people who've, you know, already come to their own conclusions based on it. Like, what can you draw from it, you personally? It feels like it's interesting because he's trying to put a lot of more stock in the idea of like your subjective experience of, you know, consuming art, which like I mean, yeah, but but at the same time, like your process emphasizes heavily, like finding out basically
What to
where
think.
you're meant to focus your attention, how to think about it, what to think about it, rather than developing it on your own. Because without that story, I couldn't have. How could I have possibly created
No one could have
anything
guessed
in my
that. Yeah.
mind that would
No,
have been even
no.
close to that if I didn't know who
Meanwhile,
made it or the story behind it?
Meanwhile, to once again make the point with this lad, I think there's lots that we could discuss as
Yeah.
to what it means with what it's doing, especially when in motion, right? And then if you were curious enough and you were like, what do some people think about this thing? And read about it, says the piece is called "Can't Help Myself," and for example, it goes without saying that there are plenty of theories about what "Can't Help Myself" is actually about in the comment section. Continuously cleaning up pieces of yourself as you endlessly fall apart, writes one user, hinting at an underlying commentary on mental health. Alone, while everyone watches you and uses you for entertainment. No piece of art has ever emotionally affected me this way as much as this robot arm has. Reads another interpretation. It's programmed to try and contain the hydraulic fluid that's constantly leaking out and required to keep itself running. If too much escapes, it'll die, so it's desperately trying to put itself back together to continue to fight for another day. It's
So
like,
that's super interesting.
yeah,
That's really
it
interesting.
was already fascinating, and then you get to read these interpretations and think about what it is, and you're just like, oh,
Yeah.
this is what I love about art. This is great.
And the thing is, I feel like, you know, because if I presented one, you could just make this is like almost an observation about the nature of like existence and kind of like persisting to retain a sense of self, you know, as you like gradually decay away over time. Like that it's ultimately like futile, pointless, fruitless, and eventually you're gonna run out of energy. Like I feel like that's a reasonable interpretation I could pull from it that in some way kind of differs from the one that was presented there. But I feel like I can actually draw that from this like piece of art, essentially. I don't need to be yeah.
And yeah, for the record, there's loads of examples that I think are great and that I love, but there's also loads of examples that are absolutely horseshit. And it's just like, what the hell is this? And we need a way to be able to distinguish them. And that's probably the main question I would have for Ethan is, have you ever come across a piece of art that you felt was just bullshit?
Yeah, has there ever been one where you thought, I don't know about that one, buddy?
Do you always wait until you get an explanation of how it was made before you make that call?
I don't know. It's weird that the additional context behind a work as it is, whether it's a painting, and I presume we would extrapolate this from him to like films, books, and everything. That it's like it is incomplete without this information, rather than this being additional information, perspective, and commentary that you know can, whether you agree with it or not, can influence your opinion on it. Yeah, like exactly like the Mona Fringy. You know?
Yeah, I just thought we put some excellent artwork up, you know?
I mean, I do like it.
So there you go.
Do you guys know Nighthawks? You familiar with that painting?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Because I really like Nighthawks. And I'd be curious if you... Oh, no, it's too powerful.
Too big.
Yeah. No! Oh, well, this...
Screenshot it, or...?
Yeah, it's... Hold on. I'll gotta... God damn it. Hold on.
Alright, well, I was going to say anyway that it's quite an intro to the 6th year of EFAP, I guess.
Yeah, that was something else. That was really starting strong. We've already got some good memes from that one.
Yeah, but that was pretty painful, I'm not gonna lie.
That really, I think, is, in all the years of EFAP that we've done, there is this element of, if you're talking about X, you should sort of like, I expect you to be an expert, or to be learned about it, or to be in some way, you know, able to speak on the thing more than a layman. But that was like worse than average.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
I really
yeah.
like that one.
That's really famous when it's parodied endlessly.
Yeah, Simpsons even parodied it. But I guess the thing would be, like, there's plenty of different interpretations of Nighthawks that you can find. But I feel like this would be you can look at that and like make something of it without.
This is what I mean. It's
it's not like it's essential that someone explains to you what this painting is.
It's infinitely
it evokes
frustrating
a
to me.
feeling and a vibe, and there's a story that's present here that you can glean without being told what you're meant to think about it.
Well, that's the thing. Imagine like seeing this and being like, I haven't consumed the art yet. And it's like, what do you mean? It's like, well, now I need to look
Yeah,
up.
Hopper didn't tell me what I'm meant to think about it, and I didn't consider Nighthawks within the context of all of Hopper's other works. Like, it's essential. I need all of that information. Otherwise, like, I'm not, I'm lost. I can't make sense of it.
Also, Solar Sands, if you want to add me on the old Discord, we can get you in for an episode if you want. Apparently, he's got some context to add for the video coverage. You can
please do
get time to prep it, I imagine. Then we can bring you on for whatever it is you have a speciality in. Maybe art, maybe movies of some kind, TV shows, games. Who knows? But we can sort it out because obviously we'll be heading off at this point.
Yeah,
we've done our damage.
What a
Was
video!
That 7?
Nearly 7 hours.
Wow,
Yeah.
look at that. Yeah.
Oh,
we did it.
jeez.
We did it. We talked. We solved art. We figured it out.
Yeah, we know that.
No thanks from this Ethan fellow. He was profoundly uninformed, bizarrely opinionated, tribalistic. Nothing about that struck me as intelligent or insightful.
Isn't it boring how
maybe
much...
next time just elect not to make a video.
Isn't it boring how much politics infects videos?
I mean, that one felt like he couldn't even remotely. But then again, full art's damn, man, that sucks for you. Like,
Sorry, you're so infected by it.
Feels
It's
like
a virus.
What's the political memes of Mona Fringy?
Well, until we talk to the artist, we can't possibly know or appreciate
Right.
it.
And we wouldn't want to get it wrong, so don't even think about having an interpretation.
You can get it wrong, even though it's all based on your like subjective experience of it. You can get it wrong.
You kept trying to go for like not even trying.
Yeah.
Also,
can't go
vinyl
wrong getting
figures.
your vinyls. That's right. Yep. Look at that. What a segue. Remember, limited time.
This is actually the last
You got a
time
limited amount of time.
we'll be
Speaking
promoting
of
it live
art.
on EFAP because by the time
That's
we
right.
stream next, it'll be over.
It'll be over.
Remember-
So remember. Yeah.
Remember earlier, Robert was saying you need to buy the good art. You need to encourage that sort of thing. Go and buy the good
Yeah.
stuff. Let me tell you, this is the good stuff right here.
Yeah.
And
these
there's
are the
only
good
what
memes.
4.5 more days.
You got 4.5 days, and then that's it. Then
Yep, they're
it's
gone
over.
forever.
That's it. They're gone.
Like Jackson
So,
Pollock
again,
paintings. There's no
as we said
more
at the
new
beginning of
ones.
the stream, if you were thinking about it and you were sort of holding off and you were waiting and you were pondering it, you still got time, but you are
Do
running
it.
out of time. So
You are running out of
like
time. Don't
if you
procrastinate,
wanna-
you'll
If
forget.
you want to grab them, that's right, and then you'll be really sad. And remember,
be
you get
very sad.
all 3 of them together because you get a big old discount, and they
do?
they
You
belong
get a-
together. You know.
Yep. We do belong together. As if the last 7
Yeah.
hours wasn't
And
proof enough that we
when
belong
you've got
together.
all 3 of them together, they form their own grander, broader, artistic.
Metatron.
They make a statement together. Yeah.
Good stuff.
But yes,
Buy them,
you got
please. They help us out a
4.5
lot. We
days.
appreciate seeing
Yeah.
them out there. And you will be sad if you don't get them. It's true.
I mean,
Scientifically
I
verified.
mean, like I think they look really great. I'm
They
really
look
happy
great.
with how they
They
turned
do look
out.
really excellent. Make sure really hit it out of the park once again with these.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, patronize the
So
good
yeah,
art.
link in the description. Go take a look. If you were thinking about grabbing them, now it's now or never, basically.
It is now or never. That's true.
I will say we got it'll be a meme fap next. So the following
right.
Saturday and the Saturday after that. Well, there's like 3 different episodes or 3 different guests I'm trying to set up, so EFAP will be good for a while in terms of crazy events. And from what I understand, we're running low on new releases for movies, so we'll just have to check out some videos, I guess.
I guess so.
Yeah,
Never a
games,
shortage of people who
Have opinions?
Who have opinions.
Uh,
Like Ethan here. He had a lot of opinions. A lot of opinions on art. Some of them not as crazy as others. We'll say that.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Yeah.
And of course, recordings still continue on them super chats, but we finished up the anniversary ones. That'll be out Wednesday, and then we're just chugging away on all the episodes, getting them all done. Obviously, like I said,
Oh, yeah? Sorry, it sounded like you had more. I was just going to add something else.
Like I said, the vinyls have 4 and a bit days left. So links in
Right.
description, links easily findable, makeshift vinyl figure. It's all there. About to run out, and then yeah, like this good old EFAP TV episodes on the way for Ahsoka as well.
Yeah,
I know you guys
episode 2 very nearly done.
are unhappy at the idea that episode 4 is out and episode 1 just came out, but as you probably noticed, the editing is top notch, so it takes time.
Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, it's but episode 2 was quicker. It's very nearly done. It'll be out soon, and then obviously straight on to episode 3.
And episode 3
We'll
will
try
be
and
quick
catch
because
up.
that episode
was a
wasn't very
short one.
long.
Yeah, thankfully. But episode 4 was a bit of a chongus, so it's a bigger episode, a lot of discussion. So
yeah, episode 4
But
is
yeah, they're on their way, and I hope you enjoy them.
And apparently 5 is going to have big happenings in it, so... Oh.
Ooh,
Of course it is. Of course it is. Dude, this show, man, it's so bad. Like, and by the way, guys, when it comes to, like, trying to actually edit these episodes, it is unbelievable, like, how many big pauses there are between every sentence that you can just, like, chop them out.
Yeah.
And then, of course, to illustrate how long those pauses are, it's so long. Remember the part when, like, Ahsoka was talking to what's her name as they were traveling through that facility where they were building the ships, and it's like, you know, Sabine's not ready to be a Jedi. And then there's a big pause. I'm curious. Big pause. How do you know when someone's ready? Big pause. You just know. And then about 20 seconds of pause for the rest of the scene as it lingers out, and then we cut to the next scene. Oh, just wonderful. I love it. I love all of
That's
the time.
good writing. That's really good writing.
Yeah, it's building character, you know? It's just building
It so
atmosphere,
is.
building
It
a
just
vibe.
so is.
It is. You know, when the characters are just walking towards each other for like a minute, holding their lightsabers out, it's really brilliant and inspired.
You don't want to overdo it. You don't want to get a coolness overdose. You got to pace them out.
I wish to have it on record that since the release of Quantumania, I've been trying to sort out the Halloween arc for this year. It has been a fucking nightmare. Absolute crazy nightmare. The copyright protection on this series of films has been insane. You'll be finding out what it is probably in like 10, 15 days. I think we'll put out a trailer for what it is, kind of like last time with we did one for Final Destination, Resident Evil, but it'll be a new franchise this year. There will be 10 films in total for this franchise. And this franchise,
don't you go complaining.
whoever the fuck organizes this franchise in whatever particular way for copyright on YouTube kicked my ass hardcore to the point where it was picking up like 4 seconds. It was insane. And I have had to do some... This is like a warning ahead of time. You won't see the first one until probably the end of September. But that the copyright protection is insane in these videos. You've never seen it this bad, and just trust me, it's what had to be, okay? Like, it'll be annoying, you'll rarely be able to see a lot of what's even happening in the films, but hopefully the most important parts are shown, you can still kind of make it out with the cover. But my god, sometimes it would be like, all covered, and then the copyright thing will be like, oh, this selection of 10 minutes. It's just like, how could you possibly have clipped all of that? Most of that isn't even the film. It's just like, yeah, well, fuck you. It's like, okay. You have to go heavy and crazy on it. A lot of speculation here. I'm seeing some scary movies. Saw, Halloween, Long War. I don't know what that is, but
Long War
could be any of them. As per usual, you'll get your trailer and it'll confirm it. And well, hopefully you guys enjoy. This one has been worked on by several editors, and well, we're looking forward for you to see it. Halloween is set to be a lot of fun this year, I think.
Hooray!
Also, thank you very much. A lot of people bought the figures already. It's,
Absolutely, yeah.
really?
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously, like we have fun and everything, but they really do help us out a lot. They're a huge help to us, and we love supporting Makeshift because they do incredible work with these. So huge props to those guys. Yeah. And again, like it really does help us out a lot. And boy, do you get something for your money? These are great. I've got all mine up here on my little loft ledge, and boy, they look great. Just a big lineup of all my friends, and it looks
I got
great.
a whole bunch of my plushies just around in the office.
That's what I got. I got my RimWorld Thrumbo and all the boys. It's great. Yeah, get them, help them out.
Yeah, seriously, thank you. The support is
Thank you.
super duper appreciated.
Thank you
It's
very
really
much.
cool that you guys like these so much.
Mm-hmm.
And well, I suppose is there anything else you guys want to talk about before we head out?
No, just I seem to always be, well, not always. We have it makes videos like this really appreciate the way that we engage in art and sort of, I guess, challenge the way that we perceive it, the questions we ask ourselves and each other, how we discuss the entirety of the topic, because so many people seem to have these bizarre like they have this, at the same time it's overly broad and tunnel vision. At the same time there's no consistency with the way that they view the topic. And I mean, I think we do a really good job sort of, giving these things good discussions, because boy, Ethan is well, what a mess. What a mess. So hopefully he gets his shit together, and good luck to him. He's got a lot to learn.
Sure, he's got plenty of great videos to come.
Absolutely. I'm sure he's got it. This was just the bad one. The rest are total bangers.
Yeah, I'm sure they're all great. Yep,
they're all
that's
great.
cool. I will never
videos.
watch them, but
No,
I'm
I'll
sure
never
they're-
watch them. No. So sometimes the
they're
low
fine.
is so low that you just I got better things to do. But maybe I'll check out Solar Sands. He's got some Jackson Pollock stuff and some art discussion. So, and he was referenced in the video. So who knows?
Perhaps we shall see him here in the future. Who knows? But yeah. For now, toodly pip, cheerio. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah,
See you next time.
Goodbye, everyone. We'll see you later.
Bye, 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 bye.
Bye, bye. Toodaloo. What's that, Fringy?
I was said.
Oh, oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Wow.